Boom! The sound was shocking. Lan Qingshu rushed forward like crazy, with the momentum of a man standing against 10,000, and fought dozens of wolf monsters. Swoosh! 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 Countless arrows flew through the air. Puff! 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 Blood continued to bloom on the wolf monsters that pounced on Lan Qingshu. Brother Pei, let another wave in. Understood. As soon as Yu Sanqing finished shouting, Pei Jinya pinched the formation hand seal, and the tiger monster from the outside that was frantically colliding with the formation barrier rushed in at once, triggering the vines on the ground. Although he couldn't kill these tiger monsters, he also injured them, and they were covered in blood. Arrows flew in. The arrows of the middle stage of Yu Xiao level were far more powerful than Pei Jinya Vine attack, but he was not discouraged. The gap in cultivation was an objective fact. He just needed to keep his mind steady and practice seriously. One day, he would be able to rush forward. It was a pity that this world could not harvest attribute light balls. But fortunately, the attribute values brought by the natural treasures in this world were extremely high. The gods were busy recently. He was having a lot of fun researching. Pei Jinya also planned to find a time to go back and find a piece of land on the mountain to plant spiritual medicine. The spiritual energy in this world is even richer than his tree palace. This also made Pei Jinya feel like he had found a treasure. Of course. Although this world cannot obtain attribute values, as long as he returns, the attribute light balls accumulated for so many days can still be obtained. If I upgrade the extraordinary time to a high level later, maybe I can ignore the difference brought by this time dimension. You don't have to return to the main world to get the attribute light ball. Quickly gathered his mind, Yu Sanqing shouted again, brother. Keep shooting. Let kill until we are drunk today. You are not going back? If you are not going back, don't take us with you. Lan Qingshu's voice came from the front. Yu Sanqing said unhappily, you are the only one who opened your mouth. Right? You just say things that ruin the mood. Bah, you stinky man. After saying that, dozens of arrows flashed. He grabbed the head. Lan Qingshu turned his head and looked over in anger. Yu Sanqing turned his head away proudly, not wanting to answer at all. But after a while, Pei Jinya's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, something is attacking the formation. I can't hold on any longer, at most one stick of incense time. Yu Sanqing's face changed slightly, and he stopped being angry with Lan Qingshu, and hurriedly looked over. Old Lan, the main event is coming. I know. Lan Qingshu also hurriedly said to Pei Jinya, don't hold on, let him in after 10 breaths, the formation consumes energy. Yu Sanqing, you consume energy remotely. Remember to protect Pei Jinya. Don't worry. I'm here. He can't hurt a hair. In front of Yu Sanqing, arrows condensed from the power of stars appeared. Get ready. I'm going to set up the formation. Pei Jinya said in a low voice. Wait for me to set up the formation first. Brother Lan, step back. Lan Qingshu stepped back decisively. The next second, Pei Jinya opened his hands and formed a very complicated formation seal. Start the formation. Amid the roar, the blazing flames were raging. The red light illuminated the faces of the three people. Yu Sanqing's eyes widened. This formation. So powerful. Lan Qingshu was also surprised, looking at the flames in front of him, muttering to himself. No wonder he was chosen. With such formation skills, I'm afraid he can already fight against Nangong Si. The only thing he lacks is his foundation. In this case, I will create a foundation for you. The moment the flames disappeared, Lan Qingshu shouted, Yu Sanqing, take action. Got it. The two of them joined forces to attack. Pei Jinya was not idle either. He quickly attached a small spirit gathering array behind Lan Qingshu and Yu Sanqing to enhance their endurance. Spirit gathering arrays are not rare, but the spirit gathering array that can move with it made Lan Qingshu and Yu Sanqing's eyes light up. While shooting arrows, Yu Sanqing couldn't help but say, Brother Pei, your method is really good. Pei Jinya continued to add follow-up energy to the array, and did not forget to say, you and senior brother Lan should use it more, if there is anything that needs improvement. Please tell me immediately. After 4 days of fighting, he has become much more proficient in the use of formations than before. 2 Yunqiu-level genius monks tested the formations for him, and he quickly accumulated a lot of practical experience. Boom! The booming sound continued. A huge golden tiger monster rushed out. Yu Sanqing was about to continue talking to Pei Jinya, but suddenly his face changed slightly, and he increased the speed of shooting arrows. Lan Qingshu retreated violently. The golden tiger demon was very imposing, and rushed forward. But Yu Sanqing's arrow shot at it. The golden tiger demon turned into a residual shadow. And the arrow missed. Yu Sanqing was shocked. Is it a 7-petal venerable level demon? No. It a 6-petal peak level demon. But it feels like it about to break through, Lan Xingqiu said in a low voice. And the black dragon spear in his hand turned into a series of entangled shadows and blasted away. The golden tiger demon shot down again and again. Various colored halos exploded in the air. Lan Xingqiu was forced to retreat 2 steps in a flash. Yu Sanqing arrow forced the golden afterimage out. Suddenly, the golden tiger demon abandoned Lan Xingqiu, turned around and pounced on Yu Sanqing. Zhao! He cursed inwardly. Old Lan, help me! Yu Sanqing did not dare to delay. While yelling and quickly pulling the bow, 7 stars in a row broke through the sky. Lan Xingqiu grabbed the handle of the gun and threw it hard. Bang! The ground was poked and exploded. The fierce momentum just stopped the golden giant shadow. Lan Xingqiu figure had already appeared behind the black dragon gun. He grabbed with one hand and slashed it diagonally. Bang! The golden tiger demon giant palm slapped down. It slapped on the black dragon spear, and the air wave it caused vented to the surroundings. Lan Xingqiu legs slightly bent. Yu Sanqing shot arrows quickly. Add more blue. Add more blue. Add more blue to me quickly. As soon as the words came out, the spirit gathering array behind him had already appeared with light. It was obvious that Pei Jinya had already noticed it, and he had already taken action before he spoke. At the same time, Pei Jinya also moved, walking past Yu Sanqing. She startled him. Fuck, what are you doing? Brother Yu. Don't be distracted. Shoot the arrow as soon as possible, Brother Lan. Lead him to the 7 o'clock direction. I will set up another poison array. It should be useful. Pei Jinya voice came. Following that, several balls of light flew out of his hand, and were set up on the ground. Yu Sanqing saw a blood-red grass, naturally remembered what this thing was, twitched the corner of his mouth, and wondered if he should retreat further. But Lan Xingqiu had already taken action. He did not dare to delay any longer, and quickly fired several more 7-star arrows. Lan Xingqiu tried to distract the golden tiger monster as much as possible. But the opponent was too powerful, and he was a little overwhelmed. If it were not for Yu Sanqing arrows to attract firepower for him, and Pei Jinya formation to provide him with star power, if it were not for 5 minutes, he would probably die of exhaustion. But how could there be a celestial monster of this level here? It shouldn't be. Okay, Brother Lan, I'm counting on you. I will personally enter the formation to lead him in. After the formation is set up, you will attack at the same time. Don't worry about me. I can dodge. Pei Jinya's voice came at this time. But after hearing what he said, Lan Xingqiu's face changed slightly. Even Yu Sanqing couldn't help but look at him. This kid, if he really comes up to me when something happens, I can handle it. Lan Xingqiu saw Pei Jinya had already entered the formation, and without delay, he quickly retreated. Yu Sanqing also began to move constantly, shooting arrows one after another, and killing some other tiger monsters who tried to attack. That it. Pei Jinya's voice sounded. The next second, he formed a complex formation seal with his hands. The beast trap formation from Master Jubing could even trap a terrifying guy like the Blood Dragon. So how could it not trap this guy? It's just that the materials for the beast trap formation are a little lacking. He could only find other similar materials to replace them. The effect would be weakened, but it would not be too weak. Besides, he also added the 10,000 poison formation. With a tongue sound, the red mist suddenly enveloped Pei Jinya and the golden tiger monster. Yu Sanqing looked reluctant and looked at Lan Xingqiu. Lan Xingqiu did not hesitate and shouted, "Attack!" He remembered Pei Jinya's arrangement and did not hesitate. The spear flashed and stabbed fiercely. The poisonous mist was rolled up as the spear pierced the golden tiger monster. Dozens of arrows flashed one after another. A faint light flashed. The formation was completely formed. Just when Lan Xingqiu and Yu Sanqing found that they could not attack, they became nervous. Junior brother Pei? I'm behind a tree not far away. Pei Jinya's face turned pale. Lan Xingqiu and Yu Sanqing took a quick step and hurriedly supported him. Are you okay? Pei Jinya waved his hand, just a little weak. The two senior brothers acted in time just now. The poisonous fog has been injected into this guy's body. Even if it doesn't work in a short time, it will be trapped here, and its speed and strength will be weakened. You don't have to worry about me. Clear out other celestial monsters nearby as soon as possible, and then concentrate your firepower on this big guy. Brother Pei is right. Such a big commotion may have alarmed others. A quick battle is the best way. Old Lon. It up to you now. I stay here and assist you remotely. Yu Sanqing looked over. Lan Xingshu nodded, and his figure quickly disappeared. Yu Sanqing continued to shoot arrows. Pei Jinya swallowed the pill and began to recover his strength. After an instant's stick of time, he slowly stopped. Lan Xingshu also happened to run over from a distance, bringing back a lot of monster cores. Yu Sanqing looked at the blood-colored and dimly lit poison formation on the side, and was somewhat frightened. There has been no movement for a while. Could he be dead? Be careful. I'm going to start the formation, Pei Jinya said. Then he started to fight. The moment the formation was opened, a huge figure suddenly rushed over. Yu Sanqing was immediately shocked and angry. Not dead yet? Lan Xingshu also wanted to fight in a hurry, but Pei Jinya was faster, and he quickly slashed down with 2 lightning bolts. Swish! The flashing light directly took away the 2 front limbs of the golden tiger, and blood gushed out. This scene happened too quickly. So much so that Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing looked at each other. Yu Sanqing silently gestured a thumbs up. I mean, too awesome. Pei Jinya smiled bitterly and said, we still need to trouble the 2 senior brothers to finish it. Leave it to me, Lan Xingshu said softly. Then he rushed over with a gun. The golden tiger monster that lost its forelimbs was obviously a lamb on the chopping board. It was stabbed to death in a few seconds. The eyes that were unwilling to close had gradually dimmed. When Lan Xingshu took out the monster core, he was suddenly surprised. 7 petals. He turned his head to look. Yu Sanqing was also surprised. Fuck, we made a fortune. Breakthrough on the battlefield, but unexpectedly. I was trapped by Brother Pei formation. This formation is really scary. He was amazed. When Lan Xingshu came back with the 7-petal demon core, his face was also a rare surprise. Normally, we are not too close to the inner circle. It is probably that it came out specially, wanting to break through, but it didn't expect to run into us. Yu Sanqing laughed heartily. It really made a fortune. Today, at least 36-petal demon cores were harvested. Now there is another 7-petal demon core. Pei Jinya was also laughing. The mission had been completed. It was just a matter of who had the highest score. The more people killed, the higher the score would be. Besides that, there was another possibility. To seize other people's demon cores. Pa 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 applause came from one side. The smile on Yu Sanqing's face disappeared immediately, and he looked over in surprise. Lan Xingshu had also put away the 7-petal demon core, and looked over with a worried look. A figure appeared on the opposite side at some point. He did not choose to sneak attack, but appeared openly. This in itself is a manifestation of great confidence. The value of 36 million above his head is indeed very strong. However, probably because of something he had experienced before. The value shows 21.03 million/36 million. I thought that attracting this guy would make you suffer a little. But I didn't expect. Your Luo Empire really surprised me. What did you call the formation just now? Wan Tian Hai. Yu Sanqing spat out the name of the man word by word. Pei Jinya smiled behind him. Want to learn? Kowtow, and I will teach you. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became cold. Yu Sanqing turned his head in astonishment. His heart was in turmoil. Brother Pei Wei is really wild. What your name? Wan Tianhai narrowed his eyes and looked over. Pei Jinya opened his mouth and said 3 words. Wening Dai. The 2 brothers next to him were slightly stunned. Is you? Dad? What made them even more nervous was that Wan Tianhai really believed it, and they were seriously wondering when there would be such a family in the Morui Empire. The atmosphere on the field was inexplicable. Wan Tianhai said lightly, no more nonsense. Do you want to hand over the demon core voluntarily, or do I do it myself? How do you talk to your father? Pei Jinya voice came. Wan Tianhai expression froze. Yu Sanqing was a little scared, reached out, and tugged at the corner of Pei Jinya clothes. If we fight later, it will be really difficult to end. However, he was interrupted by Lan Xingshu. He believed that junior brother Pei was not a person who would attack without purpose. Wan Tianhai fixed his eyes on Pei Jinya's face again. After hesitating for a moment, his eyes suddenly burst into murderous intent. And he reacted. You? Senior brother Wan, he is deliberately provoking you. Don't be angry. A woman voice came from the woods behind him. She quickly jumped to Wan Tianhai's side and hurriedly persuaded him. Wan Tianhai's face also became serious. He glared at Pei Jinya fiercely. He almost fell into this kid trap. Pei Jinya also cried out inwardly that it was a pity. Yu Sanqing also just reacted. What a pity, if we can kill him directly with the rules, we will make a lot of money. It all because of this woman. Lan Xingshu transmitted the message. I will deal with Wan Tianhai later, you take junior brother Pei away. But Pei Jinya smiled bitterly and transmitted the message. I'm afraid we can't get away. Nandong Si from Tianwu is nearby, I sense it. Lan Xingshu was silent. Yu Sanqing's expression could not be held back. Damn, my luck is too bad. What should I do? You two big brothers. Tell me, I listen to you. Lan Xingshu looked at Pei Jinya in silence. That seemed to mean you lose I. Tell me. Pei Jinya secretly sent a message to Nandong Si. Unexpectedly, the other party responded. But the lion asked for a big request, not only the 7-petal demon core, but also 106-petal demon cores. It seemed very confident, and he had Pei Jinya in his hands. But what Nandong Si didn't expect was that the other party fell into silence after asking, as if he hadn't asked anything just now. Suddenly, the pair of willow eyebrows slightly raised. Don't agree? If you don't agree now, what other ways do you have to break the deadlock? Nandong Si looked at Pei Jinya in deep thought. She looked at him, as if she wanted to see something from his face. But Pei Jinya looked calm, and she couldn't see anything. If she really had to say it, it was confidence. But why is he so confident? That Wan Tianhai. Nandong Si lowered her head and frowned. Even she had to avoid Wan Tianhai's strength. She had many formations in her hands. But she couldn't use them at will. Otherwise, she would have no way out in the future. She looked around suspiciously. She did not sense any cultivators from other countries. She thought Pei Jinya was just pretending and sneered. Miss, should we take action? The patterned man next to her asked in a low voice. Of course not. Nandong Si crossed his arms and sneered. Let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. While speaking, his eyes subconsciously looked at Pei Jinya. What should we do? Yu Sanqing asked in a voice transmission. Pei Jinya replied in a voice transmission. I just tested Nandong Si, ask her to take action. She is unwilling. But it is clear that she intends for us to consume Wan Tianhai first. Zhua. This woman is not a good person at first glance. Yu Sanqing immediately cursed in the voice transmission. It seems that he really expected Nandong Si to take action before. Lan Xingshu said nothing. Grabbed the black dragon spear. And resisted the pressure from Wan Tianhai from a distance. Pei Jinya slowly transmitted the voice. You. Do you dare to kill Wan Tianhai? Lan Xingshu turned his head suddenly. Even Yu Sanqing was stunned. To be honest, I have been in Shinshan for 3 years, but I am not as thrilled as I was today. This excitement was all given by this junior brother Pei. Wan Tianhai did not give them too much time to discuss. He suppressed his anger and took his companions forward. The 3 of them surrounded me. Lan Xingshu, you should understand. If I take action, you can't stop me. How do you know if you don't try? Pei Jinya's voice suddenly came. This discordant voice made Wan Tianhai eyelids twitch. Brother Wan. The female monk behind him called softly, which forced him to suppress his anger again. I know, I can't be angry. The female monk was relieved, and then turned her head to look in the direction of Pei Jinya. The affectionate look just now suddenly became extremely cold, and scolded, what a sharp-tongued boy. Since you, the Mo Luo Empire, are incapable of teaching you how to behave, I will make the decision for your elders. After saying that, a red light flashed in his hand. The flame flew out of his hand, and quickly expanded in the air to become a fire net with a diameter of more than 10 meters, covering the area below. You bitch! Do you really think I'm dead? Yu Sanqing cursed angrily, and shot a 7-star continuous arrow directly. Bang! The arrow bombarded the fire net. The female cultivator of Insha country narrowed her eyes immediately, and quickly formed a seal with her hands, but Yu Sanqing's arrow was faster, flying straight at him. Swoosh! The next second, a white light flashed. Yu Sanqing's arrow was shattered. Wan Tianhai looked up expressionlessly. Yu Sanqing's arrow was annihilated by the pure sword intent emanating from him. This guy seems a bit outmatched. Yu Sanqing hurriedly sent a message. The fighting spirit on Lan Xingshu's sword to the sky. But at this time, Pei Jinya sent a message faintly. Brother, delay him for 3 minutes, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Lan Xingshu rushed out when he said this. Yu Sanqing's face changed slightly. And he hurriedly looked at Pei Jinya, whispering, are you sure? Everything depends on human effort. Besides, he doesn't intend to let us go. Pei Jinya said quickly, and made a move in secret. He knew that Nandong-si had been staring at him. So he immediately stretched out his hand and swung it, hiding his figure. Sure enough, after Nandong-si watched this guy disappear, his eyebrows raised. This guy narrowed his eyes. Miss, what should we do? Who should we attack first? The painted-faced man was ready to make a move. He wanted to bully Wan Tianhai. He had heard of Wan Tianhai's bad reputation a long time ago, but the formation master of the Emeluo Empire was also a bit of a hindrance. Keep an eye on Wan Tianhai. Nandong-si did not look at Wan Tianhai, but quickly formed a seal, trying to find Pei Jinya whereabouts. She had a feeling that this guy would definitely be a stumbling block for her. Unexpectedly, Pei Jinya attack speed was even faster than she imagined. The red poison array suddenly enveloped the area. The range of the poison array was even larger than the previous attack on the golden tiger monster. Nandong-si was shocked and angry, because when Pei Jinya attacked, he not only targeted Wan Tianhai, but also her. This made Nandong-si feel incredible. How dare she? But when she quickly calmed down, she suddenly felt that Pei Jinya was right. If it were her, she would definitely do the same thing under such circumstances. Only by dragging everyone down with her can she get rid of the crisis. But Nandong-si was still very unhappy. I haven't taken the initiative to attack you. And you dare to bully me first. Attack the Morua Empire first. We must catch that kid, and I will deal with him myself. Nandong-si gave an order. The two figures behind her rushed out directly. But suddenly Nandong-si's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Come back, in an illusion array." But she was too late to speak. The moment the two burly men rushed out, they disappeared from her sight. Nandong-si gritted her teeth. "You bastard. I won't forgive you." But in the blink of an eye, poisonous mist gushed over. Nandong-si slapped her waist, and a green light emerged, covering her whole body. She thought she would be able to break through the array in front of her soon. But what she didn't expect was that the cleverness of the poison array and the illusion array actually frustrated her for a while. The eldest daughter of the Nandong family, who was known as the daughter of the genius of formation, felt a sense of frustration for the first time. How could it be impossible to break it? She did not immediately use the high-level formation to break the formation, but tried to use her own means. Soon she found that the formation in front of her was ingenious and changeable, and the center of the formation was not fixed. Such a crazy design actually came from a guy who looked about the same age as her. It made Nandong-si a little nervous. Could it be? He is more powerful than me? Pei Jinya didn't care about the cultivators of Tianwu. He focused on dealing with Wan Tianhai with Lan Qingshu and Yu Sanqing. Lin Qiu didn't come. It seemed that he was injured after being taught a lesson by Nandong-si, so he hid somewhere. But Wan Tianhai obviously thought that he could fight 2 against 3. He quickly made a hand gesture. Green light spurted out of his mouth. Wherever the green light swept, the ground was cold. In a blink of an eye, the cold mist rolled up and killed Lan Qingshu and the other 2. But it was empty in a moment. He suddenly realized. Not good, in an illusion array. "Sister Luo?" he shouted hurriedly. But there was no trace of the female cultivator beside him. His face turned cold. For the first time, he had the intention to kill Pei Jinya. The red poisonous fog quickly enveloped him. The green plants along the way withered and died instantly after being contaminated. It was extremely toxic. How naive. Wan Tianhai sneered and took out a piece of ancient tortoise shell from his storage bag. He flipped his hand. A green light shield enveloped him. In a blink of an eye, the 7-star continuous arrows bombarded over. The tortoise shell in front of Wan Tianhai almost broke. He shouted loudly. He quickly formed a seal. But what surprised him was that the illusion array was unpredictable. He couldn't even determine the position of Lan Qingshu and the others. The hateful tortoise shell was not all around, so he was still attacked by Lan Qingshu when he was caught off guard. Blood spurted out of his shoulder. The blood fell on the red mist in the air and melted instantly. This scene also made Wan Tianhai's scalp numb. What kind of poison is this? He was thinking. If he was accidentally covered by this poisonous fog, he would definitely die. Right? After half an hour of targeting, Wan Tianhai had been struggling to resist. He had more and more injuries on his body. Swoosh! Arrows came from a distance. It was Lin Qiu. He heard the noise and rushed to rescue people. Wan Tianhai was relieved. Suddenly he realized that there was something wrong with the space in front of him. He turned around quickly and saw that the young formation master had actually touched behind him. A bolt of lightning struck down. You're looking for death. He dodged in shock and anger. He really couldn't control his anger. He was frightened by Pei Jinshan's unnoticed contact with his back. But it also triggered the will of Shanshan. A bolt of lightning condensed and fell instantly. Wan Tianhai hurriedly blocked it with his tortoise shell. But what he didn't expect was that the originally indestructible tortoise shell was actually blasted with a hole. Wan Tianhai's heart was bleeding. My sky turtle shield. You deserve to die. Wan Tianhai wanted to tear Pei Jinya apart, but his anger attracted another thunderbolt, and he was blown away. The formation was disbanded. The red fog was swept away by more than a dozen arrows. When Lin Qiu appeared, Pei Jinya, Lan Xingshu, and Yu Sanqing had all disappeared. Not far away, Nandong's young face was covered with sweat, and two strong men knelt on the ground. One of them had his arm corroded by the poisonous fog. It looked extremely scary. Brother. Lin Qiu saw Wan Tianhai falling in the jungle, and hurried over. Wan Tianhai quickly stood up, looked around, ignoring Lin Qiu, but looking for Pei Jinya's whereabouts. He swore that he would never let this kid go. The blood on the corner of his mouth was still there. He reached out and touched it. But his expression changed drastically. Where the storage bag? He was stunned. He lowered his head and looked for it quickly. Shit, where my storage bag? He widened his eyes and confirmed repeatedly. My storage bag had indeed disappeared. I recalled it after a while. My storage bag must have been snatched away by that formation master during the fight just now. Oh my god! The veins on Wan Tianhai's neck suddenly popped up, but he suddenly heard the female cultivator next to him comforting him. Brother, don't be angry, don't be angry. No. Wan Tianhai gritted his teeth and said word by word. The anger that he wanted to vent was suppressed by him. Nandong's expression was not good either, because she really felt frustrated. She had tried every possible means, but still couldn't find the center of the compound formation just now. This meant that without relying on the family weapon, she couldn't fight against the formation master of the Emoluo Empire in a short time. The frustration came quickly, but it also dissipated quickly. So what if I can't break it? The road to becoming strong is never just relying on oneself. You can also become strong if you are good at using your own resources. Since I have the resources of my family, why can't I use them? The thought was determined. The frustration on Nandong's face was immediately swept away. He looked up. Their eyes met. For some reason, Wan Tianhai secretly said bad in his heart. The next second, Nandong suddenly threw out an 8th grade formation. Wan Tianhai, you should know what to do. Nandong, are you crazy? Wan Tianhai roared with anger, and quickly took action. It was a pity that his storage bag was snatched away by that bastard. His magic weapon was in there. Without it, he couldn't exert his best strength. Lin Qiu shot an arrow. The junior sister beside him also used the fireball technique. Nandong fought 3 people alone, and his formations appeared frequently. He would never worry about his formations again. This also made Wan Tianhai suffer a lot. Lin Qiu was also injured and looked ugly. The worst was the female cultivator. Her face was scratched by the wind blade, and blood was dripping. I had told Wan Tianhai not to get angry many times, but after her face was injured, how could she suppress her anger? She screamed and said she wanted to kill Nandong. Nandong just snorted coldly, and her hands formed countless seals. She suddenly stopped. She looked up. Wan Tianhai was also horrified. When Lin Qiu had already retreated violently, he shouted loudly, Junior Sister Luo, don't get angry. However, the female cultivator screamed and bared her teeth and claws. When she rushed towards Nandong, a thunderbolt as big as 10 people hug fell from the sky. Boom! Instantly, the ground within a radius of 10 meters, trees were crushed by the explosion. Lin Qiu's face was full of horror. Even Wan Tianhai widened his eyes, looking blankly at his junior sister who had been reduced to ashes, leaving only the fire on the ground. Nandong narrowed her eyes, still frightened. This was her first time entering the sacred mountain, although she had heard from her family that the rules here were terrifying, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Now she had truly seen it. Nandong, Wan Tianhai roared, but was held back by Lin Qiu. Nandong took a deep breath and looked over, sneering, Don't yell at me, you killed her. If you hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on resisting, she wouldn't have died. Wan Tianhai almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but was dragged away by Lin Qiu. Nandong hesitated but didn't chase after him. Miss. The painted-faced strongman hurried forward and asked with concern. Nandongsi raised his hand, said faintly, I underestimated Shishan. No wonder my father asked me to come here to hone my mind, let go. By the way, that formation master of the Luo Empire. I want to know all his information. Yes. Brother Wan. Is the storage bag really lost? Lin Qiu was also a little nervous. The demon cores they had obtained in the past 5 days were all in Wan Tianhai's storage bag. Wan Tianhai suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that kid to be so cunning. But there is a restriction I put on the storage bag. He shouldn't be able to break it. Should? Lin Qiu's face was not very good. He pondered. The man from the Luo Empire looks unfamiliar. It's not the first time I've dealt with him. The formation is indeed a bit tricky. Senior brother, please think of a way quickly. Find the whereabouts of Lan Xingshu and the others. I am worried that the boy can break the restriction you left behind. Break it? How could he do that? Wan Tianhai was a little angry. Lin Qiu stopped talking. Both sides fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward. Wan Tianhai knew that he was acting on impulse. After a while of silence, he said, How is your injury recovery? It's not fully recovered yet. The previous battle has triggered my old injuries. Even if I encounter a sky-level demon, it will be difficult for me to deal with it alone. Lin Qiu shook his head and said in silence. Wan Tianhai's heart sank. Even if the people of the Moro Empire could not break the restrictions he left on the storage bag, if they successfully waited until the end of the assessment with their storage bag, he would definitely fail this round of assessment. When he thought of the pressure on his shoulders, he said in a deep voice, You stay here to recover, and I will go after them. Lin Qiu said hurriedly, Okay, be sure to come back when dusk falls. Wan Tianhai nodded. But before he could fly far, his face suddenly changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell headfirst into the jungle with a look of horror. How is it possible? How could they break the restrictions I left behind? Wan Tianhai rushed out like crazy. At this moment, he no longer cared about the demon cores in his storage bag. What he cared about was the mini trump cards in his storage bag. Luo Empire. Damn the formation master. Fuck, got rich? Yu Sanqing exclaimed. His eyes were small to begin with, and now the smile on his face was so big that he couldn't even see his eyes. Pei Jinya poured out everything in Wan Tianhai's storage bag. He didn't expect that. The blue book could break the restriction of Wan Tianhai's storage bag. There were hundreds of demon cores alone. The 6-petal Yunqiu level demon cores were even more than what they had killed. In addition, there are many materials for refining weapons. They are all good stuff. This is pure heaven gold. A good thing for tempering weapons. You need at least 200 merits to exchange for it. Yu Sanqing exclaimed. Lan Xingshu explained to Pei Jinya, You need to get the top 3 at least twice to accumulate 200 merits. It's very difficult. Yu Sanqing followed up with another exclamation. Fuck. So many pills. I really gave them away. And saved at least 600 merits. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing and said, 2 brothers. Share it. Lan Xingshu shook his head. You snatched the things back. And they belong to you. Yu Sanqing also came to his senses and nodded. Indeed. You are the only one who is brave and careful. And you can do it. The things you get are naturally yours. Pei Jinya shook his head and said, That's not how it works. Without the 2 brothers holding him back, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. After that, he divided the things equally. Yu Sanqing couldn't help looking at Lan Xingshu. And he was a little surprised. This junior brother Pei really has a big vision. This guy is definitely someone who can accomplish great things. But he didn't feel comfortable asking for so much. Pei Jinya formation played a big role along the way. And when he fought with Wan Tianhai, Pei Jinya formation played a great role. This is beyond doubt. So he only left 1 bottle of elixir. He pushed all the rest in front of Pei Jinya. He didn't ask Lan Xingshu's opinion. He had known Lao Lan for so long, and they both knew each other. Sure enough, when Yu Sanqing pushed the things over, Lan Xingshu also reached out and pushed the things over. I keep these 3 Yushao pills, you keep the rest. We have all entered the Yushao level, you still have to get stronger as soon as possible. In the future array assessment, if you are participating alone, Senior Brother Yuan will not let you take action in the short term. But if there are multiple participants, I'm afraid you will have to join. We have relatively few array control masters, you should have noticed, so get stronger as soon as possible. Yu Sanqing also smiled and patted Pei Jinya on the shoulder, and said, Old Lan is usually a quiet person. You only talk a lot to your own people. And to be honest, our brothers will not be polite to you. If you take more, It will be a slap in our faces. Since the two senior brothers said so, Pei Jinya could not say anything else. He pushed 2 more bottles of pills over. If I use these pills now, it will be a waste of resources. You two senior brothers, please keep them. There is only 1 day left. Wan Tianhai will probably go crazy and cause trouble for us. So the effect of my formation endurance may be greatly reduced. We have to rely on the 2 brothers to be able to respond to situations. Yu Sanqing's smile faded a little. When he thought of Wan Tianhai, he had a headache. This guy is in the late Yushao realm. It really not easy to deal with. Let not talk about the female fire mage for now. Linqiu archery is really strong. I'm afraid it will be a tough battle next. Lan Xingshu looked calm. Just fight when they come. It no big deal. But what should we do now? Yu Sanqing looked. The assessment task is 500 4-petal demon cores. It's still unstable. Lan Xingshu shook his head and said, there are fewer celestial demons recently. Liuxi Mountain in Dongying Kingdom should not be underestimated. And Lin Jingze in Shijiang Kingdom. We haven't found his whereabouts so far. Try to find as many as possible. Let's set a main line. Pei Jinya suddenly said. Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing looked over and motioned him to continue. Pei Jinya saw this and said, let me tell you my thoughts. If there is anything wrong, please let me know. Then he said, Yinsha country has killed so many heavenly demons, they will definitely not think about competing for the 2nd place and protecting the 3rd place. We have so many demon cores, although the 1st place is not stable, there is still a possibility, there is still 1 day, we can hunt some 6-petal heavenly demons. But the main line is to avoid the cultivators of other countries as much as possible. Avoid? Sure enough. When he heard this word, Lan Xingshu frowned subconsciously. But Yu Sanqing gestured. Listen to what junior brother says first. Lan Xingshu said nothing. Pei Jinya smiled and said, I know it may be difficult for senior brother Lan. But there is a situation now. If Wan Tianhai throws all his eggs in one basket and announces to everyone that all the demon cores of Yinsha country are in our hands, will we become the target of public criticism? If Lu Shishan, Nandong Lin Jingze and Wan Tianhai attack us together, what is the chance that we can stop them? This rhetorical question made Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing silent. After a while, Yu Sanqing said slowly, why don't we hide first? I feel that based on my understanding of Wan Tianhai, he won't do this, but Lin Qiu will definitely tell it. Then our pressure will be too much. Wan Tianhai alone can make them suffer. What if Nandong Si is added? If junior brother Pei hadn't caught Nandong Si off guard just now, Nandong Si formation would definitely restrain them. At that time, let alone snatching Wan Tianhai's storage bag, it's hard to say whether they can leave alive. Damn it. Where on earth are they hiding? Wan Tianhai had been looking for Pei Jinya and the other 3 for a whole night. At this moment, his hair was disheveled. His eyes were red. And he looked like he hadn't rested well. Lin Qiu stood behind him, dissected the celestial demon on the ground, took out the demon core, and put it in his storage bag without saying a word. Because he had quarreled with Wan Tianhai again 10 minutes ago. Lin Qiu asked Wan Tianhai to spread the news, announcing to the public that all the demon cores of their Yinsha country had been taken away by Lan Xingshu and the other 3. But Wan Tianhai refused to agree no matter what he said, and even turned his face in a hurry. Lin Qiu looked at him indifferently, expressionless. Sometimes he really wanted to ask Wan Tianhai, is face so important? But he didn't ask. He began to hunt the sky demon silently. At least, he could make up for it. Swish. The sound moved. Lin Qiu made a quick move. 3 arrows appeared in front of him. But they went out in an instant. It seems that you are injured. And the injury is not light. A voice came. Lu Shishan came from a distance, looking at him with a smile. Did that bitch Nandong Si do it? Lin Qiu and his vassal brothers were severely beaten by Nandong Si using a formation. He still remembered it clearly. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it if that bitch went crazy. When Lin Qiu saw him coming, he put away the arrow instead, and said lightly, it was all thanks to you. If you had joined me, the demon core in Nandong Si hand would at least fall into our hands. Seeing him like this, Lu Shishan was somewhat surprised, but thought there might be a trap. So he did not step forward, and sneered, that woman is just petty. Why should I offend her? But you? Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of Wan Tianhai dragging his sword in the distance. Lin Qiu did not take it seriously, and said lightly, you are a step late. The demon cores in our hands were snatched away by the Mo Luo Empire. And Sister Luo is already dead. Lu Shishan was stunned. Wan Tianhai had already rushed over. But he didn't glare at him. Instead, he glared at Lin Qiu. Why did you say that? Didn't I say no? If you don't say that, are you going to fight him? It's a waste of time. Right. Now what we need to do is to reduce the losses. Lin Qiu looked at him coldly. Wan Tianhai was furious. But he suppressed it, I know. I said I take care of the rest. Leave it to you? Look at how you look now. How can I feel at ease with you? You? The two suddenly quarreled. This made Lu Shishan embarrassed. He looked at the two suspiciously. And was a little puzzled. Could they be acting? Suddenly, Lin Qiu said, What are you hiding? What else is there to hide? The people of Tianwu were at the scene at the time. Maybe it has spread all over the outside world by now. I told you to stop talking. Ignoring the quarrel between the two, Lu Shishan had an idea. Nanongzi knew about this? He left immediately and asked the people around him to test the truth. After he left, Lin Qiu, who was still arguing with Wan Tianhai, also calmed down. He turned his head to look at Wan Tianhai and said calmly, You performed very well just now. Wan Tianhai choked on the dirty words that were about to come out of his mouth. Opened his mouth and looked caught off guard. And then watched Lin Qiu turn around and leave. He lost all his strength at once. Looking at Lin Qiu back as he left calmly, he felt an indescribable powerlessness. He kicked a blade of grass in front of him in annoyance. What kind of formation is this? Yu Sanqing asked curiously. After Pei Jinya activated the formation, he buried himself in the treetops and whispered, This little thing is not a rare formation. It's just an improvement on the clairvoyance, which can be used for remote observation. Yu Sanqing was stunned when he heard it. Fuck, you call this a little thing? Pei Jinya laughed. It really nothing. The formation structure of the clairvoyance formation is simple to begin with. It will be simpler with a little improvement. Yu Sanqing opened his mouth. Is it really simple? Yes, it is really simple. Pei Jinya smiled. It is really simple. But afterward, Yu Sanqing asked other formation masters. No one had ever heard of the clairvoyance formation, let alone drawing it. It always feels like it is not simple. Yu Sanqing wanted to try the effect. Pei Jinya took him to try it. After a button-sized crystal piece was activated, it was attached to the front of the eyes. You can see the situation outside the array. Yu Sanqing saw it clearly. He was immediately amazed. Brother Pei, your array attainments are really the most amazing I have ever seen. He quickly called Lan Xingshu. Old Lan, I give you a try with something good. Lan Xingshu was pulled over, tried it, and was immediately shocked, and quickly asked, What is the maximum control distance? It depends on the materials. Pei Jinya said, The materials I am using now can only maintain a maximum of 3 kilometers. If it exceeds the limit, the connection will be cut off. However, when it reappears in the future, it can be automatically activated as long as the spirit stone in the center of the formation still has energy. 3 kilometers. Lan Xingshu pondered. However, Yu Sanqing praised and said, 3 kilometers is already very good. Even if Wan Tianhai comes to kill us, we can retreat in time. I think we should let Junior Brother Pei make a few more, so that we can let go. Then Junior Brother Pei. Please. Lan Xingshu looked at Pei Jinya. Just tell me what materials you need. Old Yu and I can both make some. You're welcome. I still have materials in my hand. I can arrange more than 10. Pei Jinya immediately started to get busy. When he was arranging the 5th one, Yu Sanqing suddenly shouted hurriedly, Something going on. Lin Jingze is coming with a group of people. This guy has so many followers. Fuck, he coming to us. What should we do? Should we fight? Lan Xingshu was eager to move, but thinking of what Pei Jinya said before, he immediately shook his head. Retreat first. There are only 7 hours left. He signaled Pei Jinya to retreat. Pei Jinya put away the materials. The area of more than 20 kilometers has been included in the monitoring area. After the 3 left, Lin Jingze frowned. Disappeared? He sensed a wave right here. But unfortunately, the other party had disappeared when he came. But he was obviously very careful. But he still let people escape. Damn it. This guy is really here to chase us. Yu Sanqing squinted at the crystal, taking Lin Jingze's expression into consideration. Then he heard a voice from Lin Jingze's side. Brother Lin, Lu Shishan said that the demon cores of Yinsha country were snatched away by the people of Maluo Empire, and it seems that Nangongzi has also testified. Maluo Empire was able to snatch the demon cores of Yinsha country, so they must be the first. Right? Damn, I'm really envious. Lin Jingze said coldly. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly find Lan Xingshu and the other 3. As long as you find them, I promise to give you 30% of the demon cores. Even if it only 30%, you can still get a high ranking. The cultivators from other countries agreed to this. Damn! Now everyone knows that Wan Tianhai's storage bag is in our hands. What should we do? Yu Sanqing's face changed immediately when he heard what the other party said. Lan Xingshu didn't say anything, as if there was a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Pei Jinya calculated the time and said, there are still 5 hours left. Just hold on for the last 5 hours. 5 hours is not long, not short. The next battle is bound to be fierce. Yu Sanqing said worriedly. At first, he just thought that if he was lucky, he might be able to get into the top 3. But now, with this situation, he felt as if he would definitely get the first place. Just when his face was subtle, he suddenly saw something, and immediately became serious. After confirming it, he said, Damn, Nandongxi is here, and she seemed to look at me. Hearing this, Pei Jinya immediately said, Retreat, she is a formation master, and if she has a high-level formation breaking technique, she may still be able to find us. Damn, she really inhumane. Why doesn't she just behave like a young lady? Why does she have to come here to show off her wealth? Yu Sanqing stood up, cursing. At the same time, in the forest, Lin Jingze was leading his men to confront Nandongxi. What wrong? Young lady? The painted-faced burly man asked in a low voice. I feel something is wrong. Nandongxi frowned slightly, couldn't tell where that feeling came from, and didn't even pay attention to Lin Jingze, and lowered his head and pondered for a while before remembering she seemed to be spied on. Her face changed slightly. She hurried forward. The cultivators around Lin Jingze thought she was going to attack, and they all took out their weapons. Lin Jingze also narrowed his eyes and said loudly, Nandongxi, I have the initiative now. Do you want to cooperate? He was impressed by Nandongxi's formation skills. But unfortunately, Nandongxi didn't like him. He took out a black compass and found that the needle on it was spinning wildly. Her face changed suddenly. She hurriedly led her people to quickly withdraw from the forest. After suffering a loss at the hands of Pei Jinya, the cunning formation master, she has always been wary of this guy. When Lin Jingze saw her suddenly leave, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked around cautiously. It was the first time he saw Nandongxi looking so anxious. He felt uneasy in his heart. Brother Lin, it seems that the people of Tianwu Kingdom dare not go against us. Brother Lin is so powerful. Everyone complimented Lin Jingze. However, he felt unsure in his heart. He lowered his gaze. Hurry up and find the people from the Moro Empire. We don't have much time left. Just rest here, Pei Jinya said. This place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. I go set up the array. I go with you. Yu Sanqing stood up and said. Pei Jinya smiled and said, No need. You guys take a rest first, and take good care of yourself. Save it for the final battle. We have to get out eventually. If those guys can't find us now, they will definitely launch a counterattack in the end. At least if you grab it at the last moment, it will be considered an achievement. Yu Sanqing had to give up after hearing this. Call us immediately if there is anything. Don't worry, I won't go too far. 2 hours later, Lu Xishan team and Nandongxi team started fighting, each trying to snatch the demon core from the other. Wan Tianhai and Lin Qiu met on the road, did not intervene, but were eventually dragged by Lu Xishan to target Nandongxi. Lin Qiu was really tempted. For Tianwu, this dog family, if they could share the food, maybe I can really keep my top 3 position. Nandongxi was not afraid at all. But as Lin Jingze joined in, Nandongxi also began to feel pressured. Lin Jingze did not forget to recruit Nandongxi. Do you want to join me? Get out. Who do you think you are? Nandongxi threw out the fiery array, and was very angry at Lin Jingze's pressure. Lin Jingze was also angry at her attitude, but he did not dare to get angry in front of the will of the mountain. But the speed of attack also became more rapid. Miss Yugo, I and Laoshan will stop them. The painted-faced strongman shouted loudly. Nandongxi did not say anything, continuously pinching out the magic formula, manipulating the formation to fight 10 people alone. But being attacked by dozens of people together, even she felt it was very difficult. Miss, run! The painted-faced strongman suddenly used a secret method, burning the power of the stars, and rushed forward alone, and in an instant, it was like thousands of troops galloping. Nandongxi also knew that if she didn't run away at this moment, she would have wasted her life. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Jingze and the others with hatred, then turned around and ran. Don't let this witch run away. Chase her. There were angry curses behind her, followed by the shouts of her two companions. It was the first time that Nangongxi was beaten away in such a miserable way. She was so angry that her eyes were red. After running all the way, the energy of the formation was exhausted, and she fell into a mountain forest. Unexpectedly, there were some wolf demons nearby, and they were also startled by the figure falling from the sky. After they came to their senses, they bared their teeth and rushed over. Nangongxi was already angry, and he killed all the wolf demons with a cold face. He stood in a pool of blood when he was almost exhausted, and he was at a loss. It seems that your situation is not easy either. A voice suddenly sounded. Nangongxi quickly became alert. He turned his hand to set up a magic circle, but he stopped halfway through the arrangement. She turned her head to look. The pair of handsome sword-like eyebrows really caught her eyes at the first time. Nangongxi looked away and snorted coldly. So you are hiding here. If you dare to make a move, I will let them all come in. Pei Jinya stepped forward and smiled softly. Nangongxi looked a little flustered. What are you going to do? Pei Jinya stopped, as if thinking about something. Nangongxi was secretly on guard. His left and right arms have now been stopped by Lin Jingze, Wan Tianhai and others. The power of her own formation was also consumed by 90%, and she had to go out to replenish the materials. She was unsure if she really had to fight Pei Jinya head-on. Pei Jinya had left a deep impression on her. Let trade. Nangongxi suddenly spoke when Pei Jinya was thinking. Pei Jinya looked over without saying a word. If they really had to fight, he was not sure. Unless Lan Qingshu and Yu Sanqing were there, it would take time for them to arrive. Besides, the female cultivator in front of her had many formations in her hands, and the quality is very high. If you can't keep it, there will be endless troubles. Tell me how to cooperate, Pei Jinya said in a deep voice. One move. The light circle under his feet instantly enveloped him, and Nangongxi. Under Nangongxi's shocked face, he said lightly, It's just to prevent others from eavesdropping on our conversation. Don't be nervous. Of course I know, Nangongxi said stubbornly. But looking at Pei Jinya half-smile, he also looked away with a guilty conscience, took a deep breath, and said, Now in Yinsha country, Dongning and Shijiang are not far away. Let's join forces to deal with them, and divide the storage bag equally. Pei Jinya just looked at him with interest. You are alone, and you still want to drag us down, to deal with so many people? Why don't you say that we are divided equally? Nangongxi was immediately angry. I am alone, but my family is rich, at least give me 40%. On the edge of the cliff, Yu Sanqing couldn't help but said, Do you really trust that young lady? Lan Qingshu didn't say anything. Pei Jinya shook his head and said, I don't trust her. Yu Sanqing immediately pulled the corner of his mouth. But he heard Pei Jinya say, Although I don't trust her, we can still use her. She also wants to use us. Wait for her to lure people here first. Then I plan to do this. A moment. Lan Qingshu asked a few questions about the plan. Pei Jinya answered them one by one. Yu Sanqing was amazed. He didn't like to participate in things that wasted his brain. He just listened. 1 hour countdown to the end of the assessment. Small groups of 3 or 5 could be seen at any time throughout the entire Shinshan Mountain. They were working together to pack up the last celestial demons. If they saw Wan Tianhai and the others, they would immediately abandon the celestial demons and turn around and run away. Now everyone knew that Yinsha country had lost all its demon cores, and was looting everywhere. At this moment, in the inner area of Shinshan Mountain, Lu Shishan of Dongning was confronting Lin Jingze of Shijiang. Lin Jingze was also angry. What the point of you staring at me? You idiot! What else can it mean? I just want to hit you. Lu Shishan walked forward with a grim smile. Suddenly, Nangongxi shouted from a distance, Lan Qingshu, don't run. Lin Jingze looked over immediately after hearing this, and chased after him. Lu Shishan also frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and chased after him. Not far away, Wan Tianhai was robbing the monks of those weak countries. Suddenly, someone shouted in the distance, Nangongxi. Lin Jingze and others are chasing the people of the Mo Empire. Wan Tianhai stopped immediately, grabbed the other person, and shouted, Where are the people of the Mo Empire now? The other person was startled, and stammered, I see they are all rushing towards the cliff in the southwest. Wan Tianhai threw the other person away, but forcibly snatched the storage bag from the other person, and then said to Lin Qiu, Let go. Chase them. Lin Qiu felt something was strange. But he didn't have time to think about it. Time was running out. If he could get the storage bag back, and divide the demon cores of the Mo Luo Empire, and add these in his hands, he could still keep the top 3. Swoosh. Lin Jingzi followed Nandong Si 20 miles away and shouted loudly, Nandong Si. Where are they? Nandong Si ignored him and continued to rush forward. Just when Lin Jingzi was suspicious, Yu Sanqing arrows suddenly appeared in the distance. His face lit up. Sure enough. It here. Yu Sanqing, get out. Yu Sanqing's 7-star continuous arrows shot at him mercilessly. The sword intent emerged in front of Lin Jingzi, destroying the arrow. Nandong Si dodged to the side without looking back. She was actually worried. She was worried that Pei Jinya, the black-hearted guy, would turn against him and take her away with him. More and more monks joined in. Nandong Si didn't even see her 2 companions. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. Swoosh. 2 arrows fell one after another. The green light shield in front of Nandong Si blocked them directly. Looking up, I saw Lin Qiu's fleeting figure in the distance. This guy. He stared at him coldly. Nandong Si didn't want to fight for a long time, avoiding the main battle. This scene also fell into Lin Qiu's eyes. He suddenly grabbed Wan Tianhai. Wait. Wait. What are you waiting for? That little beast is in front. When I get the storage bag back, I will make him pay. Lin Qiu was suspicious. Didn't you notice that Nandong Si didn't participate? This is a bit weird. What weird? Wan Tianhai said anxiously. Don't you see that she is alone now? And she was exhausted before. How dare she compete with us? But, don't say but. The people of the Mo Luo Empire are there. Only if we get the storage bag back, we will be qualified to compete for the first place. It's too late. Hurry up. Wan Tianhai yelled, and hurried away. Lin Qiu couldn't think about it any further. As Wan Tianhai said, time is running out. But Lan Qingshu and Yu Sanqing always stayed far away, not letting anyone get close. And they hadn't found the whereabouts of the formation master, which made Lin Qiu have a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lin Qiu's heart skipped a beat when he caught a glimpse of Pei Jinya figure. Although he couldn't recognize the seal Pei Jinya made with his hands, but I have seen how brutal the formation this guy used was. Wan Tianhai, run! He shouted hurriedly. Wan Tianhai was stunned. The ground under everyone's feet seemed to be torn apart, and countless 3-meter-high golden lotuses emerged. The cultivators who failed to dodge in time screamed in the explosion of the golden lotus. Wan Tianhai was a master after all, and his reaction was very fast. He hurriedly dodged at him. When he thought of Pei Jinya, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this time, he just wants to deliberately provoke you. Lin Qiu retreated behind him, looking cautiously at the white mist floating around. In the chaos just now, no one noticed where the white mist came from. But having learned from the past, Lin Qiu and Wan Tianhai were very afraid of this kind of white mist. Crack! The ground continued to collapse. Hold on, I break the formation. Lu Shishan shouted, patted his waist. It immediately transformed into a blood-colored sea of clouds, and shot towards Lan Qingshu. Ever since he confirmed that the storage bag of Yinsha country was in Lan Qingshu's hands, he had always wanted to get it. If he could take first place, it would naturally prove that he was stronger than his brother. It a formation. It a high-level formation. Run away. Many cultivators from weak countries dodged, and they looked very depressed. They thought they had found a big fat sheep, but it turned out to be a trap carefully prepared by others. The black light hit these people, and they flew backwards on the spot. When they saw the arrival, they were all shocked. We admit defeat. Lan Qingshu picked up their storage bags with a gun and turned away. Yu Sanqing was surprised. We will make a fortune this time. But Pei Jinya frowned slightly. He did not sense the whereabouts of Nandong Si. For this young lady, he has never lowered his caution. Suddenly raised his eyebrows. Pei Jinya smiled. So adhere. Nandong Si quietly left a teleportation array, which was transmitted to Pei Jinya array, thinking that she had concealed her aura, but in fact, because she quietly robbed other cultivators, she was still discovered by Pei Jinya. But now the important matter was urgent. He had no time to care about this young lady, and confirmed her whereabouts. Are you people from the Mo Luo Empire so despicable and shameless? Lu Shishan shouted loudly. Yu Sanqing sneered, and shouted loudly with the help of the sound transmission array. Despicable? Don't give me any value. You are not despicable if you unite to hunt us down? You can't beat us if you can't beat us. Lu Shishan wanted to say something, but dozens of arrows rushed over and forced him back. Yu Sanqing shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, use magic weapons and elixirs to buy your life. Even if there are still 15 minutes, it will be easy for me to kill you." Everyone's face changed when they heard this. It almost over. On the mountain of the Moro Empire, Yuan Chicho came out of retreat. Many monks bowed and clasped their fists. "Brother Yuan." Yuan Chicho nodded, looking into the distance. His eyes were calm. "The assessment is about to end. Notify them, and prepare to welcome them." "Yes, Brother Yuan." After some of them left, a bright girl stood in front of him. "Brother, are you worried about Brother Lon and the others?" Although Brother Lon is not good at speaking, he is more impulsive when he takes action. "I'm just afraid that Lin Qiu, who is beside Wan Tianhai, will use this incident to plot against him," Yuan Chicho said with a wry smile. The girl smiled and said, "Although Senior Brother Lon was a little reckless, it okay with Senior Brother you here. I just don't know how they did in the assessment. By the way, I heard that the new Junior Brother pay was introduced by Elder Son. Elder Son rarely introduces people. This Junior Brother pay should be very good at controlling formations." Yuan Chicho's expression was rarely much more relaxed. The situation in the Moro Empire is actually very bad. In the current first echelon, it is even about to be caught up by the Western Frontier Kingdom, and is reduced to the last place. What's so strange about a formation master? The boy didn't understand. Yuan Chicho smiled gently and said, "You know Junior Brother Lon temper. He even replaced Wu Chong and wanted Pei Jinya to participate in this assessment. What do you think is the reason?" "Ah, it seems that he is really powerful. In this case, I want him to join the team next time." The girl's eyes lit up immediately, said with a smile. Yuan Chicho chuckled, "Let's see." Dong. A sound. The bell sounded melodiously. Countless clouds rolled up in the distant sky. Yuan Chicho's face suddenly became serious. "It over. Let go." Everyone rushed to the assessment area. Sun Chiton of Tianwu had arrived early. He glanced at Tian Gu, who seemed to be mocking Yisha. Noticing that Meng Jinchuan of Dongning, Lu Shihai and Yuan Chicho of Maluo Empire had arrived, he said loudly, "I have been holding it in for 5 days, everyone is anxious." "Right. Tianzu and Dan from Dongning, Shinzu and Liquid from Maluo Empire, Tianmo Armor from Yisha, Sword Soul Mat from Shijiang. So many treasures, I really don't know who will get them." Laughing, "It seems that these good things have been taken." The cultivator next to Tian Gu from Yisha couldn't help but sneer. "Someone really thinks he can win this assessment, it funny." Sun Chiton looked at him coldly. "What did you say?" "That man is also tough," he said with his neck stiff. "Why don't you accept it?" Sun Chiton was furious. But Tian Gu said with a smile, "You Sun Chiton really have the face to lose." "Humph, I won't argue with you, whining." Sun Chiton glanced at the people of Yisha country and sneered at them. Someone shouted. The results are out. All the voices disappeared almost at the same time. Nearly 10,000 eyes looked up at the sky. First place, Emoluo Empire Evaluation. Showed a high degree of tacit cooperation in the multiplayer competition. Each person gets an extra super quality magic weapon. A drop of divine fluid. There was an uproar all around. Almost everyone turned their heads to look at Yuan Chicho. In fact, not to mention them, even Yuan Chicho was stunned. First, the key is that the evaluation of the team competition made him feel warm. But soon someone exclaimed, "The second place is out." Everyone looked over. Second place, Tianwu Kingdom Evaluation. Multiplayer competitions really need a wise backbone. Each person gets an extra super quality magic weapon. How is this possible? Sun Chitong shouted angrily. But no one responded to him at this moment. Even Tian Gu, who had always been at odds with him, fell silent. The first was that the Emoluo Empire had exceeded his expectations, and the second was that it was not their Yinsha country. Damn it! As for the third, it was actually the leader of the Shijiang country, Lin Jingze. The evaluation was that many hands make light work, and each person received an additional mid-grade magic weapon. The people of Shijiang country were excited, but also a little disappointed. All these rewards pale in comparison to the super-grade magic weapons, and the divine venerable liquid of the Emoluo Empire. Boom! The light shield of the assessment area was revealed. Lan Xingshu rushed out with Yu Sanqing and Pei Jinya, at an incredibly fast speed, which also surprised everyone. Following closely behind him was the furious Wan Tianhai. Grabbing a knife and chasing him, "Little bastard, if you have the guts, don't run." The sudden scene made everyone's face change immediately. Yuan Chichio immediately took action to protect Lan Qingshu and the other two, and one person blocked in front, and a sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. Forcing Wan Tianhai to retreat, he said coldly, "Wan Tianhai, if you want to die, I will accompany you to the end." Wan Tianhai's face was full of anger. Many cultivators around saw that something was wrong and retreated immediately. A large number of cultivators went out of the assessment area. But some people found that some people were missing, and their faces changed immediately. The people of Yinsha country also found the problem soon. "Where is senior sister Luo?" Linqiu walked in front of Tiangu and said sadly, "Sorry, senior brother. We failed." "What are you talking about? People from Yinsha country, come out. Don't let the people of the Mo Luo Empire leave here." Wan Tianhai roared. He no longer had to suppress his anger. Tiangu did not hesitate, waved his hand, and everyone rushed over immediately. The outside of the assessment area suddenly became turbulent. The Yinsha Kingdom and the Mo Luo Empire were at loggerheads, which made the people of the Tianwu Kingdom next to them look puzzled. Sun Qitong did not leave, stroking his chin and falling into thought. He even forgot that Nandongxi led the team and only won the second place. He was still very curious about the things that could make Wan Tianhai so hysterical. Linqiu also said loudly at this time, "This matter is definitely not the business of our Yinsha country. The people of the Mo Luo Empire killed many brothers in the examination field. The means were cruel. If you are willing to write it off, then you can just walk away." "Lu Shishan, Lin Jingze, I'm talking about you. You just suffered such a big loss. I don't believe you don't want revenge." Suddenly, the people of Dongning country and Shijiang country looked at Lu Shishan and Lin Jingze. "What happened?" Lu Shishan asked his brother in a deep voice. Lu Shihai blushed. Suddenly, a sneering voice came from behind everyone. "Linqiu, you people from Yinsha Kingdom are really good at exaggerating. If you can't beat them, then you can't beat them. What the point of talking about slaughter? If I really wanted to kill you, do you really think you can get out now?" Everyone looked over. The person who spoke was Nandongxi from Tianwu Kingdom. Linqiu's eyes suddenly became dangerous. However, Sun Qitong walked over and said coldly, "Linqiu, if you dare to attack my sister, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you." "How can you talk like that, Sun Qitong? Don't be so arrogant." The young man next to Tiangu shouted angrily. Sun Qitong sneered, and didn't care at all. He walked to Nandongxi with a swagger and whispered, "Are you okay? Why is Ashen injured like this?" Nandongxi looked at the people of Yinsha country. He said word by word, "Wan Tianhai, Linqiu, Lu Shishan, Lin Jingze. They gathered more than 40 people to deal with me. I will kill your mother." Sun Qitong was directly blown away, and he was ready to rush over alone with his full aura and chop all the bastards from Yinsha country. Tiangu was also shocked and quickly resisted. He looked at Linqiu. His eyes were questioning. Linqiu could only smile bitterly. "Things are too complicated. I can't explain it clearly for a while. But this young lady also attacked us. Besides, she was fine, but we lost one person." He had no way to express his pain. Sun Qitong shouted, and after being stopped by Tiangu, he pointed at Lin Jingze and Lu Shishan. "Damn! And you too, all of you. Come and die." All of a sudden, the people of Dongning and Shijiang also began to get nervous. Yuan Chichio felt a little confused at the moment. He was clearly being confronted just now. How come it turned into a melee just after I finished writing the speech? What happened? Yuan Chichio didn't care about anything else, and quickly sent a message to Yu Sanqing. Yu Sanqing was very proud, and sent a message. "Thanks to junior brother Pei, we stole Wan Tianhai's storage bag." "Stole Wan Tianhai's storage bag?" Yuan Chichio was stunned when he heard it. Yu Sanqing laughed, and sent a message. "Wan Tianhai wants to kill us now, and all the good things he has accumulated over the years are cheap to us." Yuan Chichio finally understood why Wan Tianhai looked at him with eyes that looked like he wanted to eat someone. He pulled the corner of his mouth and transmitted his voice. "You can get the first place, which is well deserved, but it still scared us." Old Lon really picked up a treasure this time. Junior brother Pei formation. Even the one from the Nangong family was amazed. In the end, she also changed sides and fought hard with us. Yu Sanqing transmitted his voice. Yuan Chichio looked over in surprise. He knew the temperament of the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, and was willing to cooperate. While he was thinking, Sun Qitong had already fought 3 people alone, and the battle was so fierce. Yuan Tianhai was ready to take action, but was stopped by the people of the Luo Empire. When the big melee was about to break out, Nandongsi suddenly sneered again. If you are not convinced, you might as well send some powerful people to the formation assessment in the future. Don't look like you can't afford to lose after losing, that really embarrassing. Everyone blushed. She didn't care what these people thought. When she passed by the Luo Empire, she looked at Pei Jinya, said nothing, turned around and shouted to Sun Qitong. Let go. But everyone felt as if she had said something, and then they all looked at Pei Jinya. Yu Sanqing touched Pei Jinya's shoulder with a playful smile. Pei Jinya. Yuan Tianhai glared at Pei Jinya with gritted teeth. Hand over my storage bag. The teasing atmosphere was interrupted. The monks of the Luo Empire continued to defend themselves. Pei Jinya looked over and threw a storage bag over. Yuan Tianhai's face was delighted. But the next second his expression changed to coldness. Where are the things inside? Pei Jinya asked back. I gave you the storage bag. And now you are asking me for something? Yuan Tianhai. Do you people from Yinsha Kingdom really take yourselves seriously? Have you forgotten what you asked me for just now? You? Yuan Tianhai was furious. Yuan Chicho came forward to protect him. His injuries have now fully recovered. It was not something Yuan Tianhai could resist. In the end, he could only watch with hatred as Pei Jinya, and the other two were escorted away. And no one else dared to block Yuan Chicho away. The little girl next to Yuan Chicho suddenly turned around and looked at Tian Gu and the others. This time, our Luo Empire took first place. We have to thank the brothers for the treasures they gave us. With a sweet laugh, she followed Yuan Chicho away contentedly, regardless of the livid faces of the people behind him. Tian Gu said coldly, What happened? Yuan Tianhai said with some distress, I was tricked by that kid from the Luo Empire. If he hadn't taken my storage bag, the first place would have been ours. I know you wasted this opportunity. Tian Gu looked at him calmly. Yuan Tianhai was a little annoyed. My magic weapon and elixir were all taken away by that kid. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Tian Gu was speechless. After looking at him for a long time without saying anything, he turned around and left. Yuan Tianhai became even more annoyed. Lin Jingzi left with the people from Shijiang Kingdom. Lu Shishan was also taken away by the people of Dongning Country. Suddenly, he was the only one left on the field. He went up the mountain. Yuan Chicho asked about the process in detail. Although Yu Sanqing said a lot of interjections that were easy to add words, it did not affect his shocked look at Pei Jinya. Your formation is really eye-opening. Brother, you are too kind. If senior brother Lan and senior brother Yu attracted the firepower, my formation would not be worth mentioning in front of these strong men. Pei Jinya did not take credit for it. His current cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the Cave Heaven Realm, and everyone here was at least at the peak of the Cave Heaven Realm. Yuan Chicho obviously understood his current situation, and said, This time, you can sell the demon cores you brought back from the assessment area to the authorities, in exchange for merits. As for the super-grade magic tools, and the godly fluid, you can keep them if you need them. And this. He took off the storage bag from his waist and said, When you enter the assessment, Sun Qitong of Tianwu proposed to bet on who will be the first. Including us. All 5 countries in the first echelon will participate. There are also 2 countries in the second echelon. Together, there are only 7 countries participating. He took out the things in the storage bag. Heavenly demon armor? Oh my god, Yinsha country is spending a lot of money. Yu Sanqing exclaimed immediately, and then he was surprised by Tianwu Tianji's sword. Yuan Chicho also chuckled. These are the spoils you won, keep it. Yu Sanqing didn't reach out his hand, but looked at Lan Xingshu. Lan Xingshu stretched out his hand generously, and touched the heavenly demon armor. Thank you, senior brother. But he turned his head, and looked at Pei Jinya. Junior brother Pei, you choose first. Me? Pei Jinya pretended to smile bitterly and said, I choose first. Although I don't know how good these things are, I know they are definitely good things. The 2 senior brothers let me choose first. I won't choose first this time anyway. After saying that, he sat down next to him. Yu Sanqing laughed out loud. You kid. At this time, a girl voice came from behind. Why are you guys so slow? It really annoying. Yu Sanqing turned his head and looked, his eyes lit up. It turned out to be Junior Sisterly. The girl surnamedly walked forward, stood beside Yuan Chicho and said, You won the first place, and even got the godly fluid, 3 drops per person, which is much more than what senior brother Yuan took out. Is this divine fluid from senior brother Yuan? Yu Sanqing was stunned, then looked at Yuan Chicho to ask for confirmation. Yuan Chicho said calmly, "Since it's a bet, it doesn't matter who took it out. It better to give it to you than to let those foreign monks use it." Yu Sanqing smiled bitterly. As expected, senior brother Yuan is senior brother Yuan. He never cares about his personal gains and losses. Otherwise, during the assessment, in order to protect his companions, he was surrounded by everyone. Old Lan? Yu Sanqing looked over. Lan Xingshu shook his head. Pei Jinya saw that the two of them didn't dare to say anything. So he said bluntly, "Brother Yuan, I am a newcomer, and I shouldn't say these things. You can say whatever you want. Here, we are all family members." Yuan Chicho said gently. Pei Jinya clasped his fists in thanks, then walked to Yu Sanqing. The two looked at each other. Yu Sanqing immediately understood, and smiled and handed over the 3 drops of the Bet Divine liquid. Pei Jinya took the porcelain bottle and said slowly, "It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. It is only natural that these 3 drops of divine venerable liquid should be given to senior brother Yuan. If senior brother Yuan is bothered, it means that he looks down on the 3 of us. In the assessment area before, the situation was so dangerous. If senior brother had not saved the situation, no one would know how it would end. Yes, junior brother Pei is right." Yu Sanqing nodded, and let Yuan Chicho take it. "This?" Yuan Chicho hesitated. The girl namely beside him stared at Pei Jinya with curiosity. After Yuan Chicho took 3 drops of divine venerable liquid, no matter how much Pei Jinya and the others persuaded him, he did not take anything else. He said, "Rules are rules." Pei Jinya was immediately in awe. But after Yuan Chicho left, the girl surnamedly suddenly said to Pei Jinya, "Junior brother Pei, my name is Li Yu, the first level of Yushao, nice to meet you." "Hello, senior sister Li," Pei Jinya said politely. Li Yu blinked. "Your formation is very strong. Next time when we have a group of people, let's try it out." Puff. Yu Sanqing couldn't help it. And the water he just drank sprayed out. Li Yu also realized the ambiguity in his words, but glared at Yu Sanqing with some shame and anger. Yu Sanqing wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, and said to Pei Jinya seriously, "Junior sister Li is a sword master, and her spiritual power is extremely strong. You won't suffer if you team up with her." He blinked after he said that. Pei Jinya looked at Li Yu calmly, and said with a fist, "Thank you for senior sisterly kindness, I will definitely do it next time." "Okay. Then it's settled," Li Yu suddenly said. "Just take the Tianzuan pill and Jianxin soul map, and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Anyway, they both have Shinzuan liquid. And these things are icing on the cake." Pei Jinya looked at Yu Sanqing. And Yu Sanqing smiled bitterly. "Junior sisterly, you won't do that. We originally planned to let junior brother Pei improve his cultivation. You make it seem like Lao Lan and I would cheat him." Li Yu snorted. "Junior brother Pei will be mine from now on. Of course, I have to pay attention to it." Yu Sanqing pulled the corner of his mouth, watched the girl jump away, then looked at Pei Jinya with a wry smile. This little ancestor is the same as the one in the Nangong family, with a powerful background. There is nothing wrong with hanging out with her, but getting too close to her will easily cause resentment. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. "Brother, you said that as if I would do something." Yu Sanqing laughed. "How could it be? But your formation is really strong. Do you still have that clairvoyance formation? Make 2 for me. Don't worry. I pay for it. I won't let you work in vain." "Who do you want to spy on?" Lan Xingshu asked fiercely. Yu Sanqing said angrily, "Damn. In your mind, am I such a person? I want to use this formation to spy on the situation of other mountains. Damn. Damn. I'm in a bad mood now." Lan Xingshu looked over uncertainly. Pei Jinya took out a set of clairvoyance formation. "This is the only one I have now. I plan to improve it when I have time." Yu Sanqing's angry expression disappeared immediately, and was replaced by a surprise, as if he had found a treasure. He quickly handed over a bottle of Yushao pills. "There are 10 Dongtian pills, and 10 Yushao pills in it. You should swallow the Dongtian pill first. When you feel the time is right, you can swallow the Yushao pill. You can keep the Tianzuan pill for breaking through the realm. This pill is the best for breaking through the realm. Even if Yushao enters the realm of the venerable, it can increase the success rate by 20%. Pei Jinya heard this and smiled. "Senior brother gave you too much." Yu Sanqing waved his hands. "Don't bother me about this. The faster you improve your strength, the happier I am. In the future, the 3 of us will have to kill people everywhere. Do your best. I will leave first. The hall will be open in the next 2 days. If you are interested, go and have a look. After that, He bowed to the two of them, and turned into a stream of light and left. Lan Xingshu rarely said one more sentence. Don't worry about Liu. She is not a bad person. If you really don't want to go, come to me. Yes, senior brother. Pei Jinya felt warm in his heart. I will exchange the merits, and then I will directly deposit them into your account. Please check it carefully. Lan Xingshu left after saying that. Yes, senior brother. After a while, Pei Jinya also returned to his residence. The door was closed. Thousands of threads were laid. He began to check his harvest. He got a lot of spiritual medicines from Wan Tianhai, the dog tycoon. These spiritual medicines are more than 1,000 years old and are of great value. Pei Jinya gave them to the gods for genetic optimization. In addition, he sorted it out. Including the super-grade magic weapon bestowed by the Sacred Mountain, he had a total of 3 items in his hand. 2 flying swords, and a tortoise shell with extremely strong defense. These had not been refined yet. He also had 1 Tianzuan pill, 23 Yishao pills, 10 Dongtian pills, 7 healing holy pills, 27 poison pills. God intention. Pei Jinya took out the sword hard map in a flash. This treasure map came from the Western Frontier Kingdom. After listening to Yu Sanqing introduction, by reading the divine intention, one can comprehend a certain will. The sword mind map belongs to the divine intention of sword cultivators, and improves the sword intention. Yu Sanqing and Lan Xingshu are not sword cultivators, so naturally they don't need it. Originally, both of them thought that Pei Jinya would exchange the divine intention for merit. But what they never expected was, one day later, suddenly, an astonishing sword intention rushed out from the room where Pei Jinya was. Domineering. Ruthless. Every wisp was full of crushing. Lan Xingshu was startled. Appeared quickly. Looking at this wisp of sword intention with a serious expression. Junior brother Pei? Yu Sanqing also rushed over quickly. What happened? Junior brother Pei room suddenly rushed out with a sword intent. I thought it was someone from Yinsha country who came up. Lan Xingshu said. The sword intent did not disappear, but instead soared into the sky, getting bigger and bigger. Fuck. Yu Sanqing pulled Lan Xingshu up and turned to run. The houses behind him were crushed like withered trees and rotten wood. This time. Not to mention Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing, even the nearby cultivators Yuan Chicho, who was originally practicing, was also alarmed. The people of the Luo Empire thought that the people of the Yinsha Kingdom had come to kill them, and they were furious, and they were ready to fight. But they saw that in the ruins. Except for the terrifying sword, there was no one else. Brother Yuan? Everyone greeted him. Yuan Chicho carefully identified for a moment, and asked, Who lives here? It Brother Lan. Huh? Everyone looked at Lan Xingshu. Lan Xingshu stood there expressionlessly, looking at the sword intent rising into the sky in the distance. He did not notice everyone's strange looks at all. Yu Sanqing spoke for him. It was Junior Brother Pei. I suspect that Junior Brother Pei has comprehended the sword spirit heart diagram, which is why there is such a movement. What? Everyone's face changed. There was constant surprise. Isn't he a formation master? How can he comprehend the divine intention and comprehend such a movement? Is he also a sword cultivator? Sword cultivator and formation master. My God. These two are not easy paths to take. He has become famous? Yuan Chicho was stunned for a moment. Then his expression eased. If there is one more sword cultivator on the mountain, it will improve their combat effectiveness. It is not a bad thing for them. But this sword intent, Brother Yuan, Brother Pei's sword intent seems to be very strong. At least 6 points. Right? Liu appeared behind him at some point, and asked in a low voice. Yuan Chicho shook his head. More than 6 points. At least I feel it is 9 points. What? Liu was stunned. And his cherry mouth opened. Doesn't that mean he is about to condense a true god of swordsmanship? There are no more than a handful of people who have condensed true gods in the entire Shinshan. Right? Oh my God. I want him. I want him. This sword intent. Many people suddenly rushed out from the peaks of Tianwu Kingdom, looking at the sword intent stirring up the sea of clouds in the distance in astonishment. Sun Qitong raised his hand to brush aside the curtain, looking solemnly muttered to himself. What happened to the Luo Empire? Did the people of Yinsha Kingdom rush up? Or did Lin Jingze of Shijiang Kingdom rush up? After saying that, he turned around and looked at the figure in the house. Girl, are you not curious at all about what happened to your lover? After saying that, a golden light came from the house. He slashed towards Sun Qitong. Sun Qitong was so scared that he dodged quickly. As soon as he landed, he heard Nandong-si say indifferently, "If you keep talking nonsense, it won't be a matter of one sword." Sun Chitong curled his lips, but was a little puzzled. This sword intent feels very strong. There seems to be no sword cultivator in the Mo Luo Empire. Why do you care so much? Why don't you practice? Nandong-si said unhappily. Sun Chitong was also a little annoyed. Nandong-si, do you still know that I am your cousin? Can you change your tone? Don't I have any face? Before anything condensed in the room, Sun Chitong turned around and left quickly. After waiting for a while, the people in the room came to the door silently, looking at the mighty sword intent above the mountain of the Mo Luo Empire with a solemn look. Insha country. Wan Tianhai was startled and flew out. But Tiangu had already arrived. Senior brother Tian. Before he finished speaking, Tiangu said in a deep voice, "Who do you think the other party is?" "It definitely not Yuan Chicho, he used a knife. Not a sword." Wan Tianhai carefully analyzed a bunch of nonsense. Tiangu was silent indeed. Lin Xiao appeared at some point, bringing news. There was news from the Mo Luo Empire that someone detonated this sword intent, and at least more than 30 residences were lost. Detonate? Why? You stole my storage bag and took first place, and you're still dissatisfied. Right? Wan Tianhai said angrily. Lin Xiao looked over, there was nothing to say, looking at Tiangu and said, "I remember that the sword hard map of Shijiang Kingdom is also in the bet." Right? Tiangu narrowed his eyes suddenly. You mean? Lin Xiao nodded, said seriously, "Although I don't know who has this sword hard map, it is at least 8 points of sword intent, maybe even higher. This is not good news for us. What sword hard map do these guys from Shijiang Kingdom, who are more likely to cause trouble than help, have?" Wan Tianhai shouted angrily beside him. Tiangu turned around silently. He looked up again. At this time, Lin Jingze of Shijiang State had a lidded face. He had originally planned to borrow this picture to study it carefully after returning. In the end, he didn't even have a chance to take a look at it. It actually fell into the hands of the people of the Mo Luo Empire. Hateful. Somewhere in the camp of the Mo Luo Empire. When Pei Jinya opened his eyes, he found something wrong. Brother Lan? Brother Yu, you guys? Then he saw Brother Yuan and the sister named Li Yu, and the many senior brothers and sisters behind him. You guys? Have you realized the sword intent? Yuan Chicho looked at him with a smile. Pei Jinya was startled. When his spiritual sense swept around and found this ruin, he responded, "Thanks to that sword mind map, I was lucky enough to break through the sword intent." You still think this is lucky? It really enviable. The girl Li Yu wanted to exchange identities with him. Pei Jinya smiled bitterly. My sword intent has been trapped for many years. If it weren't for this divine intention, it's really hard to say when you can break through. Solid accumulation leads to a sudden breakthrough. This is the blessing of your hard work. Yuan Chicho smiled, and then dispersed everyone. Pei Jinya also hurriedly said that the money for repairing the house would be deducted from his merits. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't repair it. The only people living in this area are you and senior brother Lan. Li Yu said with a smile. Pei Jinya just listened to it. It a good thing that the sword will break through. It nothing to spend merits. Change to a new residence. Li Yu couldn't help asking, Junior brother Pei, are you still a sword practitioner? I didn't even mention you. But you seem very strong. Pei Jinya said frankly, I practiced sword when I was young. But I switched to practicing formations to make a living. And it was because of formations that I was discovered by Elder Sunday. The people in the room were stunned. Switching to practicing formations to make a living? Is there any justice? You practice formations to make a living. But you became ridiculously strong. Yu Sanqing had an expression that said, I'm envious. Pei Jinya spread his hands. The potential brought by the pressure of life is probably infinite. Maybe you can try it next time. Brother. Yu Sanqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could tell that this was just a pastime. Yuan Chicho said seriously, since you are a sword cultivator, you can look back at sword-related spells. You have good sword skills. Have you condensed a true god? True god? Pei Jinya heart moved. He raised his hand. An array of sword skills emerged. I do feel that the sword intent is somewhat different. But whether it is a true god, I can't tell. Yuan Chicho looked at it carefully. Li Yu beside him hurriedly explained, when you reach the level of a true god, the way you condense can attack the soul. Wait. You try it. She tapped her waist. A human-shaped talisman appeared. As she clicked, the talisman was covered by fire. The mist rose. and a giant man over 2 meters tall appeared. This is a paper man. It can stimulate the soul magic. You can try to slash with the sword later when you concentrate the sword. Pei Jinya nodded. However, the 2-meter tall strongman who was as tall as a small hill was called a paper man, which really caught people off guard. Swoosh! The strongman opened his mouth, and a green light emerged, shooting towards Pei Jinya. Yu Sanqing hesitated a little, wanted to say something, but held back. Pei Jinya condensed a ray of sword in his hand, and slashed directly. Bang! The green light dissipated. The strongman seemed to be attacked from a distance. A sound like ripping silk came from his head. Li Yu said in surprise, "You are really in the realm of true God. Good. 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 You are now the second true God in our Moroi Empire besides senior brother Yuan." Yu Sanqing looked at him in astonishment. Lan Qingshu was immediately eager to fight. Pei Jinya smiled reluctantly. Yuan Qiqiu smiled heartily. Not bad. Not bad. When your cultivation level is improved in the future, you will be the great killer of our Moroi Empire. He is not only a powerful formation master, but also a sword cultivator who has comprehended the sword meaning of the true God realm. Yuan Qiqiu now wants to lift up old Sun and say, "You really have a keen eye." Pei Jinya still didn't know what the sword intent of the true God realm meant. He only knew, because of reading the sword spirit map, his soul valve was finally opened. Qi and blood, 13.5966 million. Physical strength, 13.9712 million. Spiritual strength, 14.2333 million. Soul valve, 10%. It was just a picture, and the soul valve directly increased by 10%. Just by opening the life valve, Pei Jinya had already felt the benefits of strength. Not to mention the soul valve. He decided to go to the Peak Hall to see if there were any other divine intentions. Unfortunately, there are very few divine intentions. The first divine intention to appear in the Emoluo Empire was this bet. There must have been some before, but those holders may not be willing to take them out. If you can't see them here, it means they have been taken out. Yu Sanqing patted Pei Jinya on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. This divine intention was actually given by the Divine Mountain. Maybe there will be more in the future. Given by the Divine Mountain? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Yu Sanqing nodded. Yes, many things are passed down from the Divine Mountain. There is even a saying that the current mainstream skills are actually passed down from the God Mountain. Pei Jinya's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this how the awakening of star power came from? Then I don't know. Yu Sanqing shook his head. The God Mountain has appeared for many years. At that time, there was not even the Moroi Empire. It was not until later that I don't know what happened. The God Mountain was opened, and the current situation happened. Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. Is there a possibility? The God Mountain is actually a magic weapon like the true Ice Tower, the ones with higher quality? Do you want to see other spells? Yu Sanqing asked. Pei Jinya took a look. He didn't lack spells at the moment. What he lacked was time to improve his cultivation. After saying goodbye to Yu Sanqing, Pei Jinya began to retreat. A new assessment began. This week was the alchemy competition. Pei Jinya had nothing to do. He was madly swallowing pills this week. Even Yu Sanqing was a little worried. Do you think junior brother Pei will be safe? Lan Qingshu ignored him. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm going to retreat. After saying that, he closed the door. Damn. You are so inhumane. Yu Sanqing suddenly became a lonely man again. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes when he heard a melodious bell. He immediately looked at his attribute panel. The 3 attribute values soared by 2 million, which was really shocking. The attribute values soared by millions in 5 days. In the past, this would have been his dream life. But now, he wished he could add another 0 to the attribute value he had improved. 5 days ago, he gained more than 2,000 merit points, from which he used 2 points to repair the house, and spent more than 1,000 points to buy elixirs. If his physique had not been strengthened to the peak state, he would not be able to digest so many elixirs. Sword Spirit Map, although it can no longer help him improve his sword intent, but it also made his cultivation increase dramatically every day. However, the attribute value required for each small stage breakthrough is nearly 10 million. He exhaled lightly. The attribute values brought by the 10 disciples are also rising rapidly. This is good news. It means that they are also constantly improving. Pushing the door open, Pei Jinya walked out of the room, and saw Li Yu waving sweetly at him not far away. Senior sister. Pei Daoi saluted and greeted. Li Yu waved his hand. not caring about these empty formalities suddenly. He exclaimed, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Pei Jinya was shocked. He had already hidden his cultivation, but he was still discovered. Seeing him like this, Liu understood and said with a sweet smile, "My perception is very strong. You can hide it from senior brother you and the others, but you can't hide it from me. It's a good thing to have a breakthrough, but it's a pity. If you had been studying swordsmanship in your early years, your cultivation might have improved faster." She thought Pei Daoi was practicing formations, that why I wasted time. And my cultivation level is only at the cave heaven realm. Pei Jinya could only smile helplessly, and he didn't intend to explain. "Here is for you." Liu handed over a white jade token, and said, "Refine it, and it can help you conceal your cultivation level, but it can't hide it from those venerables. But it's enough in the Divine Mountain. The rules of the Divine Mountain do not allow venerables." Pei Jinya immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, senior sister. What are you thanking me for? The stronger you are, the happier I am." Liu was obviously not tall. She only reached Pei Jinya's shoulders when she stood in front of him. But she pretended to be a senior sister and gently patted his shoulder. "I will protect you in Shishan from now on." "Thank you, senior sister." Thinking of Yu Sanqing's previous reminder, this senior sister Li also had a great background, so it wouldn't be bad to have a helper. Liu suddenly whispered, "By the way, you and Nandong Si from Tianwu. Are you too? How should I say it? Do you understand what I mean?" Pei Jinya said seriously, "This is our first meeting, and I don't know you very well." He would not say that he had had a romantic contact with her in the formation that day. If such words were spread, it would inevitably lead to a fatal disaster. Liu was amazed when he heard this. Nandong Si has always been very proud. She was willing to help you last time. To be honest, not to mention me, many people find it incredible. Pei Jinya's face did not change, and he said slowly, "Because at the end of the last assessment, we cooperated by chance. Yinsha country, the anger of Shijiang country is naturally partly theirs." Liu suddenly realized, no wonder. Then he quickly said, "Don't be afraid, you will follow me in the future. Although I don't bring any formations, I have many magic weapons, and some super magic weapons. I can lend them to you." Pei Jinya said seriously, "Senior sister is kind and righteous." Liu was very happy after a few words. After a while, Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing came. "Senior brother Lan. Senior brother Yu." Lan Xingshu still looked like he was not good at speaking, he could only use indifference instead. But he walked to Pei Jinya skillfully, and began to close his eyes and rest. Yu Sanqing walked forward with a smile. I heard junior sisterly laughter from a long distance. It was just like a silver bell. "What are you talking about? So ridiculous? What are you talking about?" Liu was immediately furious. Yu Sanqing played with her for a while, and Yuan Chicho arrived with a large army. Pei Jinya seemed to sense something. He looked up. Sure enough, not far away was Wan Tianhai staring at him with great resentment. Pei Jinya looked normal, ignoring him directly. Wan Tianhai was so angry that he wanted to rush over and beat him up, but he was quickly stopped by his companions behind him. Yu Sanqing was attracted by his attention, looking over curiously. What wrong with Wan Tianhai? Why is he crazy? What the hell is he screaming about? Liu crossed his arms and looked at Wan Tianhai coldly, then said to Pei Jinya, "If you meet him in the next assessment, I will give you 2 super-grade magic weapons, and beat him up." "Yes, senior sister." "Junior sister. Can you pity me? I'm weak too." "Okay." Yu Sanqing looked at Liu expectantly, but was ignored. "Damn, I'm so angry." Pei Jinya sneered and looked away, and met Nandong Si gaze from a distance. He nodded slightly, and then looked away. This guy. Soon the results were announced in the sky. The first place was taken by Dongning State, the second place was Shijiang State, and the third place was Tianwu State. The Moro Empire is fourth. The Yinsha Kingdom is fifth. Everyone on the field has different expressions. The contestant from the Moro Empire came out with a guilty look on his face. "I'm sorry, senior brother." Yuan Chicho said gently, "It doesn't matter, accumulate experience, with your strength. You can one day reach the top of the list." "Yes, senior brother." Everyone gradually dispersed. But suddenly a voice came from the Yinsha Kingdom. "Listen. The kid from the Moro Empire, do you dare to step onto the life and death arena?" For a moment, everyone stopped and looked at him in astonishment. Wan Tianhai. "Do you have any shame?" Yu Sanqing jumped out at the first moment. He would not indulge the other party. Wan Tianhai sneered. Are you scared? Yu Sanqing sneered. Don't provoke me, I still remember the way you called me dad. You? Wan Tianhai's face suddenly turned pale, and his aura soared into the sky. But the next second, he was suppressed by a more terrifying sword force, and everyone changed color, and heard Yuan Chicho said casually, Wan junior brother. Don't be angry, if you have anything to say. Just say it nicely. But what you said is not right. Junior brother Pei is new here and you, an experienced senior, insist on making things difficult for him. How about I fight you? When these words came out, the cultivators of many countries couldn't help but chuckle. Sun Shitan laughed even louder and said, It's rare to see you, senior brother Yuan. Take action. Okay, Wan Tianhai. Just agree to it quickly. Right? Time is running out. Ha ha ha. Wan Tianhai's face turned pale, and he glared at him fiercely. Then he looked at Yuan Chicho solemnly. He didn't expect that. Yuan Chicho turned a disaster into a blessing after being injured, and his strength improved a little. While he was hesitating, Tian Gu's voice with a smile came from behind. Yuan Chicho, why are you bullying my junior brother? It's just a competition between junior brothers. You just agreed to it. It's not your way to use force to suppress others. Yuan Chicho looked over. But Liu pinched his waist and said, How shameless. Everyone looked over. Tian Gu's smile remained unchanged, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Junior sister Li is still as quick-witted as ever. Liu didn't give him face at all, and sneered. Don't you know what kind of character Wan Tianhai is as a senior brother? If he wants to hit us, we have to fight back? It's obviously you who are using your power to suppress others, and you still have the nerve to blame him. Wan Tianhai couldn't help it, and shouted, I kill you. But the next second, the sword intent emanating from Yuan Chicho made him sober up a little. Yuan Chicho looked serious, and said slowly, Wan Tianhai, I hope you can be more careful with your words. Wan Tianhai's face suddenly turned ugly. At this time, Lin Xiao next to him said, Senior brother Wan is a Yunshao realm cultivator, and it is indeed inappropriate to fight with junior brother Pei. Wan Tianhai looked over suddenly, a little annoyed. The people around did not expect Lin Xiao to turn against him at this time. But Lin Xiao continued, Since junior brother Pei is a Dongtian realm cultivator, then we will send a junior brother from the Dongtian realm. How about a competition? The anger on Wan Tianhai's face disappeared. He looked at Lin Xiao deeply, and then looked at Yuan Chicho. Yes, I said it was inappropriate just now. Now we also send our junior brother in the cave heaven realm. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Forget it. My junior brother is a formation control master. He will not fight and kill. Yu Sanqing yawned and said, Are you in Yinsha country so idle? Wash up and go to bed quickly. Lin Xiao suddenly said again, Yu Sanqing, let's have a fight. Ever since I beat you last time, I still feel unsatisfied. Yu Sanqing stopped leaving, turned around slowly and looked over, and then sneered, Are you trying to provoke me? Yes, are you up for it? Let go first for our junior brother. I take out a piece of arrow-hard jade and bet with you. I bet on the divine venerable liquid in your hand. Lin Xiao looked calm. Yu Sanqing narrowed his eyes. Lin Xiao looked calm. Didn't you want to compete with me for the arrow-hard jade at the beginning? Now I give you a chance. Do you dare? Yu Sanqing looked at him in silence, and suddenly laughed. Don't say it. I really fall for it. Come on. Lin Xiao looked away and looked at Pei Jinya. What about you? Don't say you are a formation master. You didn't look like a pure formation master in your previous fight. But if you don't dare to fight, then forget it. Pei Jinya yawned, and said casually, You keep asking me if I want to fight. But what about the bet? Everyone around was surprised. Yu Sanqing immediately turned around and winked. Liu hesitated for a while, and began to reach into the storage bag. If you want to fight, I, as your senior sister, must fully support you. Yuan Chicho did not stop him. He always supported everyone's decision. Lan Xingshu also thought there was nothing wrong with a fight, but if the Yinsha kingdom cheated, he would definitely intervene. Lin Xiao smiled. Just use a set of 9th grade formations, and I want the divine venerable liquid in your hand. 9th grade formations? This is the highest level formation. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Yinsha country was really generous. However, under everyone's gaze, Pei Jinya shook his head and said, You want the divine serum in my hand for just a 9th grade formation? What do you want? If you want to fight me, use the divine intent. Any divine intent will do. There was an uproar all around. Oh my god. This guy doesn't even think highly of the 9th grade formation? But it's really amazing that he wants the divine intent. Don't say it. After thinking about it carefully, I really think there's nothing wrong with his conditions. Sun Chitong turned his head to look at Nengongsi, and laughed. I suddenly found that this guy is a bit to my taste. Can you not be so disgusting? Nengongsi said lightly. Sun Chitong laughed. What do you think? You don't even like the 9th grade formation? Is he so powerful? Nengongsi said nothing. He looked at Pei Jinya. The whistling wind gradually stopped. Lin Qiu was silent. He underestimated the ambition of this kid, and narrowed his eyes. Tian Gu's voice suddenly came from behind. Okay, but 3 drops of godly fluid are not enough. Add 1 more super-grade magic weapon. Pei Jinya said lazily. Then you can add another 100 Yunshao pills. You want a super-grade magic weapon, and godly fluid for just 1 picture. Why don't you want the Divine Mountain? Tian Gu looked at him deeply, nodded and said, 50 Yunshao pills, and a set of Fist Dao Divine Intent. Okay. Tian Gu said again. Also, you are not allowed to use any high-level magic weapons. You can only use low-grade magic weapons. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yu, who was touching the storage bag. As expected, Li Yu glared at him. There are so many restrictions, are you scared? She was also planning to give Pei Jinya 8 or 10 super-grade magic weapons, and then throw them all out to kill him, but she didn't expect Tian Gu, the despicable villain, to do this to him. Before she could quickly grab Pei Jinya, she had already heard him nod and say, Okay. Oh no. She secretly said in her heart that it was not good. A slender monk from Yisha Kingdom stood up, with a fist piercing his hand that emits a deep light. Cultivation, Lake Cave Heaven Realm. Shameless. Yu Sanqing and Li Yu looked at Pei Jinya worriedly. Pei Jinya said seriously, I accept it. He then looked at Li Yu and others around him. If they dare to use dirty tricks, I hope my senior brothers and sisters can help me. Of course. Li Yu said seriously, if they dare to use dirty tricks, I will directly ask for the Sword of God Slaying. Fuck. Don't mess around. Once the Sword of God Slaying comes out, if a few of them can still survive, then the outside world will probably be in chaos. Yu Sanqing was immediately shocked. Tian Gu, Lin Qiu, Wan Tianhai and others on the opposite side could not help but twitch their lips. Damn. It a good thing that the magic weapon was restricted. Otherwise how could I fight with the God-slaying sword? Are you sticking your head out for him to chop off? Immediately, he looked at Li Yu, the slightly crazy girl, with great taboo. What should I do? My hands are itching. Sun Chitong also wanted to join the battle, but he turned his head to look at Lin Jingzi. Lin Jingzi didn't look away. He looked at the people of Dongning Kingdom again. Lu Xishan looked at him fiercely, but his opponents in his heart were only Ming Jinchuan and Lu Shihai. He didn't think much of Lu Xishan, his younger brother, and his face turned pale with anger. Nandong Simo said nothing, suddenly said, I'm a little tired, I go back first. Sun Chitong was stunned. Hurry up and follow. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him. A fight has started. Sun Chitong quickly grabbed Nandong Si. Don't leave in a hurry, don't worry. Don't worry, I take a few more glances, just 2 glances. Damn, I was wondering how dare this guy Lin Qiu. He actually concentrated his arrow intent to the 6th point. Yu Sanqing is miserable. Oh my god, Yu Sanqing arrow is amazing. Nandong Si looked annoyed and wanted to leave. But Sun Chitong said, I watch for a while, then you go back first. Nandong Si left without looking back. Sun Chitong led a group of people to watch the battle, pointing and commenting. Look, Lin Qiu learned archery from the EC Archery Immortal in his early years, and his immortal archery is very exquisite, and now he has even condensed 6 points of intention. You must be careful when you meet him in the future. The disciples agreed. Someone asked about Yu Sanqing, and said to Sun Chitong, Brother Sun, then how many moves do you think Yu Sanqing of the Emoluo Empire can hold out? I think his arrow intention is also very strong. 5 arrows against 6 arrows. It's hard to win. But Yu Sanqing trick is very clever. It obviously the 7 stars linked arrow. But it actually differentiates into an unusual flavor, which is also very strong. If this arrow hard jade falls into his hands, it will definitely play a greater role. But, it a pity. After 13 moves, Yu Sanqing was defeated. He looked up and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Qiu took back the 3 drops of god fluid with a calm look, and said with a gentle smile, Thank you. You helped me get the arrow hard jade, and my arrow will break through. Now help me get the divine fluid, and I will let you know as soon as I break through in the future. Brother Yu. Everyone looked reluctant, and glared at Lin Qiu. However, Lin Qiu didn't care about these looks at all. Yu Sanqing gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you lose, you lose. But today I have confirmed one thing. I didn't hear the anger and unwillingness in his tone. Lin Qiu's heart sank slightly. His original intention was to suppress Yu Sanqing by taking advantage of the situation and destroy his state of mind. But it seemed, Yu Sanqing said calmly, you are not as talented as me, but I took the wrong path before, and I deliberately provoked you today just to verify my way. And it turned out to be correct. As soon as the voice fell, a golden light suddenly appeared on his body. There was an uproar all around. Breakthrough. Senior brother Yu arrow intention actually broke through. He can break through the arrow intent without using the arrow hard jade. It seems that he is right. His talent is really strong. Far better than Lin Qiu. Li Yu applauded. Lan Xingshu was also happy for his old friend. All the people of the Mo Empire cheered for Yu Sanqing. In the distance, Lin Jingze of Shijiang State looked serious. It seems that we have another powerful enemy. Lin Qiu stared at Yu Sanqing with an ugly face. Yu Sanqing never looked at him again. When she turned to leave, she said slowly, I have suppressed the arrow power for 3 years, and finally broke through today. From now on, you are no longer my opponent. Lin Qiu was immediately furious. But Yu Sanqing had already left. The next battle, Pei Jinya versus Sun Wei. Someone shouted, and everyone looked over. Pei Jinya stepped onto the stage. Junior brother Pei. Be careful, Li Yu said worriedly. Pei Jinya smiled at her and walked onto the stage. Fei Tong. Break his legs. Yes, senior brother. The Yinsha cultivator said loudly. He had been waiting on the stage for a long time. When he saw Pei Jinya appear, he said coldly with disdain, your senior brother lost to my senior brother. I will let you lose to me later. Pei Jinya did not speak, but looked at the Dongning cultivator, who was the referee. The other party nodded, you too. Please. As soon as the voice fell, the cultivator of Dongning quickly left the stage. Almost instantly, the Yinsha cultivator named Fei Tong punched with an iron fist. The speed is amazing. He is already a great perfection in the cave realm, so he is naturally extremely fierce. And the fact that he could appear in the sacred mountain shows that his talent is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he has the ability to fight across levels. Li Yu looked at Yuan Chicho, a little worried. Yuan Chicho signaled her to be patient, and looked at him with a serious look. On the opposite side, Tian Gu narrowed his eyes. Wan Tianhai stood beside him, and whispered, brother, can you give me 2 drops of that kid divine fluid later? My storage bag was taken by this guy. The game just started. He had already determined that Pei Jinya would lose. Before Tian Gu could answer, the crowd watching the game suddenly exclaimed. What going on? Why did he disappear? Formation, in a formation. Everyone exclaimed. Sun Qitong also exclaimed softly, turned around and wanted to ask his cousin what formation it was, but then he remembered that she had left, and could only frown and look at the ring. After a while, when the 2 figures disappeared, there was an uproar. What kind of formation is this? I have goosebumps. This kind of formation. If it kills people, it will be unnoticed at all. No wonder Wan Tianhai was so angry before. Being targeted by a formation master of this level, let alone calling him dad, it is possible to call him grandpa. Tian Gu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this person formation so strange? Wan Tianhai hesitated. The formation at the beginning was far less strange than this, and it feels to me that he is not that powerful. But just a lot. I don't know how many formations are in his storage bag. Damn. I should have limited it earlier. Tian Gu said nothing. He just looked at Lin Qiu. But the latter hesitated and said slowly, Fei Tong mentioned to me last week that he is about to break through to the great perfection. It should be no problem to deal with this person. What the problem? It's just a formation. Brother Fei can break it with 1 punch. Can he break this formation with only 40% of his fist power? Wan Tianhai was a little annoyed by the lack of confidence of these 2 people. Lin Qiu sighed lightly. I hope so. This person gives me a bad feeling. Wan Tianhai snorted coldly, sneered at his words. Swish. Sure enough. Not long after, Pei Jinya formation was broken, there was a sound of shattering, and countless smoke rose. Did you see it? Wan Tianhai immediately looked at Lin Qiu with pride. But Li Yu's sneer came from a distance. Your cultivation level is higher than my junior brother Pei. You were beaten to the ground. You are such a loser. Why don't you kneel down at my junior brother's feet and beg for mercy? Wan Tianhai looked in amazement. On the stage, Fei Tong was lying in front of Pei Jinya. and Pei Jinya was expressionless and forming seals with his hands. He whispered 2 words, "Thunder is coming." In an instant, the daylight was dazzling. The rolling thunder came down. Everyone was completely stunned. The bright daylight seemed to be the main attraction in an instant. The expressions of the voiceless people became more vivid at this moment. The thunder is so terrifying. The strength of the formation master of the Emoluo Empire is stronger than we imagined. He is only in the cave heaven realm now. If he is promoted to the cloud sky realm in the future, he will definitely become our great enemy. The wind started to sound bleak. At some point, it became silent. Insha country. Tian Gu stared at the situation on the stage with a cold face. Lin Qiu's face was not much better. Wan Tianhai was shocked. If it weren't for the others holding him back, he would have rushed to the stage. The Shijiang country team. Lin Jingza stared at Pei Jinya figure expressionlessly, and finally took a deep look, and turned away. The Dongning country team. Lu Shishan opened his eyes wide. He looked at this scene in disbelief. His brother Lu Shihai pondered for a moment, looked at Meng Jinchuan. Meng Jinchuan shook his head slightly. Insha country lost. In fact, just as everyone guessed, Pei Jinya won, and won thoroughly. The cultivator of Insha country was already burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Pei Jinya looked at Wan Tianhai, and in front of the Insha country, he took the fist divine intention and 50 Yishao pills. Next time there will be such a good thing, remember to come find me. He did not forget to look at Lin Qiu. Remember not to die. I will challenge you in the future, and bet on the Arrowheart Jade. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Before Lin Qiu spoke, Wan Tianhai had already shouted angrily, "Let fight now, do you dare?" Pei Jinya looked at him as if he was a fool, too lazy to pay attention, turned away. Wan Tianhai was so angry that he was furious. "Take Fei Tong with you, and go back." Tian Gu left after saying this. He was too embarrassed. He started to make trouble and pressure first, but he got slapped in the face. Not only did he lose face, he also lost the divine intention of boxing. Lin Qiu also left. Wan Tianhai turned around and stared at the group of monks from the Moroi Empire who were cheering, especially at the boy who had his back to him. "Don't be too proud. See you in the assessment area next time." "What was that formation you just used? It really amazing." Liu surrounded Pei Jinya, his face full of curiosity. Pei Jinya smiled and said, "I modified and merged the Thousand Illusion formation and the Thunder formation. In fact, it was just a coincidence. Some materials of these 2 formations are somewhat incompatible, so it is difficult to succeed." "Then you are really amazing." Liu suddenly looked at Pei Jinya with stars in his eyes. Yu Sanqing smiled heartily. "Well done, I have long disliked the Insha kingdom." Pei Jinya said it was a fluke. His strength was a level lower than the other party. Of course, he said to the outside world that it was because the other party was arrogant. "Are you really going to challenge Lin Qiu?" "It not for me." "Right. I am a little touched by your behavior." Yu Sanqing touched his head, and suddenly became a little shy. "Step on them first," Pei Jinya said with a smile. Yu Sanqing was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted. "That right, junior brother Pei didn't say when to challenge. I had already hit Lin Qiu Dao hard before, and now Pei Jinya hit him again. Even if Lin Qiu can't lose his composure, he can still make him uncomfortable for a while. The strategy of attacking the heart, these two rarely have tacit understanding." When returning to his residence, a senior brother came to ask Pei Jinya if he would transfer the fist divine intention. He was willing to exchange it with the Tianzuan pill. But Pei Jinya declined. The fist divine intention can strengthen the will of martial arts. The previous sword divine intention had already made him realize the true God. And now of course, he wanted to do it again. Although the other party was puzzled, he was not angry. Before leaving, he was very polite. "Junior brother, I can wait. If you need to transfer it, you must consider me in advance." "Brother, don't worry, this is for sure." Pei Jinya clasped his fists. As for the Sword Soul map, it is less and less useful to his cultivation for the time being, but it is better than nothing. After that, Pei Jinya sold it to the official. He got 200,000 merit points. A newcomer, who suddenly became rich. Fortunately, Pei Jinya didn't have the habit of being high profile, so he didn't attract people dislike. During this period, he kept taking elixirs, and quickly raised the 3 attribute values. In the dead of night, a hazy light emanated from the boxing divine intention. Pei Jinya read it seriously. With the blessing of 10,000 times extraordinary talent, The countless strokes on the divine intention seemed to form a punch and a style. A huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Pei Jinya took it all in. It seemed that he still disliked the slow speed of such understanding. Directly use the universal extraordinary gene to improve my talent. The sword has evolved into a spirit seed. So when I read the sword divine intention that day, rapid progress. Now there is another divine intention. It is better to directly improve martial arts talent than to improve boxing supernatural. Fortunately, a large number of supernatural genes were stored in the Federation in advance, otherwise, he would have no way to find a way at this time. In a blink of an eye, the supernatural genes of the innate martial body have been upgraded to LV7. Pei Jinya was very disappointed. There are still too few supernatural people with innate martial body. If I want to improve it, I only have two ways at the moment. First, accumulate universal supernatural genes. The second is to wait for the evolution of the gods, so that the extraordinary genes can be replicated. This guy is progressing very fast now, so it will be soon. He spent more than 10,000 merit points to exchange a large number of natural treasures for the gods and centipedes. Now the centipedes have entered a new stage of evolution and are in a hibernation state. However, the gods still have no chance to trigger evolution, but are studying a large number of medicinal materials day and night. He glanced at the introduction of the LV7 innate martial body. The description of martial arts talent no longer has the words 10,000 times. Instead, it has easy to enter the state of enlightenment and evolution of martial arts. In a state of trying, Pei Jinya began to comprehend the divine intention of boxing. But surprisingly, compared to comprehending the sword spirit diagram at the beginning, he now barely needs even a second to enter the state of enlightenment directly. The amount of information on the divine intention of boxing has also become more. The rolling blood began to surge in his body. The boxing intention quickly condensed. 3 points of fist intention. 4 points of fist intention. 5 points of fist intention. In the distance, Sun Qitong, who was talking to Nangong Si, seemed to sense something all of a sudden and looked over. Who is gathering fist intention? Almost instantly, this will disappeared without a trace. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes, feeling a little regretful. When he was about to condense the true God, he stopped abruptly, which was related to the foundation he had accumulated in his daily life. The foundation of swordsmanship was really deep, so it was natural for him to condense the true God. As for the true God of boxing, Pei Jinya was not in a hurry. Now the bonus of the innate martial body was stronger than he had imagined, and it might not take long for him to break through. 3 days later, Pei Jinya finished his training. He checked the attribute values. Qi and blood, 17.5966 million. Physical strength, 17.9712 million. Spiritual strength, 18.2333 million. Spirit valve, 22%. Cultivation, Lake Cave Heaven. Thanks to the improvement of the innate martial body, now the training is more effective. However, 3 days of training is equivalent to his 5 days of hard training last week. Pei Jinya was in a good mood and pushed open the door. Several figures in the distance had already gone to the assessment area. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Wan Tianhai saw Pei Jinya from a distance, but Pei Jinya ignored him. Instead, he heard many people discussing who was the person who had gathered the fifth spirit a few days ago. Pei Jinya remained silent. With the previous experience of sword spirit map, he was particularly careful when observing and comprehending this time. The formation materials bought with so many merits were indeed useful. I dare not say that I have concealed it from everyone, but at least I will not make the same noise as last time. After sending off the contestants this time, Yuan Chichio suddenly found him. Next week assessment has been calculated. It is a multi-person array assessment, but it is a single-player track. In previous years, the content of the competition is usually to send you to a specific location, and you need to break the array to reach the end. In this process, you may meet other contestants. I don't know if there will be a restriction of not being allowed to take action in next week assessment. If there is, it's fine. If not, you must be careful. 2 figures came in from the side, a man and a woman, both of them were petite. Yuan Chichio introduced, "These 2 of your senior brothers and sisters will compete with you next week. Junior brother Pei, I have heard of your name for a long time. My name is Sun Jiao, and I am from the same hometown as you Sanqing." The boy grinned and both took the initiative to clasp his fists. Pei Jinya smiled and said, "Hello, senior brother Sun." The girl next to him chuckled and said, "Last time, Junior Brother Pei used the formation to defeat the cultivators of Insha country. It seems that with the help of our junior brother, we will be more prepared for the assessment next week. By the way, my name is Zhao Qing. Pei Jinya smiled. Senior sister Zhao. We don't flatter each other. Zhao Qing laughed dumbly. Yuan Chichio and Sun Jiao also smiled. Junior Brother Pei is a newcomer. You should guide him more. Yuan Chichio said, although this is also a multi-person competition. It is more of an individual competition. If we meet in the assessment field in the future, you should help each other as much as possible. Yes, senior brother. Yuan Chichio hurriedly left after connecting the three people. Li Yu came instead. Zhao Qing and Li Yu knew each other. The two were like good sisters. Sun Jiao was much more polite to Li Yu. After talking about some common assessment scenarios of formation assessment, Sun Jiao suggested preparing more refining materials. In the assessment area, some formations may be set up in advance by some monks from other countries, deliberately delaying our time. The assessment results will be settled according to the time of climbing the mountain. The points of the three of us combined is the final score. Does that mean you can deliberately obstruct others? Pei Jinya laughed. Then if we trap them until the end of the assessment, wouldn't it be a sure win? Sun Jiao smiled. That's true, but those who can participate in the assessment are not ordinary formation masters, and they all have some cards to break the formation. You are like Nandong Si, who has no idea how many 8th grade and 9th grade formations he has, but he is definitely a big enemy. I said. Do you want to agree to break through 1/5 or 1/3 of the way? Let's climb the mountain together. After all, it's the total score. Li Yu suggested. Zhao Qing beside him smiled. Indeed, we think so too. At present, we don't know where the scene in the assessment area will appear. Use a mark. Pei Jinya said. Sun Jiao was a little worried. I'm afraid it will be cracked. Insha country knows some of our marks very well. Pei Jinya smiled, then changed to a mark they haven't seen before. He taught one of the special marking methods that the Federation learned that year, different from the advanced marks of Heilin Xiaowei. Zhao Qing and Sun Jiao began to memorize them. Li Yu beside him looked at Pei Jinya with admiration. Junior Brother Pei, you are really a genius. For days passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya was either practicing during this time, or observing the intention of God. One day, a feeling of a barrier breaking came from the body. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. He was smiling. Breakthrough. Pull out the attribute panel. I haven't even reached the great perfection of the cave heaven realm yet. But the 3 attribute values have already exceeded 20 million. If I enter the cloud sky realm, won't I be able to crush my peers? He couldn't help but chuckle. We all have a bright future. There was a knock on the door. Junior Brother Pei. The things you want are here. Yu Sanqing shouted outside the door. Pei Jinya responded. He opened the door and invited him in. Yu Sanqing took out 2 boxes with the word sealed from the storage bag. Pei Jinya did not hide it, and opened it in front of him. There were some array materials inside, which made Yu Sanqing amazed. You are very generous. Anyway, I need it, and it is useless to keep these merits. Pei Jinya smiled. Yu Sanqing nodded when he heard it. That true. He paused and said, Old Lu, who is in charge of purchasing, said that many of these things are materials that the Empire has spent a lot of effort to get. What are you planning to do? It will be very useful. Pei Jinya smiled mysteriously. A large number of ancient formations were recorded in the inheritance of Master Jubing. Although some materials could not be found, substitutes could be found. He was also trying, but he did not expect that the Empire could really do it. In the inheritance of Master Jubing, the Heavenly Secret Reversal Formation and Immortal Trap Formation were mentioned. Some of the illusion formations he drew during this period were actually derived from the Heavenly Secret Reversal Formation, but the level of these illusion formations was not high. Last time in the multiplayer game, he tried his hand at it. He also discovered his own shortcomings. Although the formation is changeable, it is limited by the materials, and still lacks threat to the real formation master. So after leaving himself only a part of the merits to exchange for elixirs, he began to buy up a lot of formation materials. He had to squeeze out time to draw every day. How is it? Is there anything that needs to be replaced? No, they are all good, Pei Jinya said with a smile. Although I don't know what big move you are going to make, but it feels like it can surprise people. Yu Sanqing chuckled. Not long after. Ding. A melodious bell sounded. Pei Jinya raised his head. Yu Sanqing also came back to his senses. The results are about to be announced. Let go. Pei Jinya closed all the materials, put them into the storage bag, and then stood up with Yu Sanqing. Outside the assessment area, there were crowds of people. This time, the results were announced. The Luo Empire still failed to get into the top 3 as expected. Yinsha Kingdom took second place, 1/3. The first was taken by Lu Shihai of Dongning. When the show was over, Wan Tianhai looked at the Luo Empire and said loudly, Pei Jinya, the formation test will be held next week, just wait. Pei Jinya suddenly replied loudly, do you dare to bet? Wan Tianhai opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Pei Jinya was very disappointed, and said unhappily, you dare not respond, you are calling your father? Get out. Wan Tianhai was immediately furious, hack you. Everyone looked at Pei Jinya in astonishment. It seemed that they really didn't expect him to dare to confront him so directly. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. I will tear this kid to pieces today. Wan Tianhai roared loudly. But the people behind him still tried their best to stop him. Not far away on the opposite side, Yuan Chichio's eyes were on him. The Yinsha Kingdom cultivators were as if they were facing a great enemy. Sun Qitong laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. The formation master of the Luo Empire is really arrogant. Damn. I like him so much. Others looked at him sideways. Nandongxi raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Pei Jinya from a distance, then turned and left. The day of the test came in a blink of an eye. Lan Xingshu and Yu Sanqing accompanied Pei Jinya. Although Lan Xingshu said nothing, his concern was obvious. Junior brother, you must be careful in everything. Yes. I will. Old son, take care of my junior brother if you can. Don't worry. Pei Jinya raised his head and looked towards Yinsha country. Wan Tianhai, do you want to bet? 2 days later, he asked again. Wan Tianhai was dragged away without looking back. What a coward. Pei Jinya's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. But it was just loud enough for all the cultivators of Yinsha Nation to hear. Wan Tianhai turned his head and wanted to say something. But Lin Qiu covered his mouth and whispered to the 3 contestants on his side, be careful of that guy. Although I don't know where he gets his confidence from. You must stay alert. Yes. Senior brother Lin. 2 of the Yinsha Nation formation masters immediately stared at the distance with malicious eyes. The man on the right glanced lazily. Pei Jinya also stared at the 3 fat sheep without hesitation. Brother Sun, do you know the 3 people from Yinsha country? Sun Jiao glanced and whispered, the one on the left is Mu Xiuan. His family has been array masters for generations. But they are not as good as the Nangong family. The woman in the middle is Song Wenwei. Her illusion array is very strong. But the middle-aged cultivator on the right is the first time I have seen him. Maybe he is also new. Sun Jiao just said woman. When he said the first 2 words, Zhao Qing glared at him. He could only change the subject in a huff. But Zhao Qing suddenly whispered, that person looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. I remember. Xiaohu Bin. Yes. It him. I didn't expect him to come too. Xiaohu Bin? Sun Jiao was stunned. It seemed familiar. Pei Jinya was also stunned. This name was mentioned in the memories he had swallowed. Zhao Qing said in a panic, the famous flower-stealing thief back then, it is said that he has obtained the ancient array magic of a master of the venerable realm. Be careful of him. Xiaohu Bin suddenly stared at her and licked his lips. Zhao Qing's face suddenly turned pale. Clang. The knife intent was released. And Yuan Chichio's voice came faintly, if you dare to mess with the monks of my Luo Empire, I will kill you. And no one can stop me. Xiaohu Bin looked over fiercely, and met Yuan Chichio in different eyes. His face changed several times before he retracted his gaze. The direction of Tianwu Kingdom. Sun Qitong also saw Xiaohu Bin, and whispered to Nandongxi, sister, how about I take part in the assessment with you? That guy is a bit hateful. He'd better pray not to meet me. Nandongxi left a word, as the assessment area opened, and left directly with the 2 people around him. It's time to start, be careful. Yuan Chichio looked at Pei Jinya, and the other 2, and nodded solemnly. If you encounter danger, immediately stop the assessment, life is more important than scores. Yes, senior brother Yuan. Zhao Qing took the lead. Sun Xiao took Pei Jinya into the assessment area. After Pei Jinya passed through the light film, he found that he had been separated from senior sister Zhao and senior brother Sun. He now appeared in a mountain range. The red light rising from the farthest mountain was particularly eye-catching. 2 big words were extremely conspicuous, and Pei Jinya tried to move forward, but he felt an air wall in front of him, blocking the way. If you try to move forward, electric light will condense on the air wall. This force even makes Pei Jinya, who always likes to absorb lightning, feel frightened. At this time, the sky shook. The task content emerges assessment item, formation speed race. Assessment content. Crack the formations you may encounter along the way, and go to the finish line. During this assessment, you may encounter a celestial demon attack, and there is a great chance to obtain natural treasures, various magical tools, elixir. You can sprint alone, or you can go in groups. Note, if the formation area is covered with red light, everyone must stop, and those who violate the rules will be punished by heaven. There are natural treasures and magic weapons. I wonder if there are any super quality magic weapons. The big word slowly dissipated. The next second, the air wall disappeared. Nearly 1,000 figures set off almost at the same time. Some monks even wanted to fly away from the sky, but they didn't expect that the entire assessment area was banned from flying. This person was struck down by a bolt of lightning just after he ascended to the sky. There were also cultivators who wanted to use the underground formation, but they also failed. After drilling into the ground, they were directly trapped and were in a dilemma. Beside the pool, Pei-Jinya sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly finished his work. He was lucky on this journey. He actually harvested a lot of elixirs in succession, and the medicinal effects were even stronger than Yunshao pills. He glanced at the attribute panel. After refining 5 elixirs, the 3 attribute values soared by 300,000 in one breath. The feeling of fatigue was swept away. At this moment, the 1,000 threads vibrated. Someone arrived. They met each other's eyes. A contestant from an unknown country also saw Pei-Jinya. Pei-Jinya did not recognize him, but he obviously knew Pei-Jinya. After all, during this period of time, the love-hate relationship between Pei-Jinya and Yinsha country was so eye-catching. He hesitated for a moment. The other party withdrew directly. Pei-Jinya was about to take action, but seeing the scene, he could not help but stop, with a strange look on his face. You, a Yunshao realm formation master, are afraid of me? But since there are people here, it means that the main force should be catching up soon. He left a special code. If Zhao Qing and Sun Jiao saw it, they would know what to do. Buzz. Suddenly, the wave of the formation activation appeared. Pei-Jinya stood there, motionless, and let the formation start. Because at this moment, the formation appeared with a red halo. He had seen with his own eyes that a contestant from another country did not believe in evil, and was blown to pieces by a thunderbolt after blinking his eyes. Not far in front of him, the formation master who had just escaped was also standing there at this moment. Sensing that it was Pei-Jinya behind him, he secretly groaned in his heart. The red light disappeared. The other party fled quickly. Pei-Jinya did not chase him, but turned his head to look at the bushes beside him. I had been feeling like I was being watched. But strangely, there was no one at this moment. Moving quickly towards the finish line. Soon he encountered a formation on the bridge. The formation was very simple, and it was obvious that it was set up by the contestants. Pei-Jinya broke the formation with just a few moves. Seeing the mark left by senior brother's son at the bridge head, they continued to rush forward. Pei-Jinya, do you want to join forces? A shout suddenly came from behind. No time. Pei-Jinya left quickly without looking back. The sturdy man behind him had a gloomy look, and after Pei-Jinya had completely left, he turned his head and said to the 2 companions who were hiding, he is very cautious. This kid is really a coward. A man jumped out of the bushes next to him and sneered. Just when the 3 of them had just stepped onto the bridge, the illusion array suddenly rose, and the 3 of them were caught off guard. Pei-Jinya's faint voice came from outside the array. Robbery. The 3 of them were almost furious. Damn, are you still human? 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The race was almost halfway through. Many major events also happened. The formation masters of Dongning and Shijiang fought over the elixir. Sun Jiao of the Emoluo Empire was chased by the formation master of Yinsha, and escaped with a broken arm. The most eye-catching thing was that Nandongxi used a set of 9th grade formations, and directly repelled the flower-stealing thief Xiaobin, and saved Zhao Qing's life. Zhao Qing wanted to thank him, but after Nandongxi finished his move, he left directly. Zhao Qing's heart was moved for a moment. When Zhao Qing met Sun Jiao, she found that he had lost his arm, and her eyes became red again. I'm fine, but as for junior brother Pei, I haven't been able to find him. Pei-Jinya disappeared. For Zhao Qing and Sun Jiao, it was true. They never saw Pei-Jinya whereabouts along the way. Little did they know that at 4/5 of the way, Pei-Jinya sat cross-legged on the top of a peak on one side of the canyon, and had set up a fairy trap formation for this section of the road leading to the end. Sun Jiao and Zhao Qing hadn't shown up yet, so he decided to wait. One day later, someone finally showed up in the canyon. After trying his best to unlock the formation, he didn't expect that a formation to trap immortals would directly block him. Then a lazy voice came, robbery. Fuck. Pagenia. Are you still human? In the midst of the shock and anger, a red light appeared. The three people could only freeze in place and not move. While Pagenia, who was outside the formation, stood in front of the three people, he quickly arranged several formations to block the enemy. And the three people were so angry that they dared not speak. My formation involves the art of the 5 elements. If you can break it, I will respect you as a man, Pagenia said with a smile. After half an hour of silence, as soon as the red light disappeared, the three people immediately took action. But the terrifying nature of the immortal trap formation had been verified by the passage of time, and its strength was extraordinary. The three people took action, but it was useless, and they were so angry that they cursed. Pagenia sneered, "We have fought, I've scolded you, you don't really think you're tough, do you?" He waved his hands and made hand gestures. Boom! Thunder filled the air. The three people who were scolding were suddenly covered by countless lightning, and they screamed in horror and dodged repeatedly. It wasn't long before they were blasted to a crisp, and fainted on the spot. Pagenia sneered, walked into the formation, and directly took off all the storage bags on the three people, and then threw the three people away in a formation. He raised his head. He saw a figure running away from a distance. The other party also noticed him, moving very quickly pinching the fingers. A bright red light condensed from his hand, and then enveloped Pagenia. Swish! The red light had just been thrown into the air, and was chopped off by a sword. Xiahobin, who was running over, was stunned on the spot. The shock of cardiac arrest made him subconsciously look at Pagenia, and shouted, "Are you a sword cultivator?" However, there was no trace of Pagenia in his field of vision. Puff! Xiahobin dodged quickly. Blood spurted out of his arm, and he was so scared that he shouted, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Insha Kingdom will not let you go." However, Pagenia did not answer at all, and the whole person seemed to disappear into the air. But countless sword intentions appeared out of thin air. Xiahobin retreated in shock. He could not judge Pagenia whereabouts at all, and he could not infer the pattern of these sword intentions emerging from all directions. The only thing he could do was to retreat quickly. He kept using magic formulas to defend himself. "Boy, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me?" Xiahobin shouted angrily. Bang! A sword light directly hit the light shield in front of him, and the piercing sound of the explosion made Xiahobin's ears ring. He was startled. He was horrified. Isn't this a speed race for the formation masters? How could such a fierce swordsman suddenly appear? He was beaten back again and again. Xiahobin's tone softened. "Good man. Let's talk. I have a formation, which can definitely help you get a high score. We can really talk. You can't kill me in a short time." "Really?" Pagenia's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. It was like a thunderclap in Xiahobin's ears. He hurriedly looked back, but was keenly aware of the sudden chill in the air, and his eyes widened instantly. Real ice treasure. He recognized what this thing in front of him was. It turned out to be the legendary killer weapon of Master Jubing. The real ice treasure talisman. That's what he was shocked about. The inheritance of Master Jubing caused a bloody storm in the Morway Empire. No one knew which old monster got the thing. It also caused a lot of discussion during this period. I didn't expect that the inheritance was in the hands of this young man. Who is he? Who is he? Could he be the descendant of Master Jubing? If you force me again, I won't be polite. Xiahobin was furious. He slapped his storage bag hard, and a black light appeared. It hit the coldness released by the true ice talisman. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of rapid explosions came. The light shield in front of Xiahobin cracked without warning. His face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly wanted to throw out other defense formations. But what he never expected was that his heart felt cold. When he lowered his head, a sword tip emerged from his heart. The world was spinning, and he felt that all this was impossible. How could a formation master have such strong swordsmanship? How could his sword pierce down so quickly? Why would he die? How could he have the real ice treasure talisman? Why? Why? The moment when endless darkness enveloped, the world suddenly became quiet. Pagenia activated the heavenly secret reversal formation at the same time, hiding his body, and devouring a large amount of the opponent memory at a devastating speed. The reason why he killed Xiahobin was completely because of what Sun Jiao said. This guy had inherited the ancient formation. Kill, devour. Seize the ancient array inheritance, and it done in one go. A moment. Pejinia figure disappeared from the spot. Time flies by. 12 hours left before the end of the assessment. More and more contestants found that the difficulty of the array became more and more difficult. They guessed that someone secretly arranged the array. Don't they have endless materials? Zhao. Mr. Pei, you have the courage to block our way. In the valley, the two people from Yinsha Kingdom sneered. Mu Xian threw out a magic weapon called a cone. There was a bang. There was a crack in the immortal trapping formation. Pejinia was not angry, but his face was happy, as expected of a young master from a family of formation masters. You have a lot of treasures in your hands. He approached quickly. He wanted to seize it. The female cultivator from Yinsha Kingdom stepped forward and threw out the formation, but screamed the next second and was punched out by Pejinia. You are actually a fist cultivator. Mu Xian screamed and turned to run. Pejinia wanted to chase him, but was stopped by the female monk named Song Wenwei with a formation. He turned around and punched Song Wenwei into the ground. Mu Xian, if you dare to run, I will kill her now. Pejinia shouted. Don't worry about me. Run. Song Wenwei screamed as soon as she finished speaking. In the distance, Mu Xian did not even pause for a moment and decisively abandoned her. Pejinia was also stunned, and then angrily said, This kid has no backbone at all. Song Wenwei said angrily, He can't beat you. Of course he has to run. Mu Xian is right. Pejinia turned his head and looked at him, and said lightly, He is spineless. A Yunxia level formation master is afraid of a Dongtian level master like me. He is not afraid of being embarrassed if it gets out. Song Wenwei's face turned blue and red, and she didn't say anything. Where is the storage bag? Take it out. A cold shout. Song Wenwei was furious. Before she could resist, her iron fist smashed down. 3 hours left before the end of the assessment. The escaped Mu Xian gathered a large number of contestants from other countries, preparing to fight Pejinia, but he didn't expect to be watched by Nandongxi, and fled again in frustration. Nandongxi stood on the hillside, lost in thought. She encountered several very tricky formations along the way, and it always felt like that person handiwork. So where are you now? Which, see where you run. As soon as the Shijiang State Formation Master saw her, he shouted angrily. Nandongxi was interrupted and annoyed, and immediately attacked. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Unexpectedly, a powerful force intervened directly. Who is it? It you? The Shijiang State Formation Master was furious. When Nandongxi saw the other party handsome figure alone, she smiled inadvertently. The person who came was Pejinia. Together with Nandongxi, he fought back the people from Shijiang State. She snatched 2 storage bags, which he emptied and threw away. I thought you wouldn't help me. Nandongxi looked over. Pejinia smiled and looked over. Helping you is also helping me. Don't be polite. Nandongxi stared at her, and suddenly smiled. Tell me, what do you want to do? Look at what you said. Pejinia laughed, but also said seriously, cooperation? Nandongxi rarely laughed happily. No materials? She was fleeced by Pejinia before. Now I have finally got my place back. Pejinia spread his hands helplessly. He had blocked too many people along the way, and the materials he had consumed were too much. If it weren't for Mu Xian breaking his formation again, he would have walked away. Nandongxi was in a good mood, but he said with a straight face, We can make a deal. I take 7 and you take 3. Okay. Pejinia agreed very readily. Nandongxi looked over in surprise. You won't bargain with me. I was on guard against you before because I didn't understand you. Now, you're not a bad person, so I treat you as my own? Pejinia said frankly. Nandongxi was startled, and suddenly looked away deliberately. If Sun Qitong was here, he would definitely be furious and condemn someone for using sugar-coated bullets, which was obscene. Don't try to fool me. Nandongxi snorted coldly. But Pejinia frank eyes made her feel guilty. What do you want to do? I've already won first place. I can let you be the second. You will join hands with me to stop the others. Your people and my people will occupy the first and second place. Stop? Nandongxi couldn't help interrupting. Even she didn't dare to say this easily. Are you sure? There are many people from the Yuzhen family in this assessment, and they have many trump cards in their hands. There are only 2.5 hours left before the assessment ends. We can stop them for a while. Pejinia said firmly. Okay, I take a gamble with you. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new immortal trap array was drawn. Nandong's figure flew over from a distance. Is it alright? Pei Jinya nodded, with a pure smile. It alright. Nandong's nodded, but didn't dare to get close. She wasn't a love-minded person. Although she and the man in front of her had a romantic experience, but after just this period of contact, she was sure that the man in front of her would never be the kind of person who would be trapped by love. Pei Jinya ignored her caution and quickly made a seal. The formation starts. Countless streams of light shot up into the sky. Nandongsi looked at the fire in surprise. Then turned her head and looked at it with a trembling voice. I have never seen such a formation. Whose inheritance did you come from? Pei Jinya just smiled back at her. I never attack my own people. It's enough for you to know that I won't harm you. By the way, take this jade token. Don't throw it away. It allows you to move freely in this formation. Throwing the jade token, he rushed out first. The eldest lady of the Nandong family behind him was already stunned. Not long after, there were shouts and curses one after another. Pei Jinya, you will die. Do you people of the Emoluo Empire still have shame? Nandongsi came back to his senses. His almond eyes were angry, and he rushed over directly. In a moment, everyone was thrown to the ground. Nandongsi, you are actually in cahoots with each other, looking for death. Nandongsi attacked in anger, and immediately beat the group of people to tears. These people were just formation masters, and they had formation defense. But without the formation, they would be like salted fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Pei Jinya chose Nandongsi to cooperate. It was because he was attracted by her formation. Let her help consume it, so that he could succeed. Otherwise, exposing all his trump cards, just for this assessment, it was not worth it no matter how you looked at it. Moreover, he really needed someone to help him control his anger. This was the risk of cooperation. He wanted Nandongsi to agree, and of course, he had considered the cost. This woman was not stupid. I handed over all. Someone couldn't help but speak up, and took the initiative to hand over the spiritual medicines he had picked up along the way. Pei Jinya smiled with satisfaction, took his things, and then moved to one side. The other party was stunned, and asked loudly, why don't you let me go? Nandongsi sneered, this money is just to save you from the pain of the flesh. If you want to leave, you have to pay more. The other party was stunned on the spot, opened his mouth, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. He wanted to curse loudly. Bastards. But Nandongsi stared at him with dangerous eyes, and he couldn't say it. Pei Jinya. Nandongsi, you will die a horrible death. Everyone listen to me. Mu Xiuan. Swear. As long as you lend me a hand, I will lead you to break through the formation. Mu Xiuan roared in the distance. Someone responded, Mu Xiuan, really? Really? The end is right in front of us. We don't have much time left. Mu Xiuan roared. Several figures rushed over immediately. Nandongsi looked at Pei Jinya. The two of them understood each other, and quickly took action. A 9th grade formation was thrown out. Mu Xiuan roared, trying to break through, but in a blink of an eye Pei Jinya fist had already hit him. The light shield behind him made a sound of being overwhelmed. Mu Xiuan screamed in shock. Brother Mu. Song Wenwei suddenly appeared to block. Mu Xiuan was overjoyed. Junior sister. Save me. Song Wenwei made a quick move. A green light rushed towards Pei Jinya, but it was shattered in an instant. Both Song Wenwei and Mu Xiuan were horrified. Bang! Song Wenwei was knocked out by a punch. The next second, Pei Jinya's big hand had already grabbed Mu Xiuan's face. He was about to kill him with a headshot. But suddenly a red light appeared. Everyone stopped where they were. No one dared to breathe. Mu Xiuan's horrified eyes came through Pei Jinyas' fingers. This time he really felt that this man wanted to kill him. He was so frightened that he almost cried out. But fortunately he held it back. This time the red light appeared for a long time. A monk standing on one leg couldn't hold on. His body shook slightly, and he was blown away by a thunderbolt in an instant. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The person next to him was startled, trembled slightly, and was also blasted out by the thunder. Bang! Bang! The sound of the thunder gradually became one. Suddenly the red light disappeared. Mu Xiuan turned around and ran. But he didn't expect Pei Jinya to grab his storage bag. He was horrified and wanted to snatch it back. But he saw Pei Jinya raised his fist again, and turned around and ran away without looking back. This spineless guy. Pei Jinya was angry. Behind him, Song Wenhua sat on the ground in a daze, staring at Mu Xiuan fleeing back in a daze. Sun Jiao and Zhao Qing finally found Pei Jinya. The three of them met up. Pei Jinya discovered that one of Sun Jiao's arms was broken. Who did it? Mu Xiuan and Xiahou Bin. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly. I am not as skilled as them. Xiahou Bin is dead. Nandongxi suddenly spoke up beside him. Sun Jiao was stunned. His eyes lingered on Pei Jinya and Nandongxi. Pei Jinya smiled warmly. Our allies. Let not talk about this now. There is still half an hour before the assessment ends. Let go to the finish line to get points first. Sun Jiao nodded. When Zhao Qing appeared beside Nandongxi, she said seriously, thank you for the previous things. After that, she left with Sun Jiao. Pei Jinya looked suspiciously. Have you ever met? I forgot. Nandongxi said expressionlessly. She didn't say a word about Zhao Qing near death. Maybe this is the tacit understanding between girls. Pei Jinya didn't ask any more questions. Looking at the formation barrier, said thoughtfully, I can't hold on any longer, 10 minutes at most. Let attack together, and grab as much as we can. Nandongxi agreed decisively. The top three will get bonuses. Naturally. The more treasures they have, the more they will have when the time comes. How long will it take to finish? The last 5 minutes. It almost over. I don't know if junior brother Pei can get a good score this time. Yu Sanqing was looking forward to it. Li Yu beside him smiled and said, Sun Jiao and Zhao Qing are both veterans. There is no problem in giving him a hand. Since she saw Pei Jinya formation strength, she has been full of curiosity about this new junior brother. And more importantly, Pei Jinya is actually a sword cultivator. Insha country sent Xiahou Bin this time. Why is it a bit risky? Someone next to him sighed. Yu Sanqing smiled and said, Tianwu country has sent the eldest lady of the Nangong family. It is not enough for Insha country to rely on Mu Xiuan alone. There are also Shijiang country and Dongying country eyeing covetously. Hee. But Insha country has really incurred public anger this time. This Xiahou Bin made such a big noise outside. Insha country is not shy about it at all. The people of Insha country really deserve to die. Everyone said. In a blink of an eye, a bell rang in the sky. Yuan Chicho raised his head. The results are about to be announced. Let go. Everyone stood up. Wan Tianhai had already started waiting. To be honest, he was actually a little uneasy now. Mu Xiuan and Xiahou Bin should be able to beat Nandongxi together. Right? Lin Qiu, who was standing next to him, was somewhat helpless. He complained. You have asked 1,000 times. Just wait patiently. Xiahou Bin promised us that he would conduct a serious assessment. He has so many cases on his shoulders. If he wants to survive, he has to listen to us. Instead of worrying about him, you might as well think about whether there will be any trouble in the Mo Empire. That kid formation is not weak. His formation is strong. But it is not a starter. Wan Tianhai said stubbornly. Lin Qiu was too lazy to argue with him. Not getting started. Then who was trapped in the first place? He didn't want to argue, lest Wan Tianhai, that idiot, get angry again. Wan Tianhai, do you want to bet? A loud shout came from a distance. Wan Tianhai thought it was Pei Jinya, and his heart skipped a beat. When he looked over, he found that the person who spoke was actually the yellow-haired boy Lu Shishan, and he was immediately angry. Get out of the way! Who do you think you are? Lu Shihai defended his brother, and looked coldly. Wan Tianhai, how can you talk like that? Wan Tianhai doesn't tolerate them, snorted coldly. Don't run into me next time, or I beat you two up in the assessment area. What a joke. Do you really think I'm made of paper? Anyone can step on me. Right? Sun Shitong was amused. Last time, Pei Jinya made a lot of money, although I have some thoughts, but I'm still scared. Sun Shitong couldn't help but say, Old Wan, Old Meng, Old Yuan. Let's just say, let gamble again, bet on the first and second place. But no one agreed. Sun Shitong could only look regretful. The results are out. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at it intently. First place, Mo Empire extra reward items. Wow. The whole square was noisy before the second line of words appeared. Fuck, Mo Empire is first again? Sun Shitong was dumbfounded. My sister is so strong, but she can't beat that guy? It can't be that the guy used a beauty trick. Right? Wan Tianhai was also dumbfounded. He stared at the first place in the sky in shock. How is it possible? He repeated this sentence many times. But no one paid attention. Brother, we are actually the first. Li Yu was surprised. Yuan Chichio couldn't hide his smile. Since the last time we won the first place was... Wait, is it because of Junior Brother Pei? The last time they won the first place in the Emoluo Empire was because of Junior Brother Pei. Now this assessment is related to Junior Brother Pei, and then it is the first place again. It was hard for him not to think too much. The second line of words appeared in the sky. Second place. Tianwu Kingdom Extra Bonus Items 100%. Sun Qitong breathed a sigh of relief, but he stared at the four big words of the first place. The Emoluo Empire. With doubt. Because the first place was too eye-catching, so that when the monks of Dongning Kingdom won the third place, they did not attract everyone's attention. The light shield opened. The dusty faces of the people were revealed inside. You two dogs, I remember you. Wait! Before Nannongxi could launch the formation to attack, the man had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared quickly. Something seems to be wrong. The people of Tianwu Kingdom quickly warned. Sun Qitong immediately showed his strength. Who the hell said bad things about my sister? Get out. No one dared to answer. Instead, a figure stumbled and ran towards the camp of Insha Kingdom. Senior Brother 1. Save me. Pei Jinya wants to kill me. The people of Insha Kingdom were stunned. Mu Xiuan's face was covered in blood, and his screams were particularly eye-catching. Wan Tianhai was stunned, and immediately shouted angrily, Pei Jinya. It you again! Wan Tianhai. How dare you! Yu Sanqing shouted immediately. Yuan Chichio also soared into the sky, and a terrifying knife aura emanated from his body. Tian Gu frowned and stood up. The two countries confronted each other directly. I say, can you guys just fight at every turn and make me look stupid? Sun Qitong said unhappily. Then, he walked over. When he saw Nannongxi and Pei Jinya standing together, he slightly raised his eyebrows. Facing Pei Jinya gaze. He wanted to be dismissive, but because of someone's face, he forced an ugly smile. Let's just say, what if we are really a family in the future? Nannongxi ignored the angry glares of the cultivators from other countries, and said lightly, let go. Sun Qitong nodded, and did not forget to turn around and shout to Tian Gu, don't do anything after I leave, otherwise I will help Yuan Qi to avenge. Tian Gu's face suddenly turned pale. This bastard actually took sides openly. Let go. Yuan Chichio led the team. Pei Jinya, Zhao Qing and Sun Jiaowei. When Yu Sanqing went forward to hug Sun Jiao to celebrate, his face suddenly changed. Because the arm he grabbed Sun Jiao with was only left with the sleeve. I'm fine. It's good to be alive. Thanks to Junior Brother Pei. Sun Jiao's face was pale, and he felt a little relieved. Yu Sanqing asked, who did it? Sun Jiao opened his mouth, and finally shook his head, and looked at Yu Sanqing with a forced smile. Don't worry about me. Yu Sanqing patted him on the shoulder, followed him in silence. Back to the peak. Liu couldn't help asking Pei Jinya what happened. In fact, the managers of various countries also asked what happened in this assessment. Insha country. Wan Tianhai jumped down after hearing what Mu Xiuan said. Your storage bag was also stolen. Mu Xiuan grabbed Wan Tianhai's wrist, pleading in his eyes, brother, you have to make a decision for me. Wan Tianhai looked painful. Make the decision for you? Then who will make the decision for me? Lin Xiu said faintly. So, the formation master of the Emoluo Empire actually also practiced martial arts. This guy is a nuisance, should we get rid of him? Wan Tianhai said coldly. Lin Xiu looked at him, said nothing, then turned his head to look at Tian Gu who had been silent all the time. Senior Brother Tian, what do you think? Everyone looked at Tian Gu. Mu Xiuan shouted again. Senior Brother Tian, you must make the decision for me. Regarding Pei Jinya. After all, it will take some time to investigate thoroughly. Wait a little longer. Tian Gu spoke slowly. Mu Xiuan suddenly became anxious. When can the investigation be clear? I can ask someone from my family to come forward. That kid stole my piercing skythorn, otherwise I wouldn't be so anxious. Piercing skythorn? Wan Tianhai's face suddenly changed. No, this thing must not fall into the hands of that kid. My sky turtle shield is in his hands, which greatly increases his defense. Another sky-piercing thorn. Who can stop him from now on? Lin Xiu's face also became serious. This kid is not easy to deal with. Maybe Senior Brother Tian will have to come forward in person in the future. Old Lin, think of a way. You are the smartest. Find a chance to trick him next time. Lin Xiu looked at Wan Tianhai who was speaking, and said after a moment of silence, you have seen Yuan Chichio's attitude now. If you dare to target Pei Jinya, Yuan Chicho will dare to target you. Everyone present fell silent. Let's discuss it after we get the information. Tian Gu stood up and left. Then came Lin Qiu Wan Tian Hai. Mu Xiuan's face was pale. At this moment, he really understood Wan Tian Hai's feelings. Looking up, Song Wenwei walked away without looking back. He didn't seem to realize that this junior sister Song had not spoken to him since she came back. What did you say? Are you really not saying this to coax me? Sun Chiton looked surprised. Nandongsi did not explain, but took out all the storage bags he had robbed, and quickly piled them up on the table. Sun Chiton was stunned. I believe it. But he paused. He raised his head and looked over again. That kid also robbed so much? No more. No less. Upon hearing this, Sun Chiton was immediately furious. You are confused. That kid obviously has no materials. You cooperate with him, and he is taking advantage of you. Nandongsi did not say a word. At that time, he was indeed a little bit overwhelmed. But? What do you care? She angrily confronted him, and wanted to take everything away. Sun Chiton immediately softened his tone. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me see what good things there are. Nandongsi snorted coldly. The cultivators of other countries basically knew that the Mo Empire and Tian Wu Kingdom were in collusion. Even Ming Jin Chuan of Dongning Kingdom felt it was difficult. If the two of them really decide to establish an alliance, it will inevitably affect our next plan. Brother Ming, how about we cooperate with Shijiang Kingdom? Lu Shishan suggested. But just after he finished speaking, he was rejected by his brother Lu Shihai. No, Shijiang Kingdom reputation is not good. Historically, they are as treacherous as Insha Kingdom. Joining hands with them is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Lu Shishan was a little unwilling. But Lu Shihai said gently, Brother, you can take the initiative to consider these things now. As a brother, I am very pleased. Don't worry, we will take it slowly. Lu Shishan was a little annoyed. Can you stop treating me like a child? After saying that, he left angrily. Lu Shihai was not angry, but looked at Ming Jin Chuan and smiled bitterly. He is not happy to be praised. Ming Jin Chuan smiled gently. Take your time. Shishan is still very good. Lu Shihai smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked seriously. Brother Ming, about the young formation master of the Mo Luo Empire, what will you do? The strength of the formation master is not weak. Plus, he is a martial artist. If we encounter the defense formation assessment again in the future, it will be difficult for us to stand out. Ming Jin Chuan said calmly, Junior brother, you are obsessed. Keep our own pace. No matter what place he can get. Our goal is to be in the top 3. There are so many assessment items. No matter how strong our Dongning country is, we can't take all the first place. Lu Shihai paused slightly, reacted, and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for my senior brother enlightenment, I'm afraid I would still fall into this thinking error. But that kid is really amazing. A stunning success. With only the cultivation of the cave heaven realm, he could actually cause chaos several times. There are always people better than you. Ming Jin Chuan smiled. With him, our disciples from Dongning country can also compete with him. With a direct goal, they can also be more diligent. Yes, senior brother. I arrange it right away. I didn't care about how the outside world viewed me. Pei Jinya casually checked the merits he had won. Because he won the first place, so his merit increased by another 5,000 points. He used these 5,000 points to exchange for some materials for the formation. This time, a big fight would definitely make others wary of him. But it doesn't matter. He still has a lot of trump cards that he hasn't played yet. Accumulating strength is the most important thing at the moment. Only by becoming stronger can he crush others and snatch materials. He took out Mu Xiuan formation breaking magic weapon. He started to refine it with the fire of karma. 10 seconds passed. The restriction left by Mu Xiuan was directly cut off. In the distant Insha country, Mu Xiuan, who was speaking, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and after shouting 3 words with blood in his mouth, he fainted. Everyone present was stunned. He just seemed to have called out a person name. Pei Jinya. He was talking about Pei Jinya. What happened? Quick! Send him to treatment. Pei Jinya quickly refined the sky-piercing thorn in a flash. He gained a lot of insights. It turned out to be a sharp weapon to break the formation. I was wondering how that kid could possibly break the immortal trapping formation. He opened Mu Xiuan's storage bag, which contained a large amount of materials for drawing the formation, and more than 20 high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were a large number of spirit pills. Sure enough, these second generations are the most valuable. The Taoist priest, really can't stand the test. Pei Jinya immediately clarified his life goal and began to sharpen his knife. Pei Jinya did not participate in the subsequent assessments. He told Lan Qingshu that he wanted to gain some insights and practice in seclusion. Yuan Chicho naturally agreed and asked if he needed help. Liu was also very concerned about this new junior brother and asked if he wanted to set up a spirit gathering array. She had a lot of materials. Pei Jinya felt warm in his heart. The way of practice. He fought all the way. And it was rare to meet these lovely people. In the room, the flame god coffin vibrated, shrouded by light. Pei Jinya returned to the Federation. How long has it been? It only been more than a month. Why does it feel like a long time has passed? The mental power enveloped it. Pei Jinya's eyes suddenly became solemn. Before he left, he was in Shizhou, a very prosperous city. But in just 1 month, this place has become a ruin. The formation he left behind should be enough to deal with the problems under the star. It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, the mental power surged, quickly spread out. Several tall figures rushed out from behind him. The red armor looked indestructible. However, before they rushed in front of Pei Jinya, the sword intent emanating from his body directly shattered these red beetle men in midair. Raised his hand. The centipede crawled out from his arm. Pei Jinya said lightly, "Leave it to you." The centipede nodded, opened his arms, and instantly spread out a 2-meter-long sickle arm, emitting a spooky chill in the sun. The next second, it turned into a tornado and swept past. Pei Jinya flashed and arrived in front of the wormhole. The formation that was originally arranged had been destroyed, but some traces could still be seen. A muffled sound of hum was heard. A beam of light suddenly burst out of the wormhole and shot out. Bang! A deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters was blasted out on the ground. Thick smoke billowed. Pei Jinya disappeared. Just when people thought he had been killed, suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the wormhole, holding a sword in both hands, with his clothes rolled up and flying behind him. The terrifying sword intent emanated from him and condensed on this sword, with a bang, destroying everything in its path. The light that was about to rise in the wormhole suddenly disappeared. Pei Jinya quickly rushed into the wormhole, half of his body forced down, and reached out to grab it. Alarm! Abnormal energy fluctuations appeared in the insect domain of C003. Warning again! An abnormal energy fluctuation has occurred in the insect domain of C003. The whole base was filled with shrill alarms, and almost all personnel were running. An old general with a scar on his face appeared. After a month of torture, the irritable old Liu has become calmer. He has broken one arm, and the huge wound on his face was the scar left by the insect man, who almost cut off his head. What happened? General, abnormal energy fluctuations have occurred in the C003 insect domain. The monitoring personnel responded loudly. Drone activated, report the reconnaissance results. Yes. Real-time data is being uploaded. The real-time images transmitted by the drone soon appeared on the ultra-clear screen of the base command center. A large number of insect people were like rolling mountain torrents, and the people who saw them were shocked. What's wrong with them? Are they going to launch a charge? No, the direction is wrong. These worms don't want to break through the defense line. General Liu said in a deep voice. The drone continues to advance. General, the wormhole magnetic field coverage area is ahead, and we may lose control of the drone. Even if we lose the drone, we must try to capture useful information for us. This is very important, General Liu said in a deep voice. Dust was raised in the picture. A large number of red figures spread, like a sea of fire. Drones fell from the sky. The entire base command center was filled with dead silence. Until a certain moment, suddenly someone trembled and said, "Is there a person there? A person?" Everyone was stunned. The monitor quickly retrieved the last picture sent back by the crashed drone, pointing to a black dot on the far left. After magnifying it 1,000 times, a human figure could be vaguely seen. That's the direction of the wormhole. Someone exclaimed, "It a person. Is it the person who walked out of the wormhole?" Everyone had different looks. Some were shocked. It was impossible to explain why these red beetle people would cause trouble today. And now a figure suddenly appeared. What do you think? Is it possible that he has returned? General Liu suddenly spoke. All the discussion suddenly became quiet. When they were in doubt, General Liu turned his head and said, "Have you contacted Miss Mu?" "Still in contact. As soon as possible. General. I have contacted her. Miss Mu has already gone to the insect domain in person. What? Everyone's face changed. Too risky. Hurry up and let her come back. We don't know what's going on in the insect domain now. Old Lu. Please say something. General Lu raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. Then he said, set a level 1 alarm, notify the entire continent to defend, mobilize all possible firepower. If an uncontrollable situation occurs, take action immediately. I will go to find her in person. Everyone wanted to say something. But the hot-tempered old Lu was never easily persuaded. In front of the wormhole, Pei Jinya retreated suddenly, leaving only half of the mechanical tail in his hand, and some capillaries on the hair he had pulled off. Creature? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. For some reason, he thought of the Federation world controlled by Xinghuan. It was too similar. He looked at the wormhole again, his eyes were burning. Xinghuan, is all this a backup plan you left behind? The sword power of the true god realm could not cut the wormhole. But the true ice talisman could seal it. Pei Jinya took out the true ice talisman and activated it. The terrifying ice power directly sealed the wormhole. Sealing it in a short period of time must be useful. Unless there is a venerable realm inside the wormhole. Sir! A familiar voice came from a distance. Pei Jinya put away the true ice talisman and appeared on the outskirts of the insect domain in a flash. There were corpses of insect people everywhere, and blood was flowing like a river. When he appeared in front of Mu Yaoqing was very surprised. Sir, I knew it must be you. The changes here seem to be greater than I thought. Pei Jinya walked over. Mu Yaoqing didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the gentleman had become much stronger. There was an illusion that she couldn't detect at all, but it was clearly in front of her. Ignoring these, she hurriedly told him about the changes now. Just 20 days ago, suddenly a powerful force erupted from the inside of the wormhole. The formation was damaged to varying degrees. A large number of worms invaded. Now 37 cities in the 5 continents have been completely destroyed. 102 cities have been invaded, and now the whole people are resisting. Pei Jinya took out the small half of the body that he had just pulled out of the wormhole. This is what I pulled out of the wormhole. You take it back and study it. Mu Yaoqing was stunned. There is no strong man in this world who can enter the wormhole. Sir, only one person. Pei Jinya's strong return was not publicized. Only a few people in Shizhou knew about it. After he returned, he did not say anything to Mu Yaoqing. He went into the practice room that night to retreat. This made General Lu, who came to visit him, turned away. However, the irritable old Lu did not dare to be irritable at this time. He talked to Mu Yaoqing about Pei Jinya. He only knew that Pei Jinya brought back half of the body of a powerful worm man from the wormhole. He was immediately ecstatic. This senior must be the savior of our human race. What did he say? Mu Yaoqing shook her head. The master wants to go into seclusion. In addition, the C003 insect domain has been completely cleared. The wormhole has been temporarily blocked, if possible. Mr. Lu, please order a search for possible surviving humans in the insect domain as soon as possible. Really? Great, I arrange it right away. The irritable old Lu suddenly turned into a happy old Lu, and he was ecstatic, and took people to search the insect domain under the cover of night. In the training room, the attribute light balls accumulated over more than a month were opened one by one. The 3 attribute values accumulated more than 30,000 points in total. Pei Jinya didn't even feel any difference in the average increase of 10,000 points. But the omnipotent extraordinary genes increased by 5, which gave him the confidence to travel in the other world. He sensed it. Among the 10 disciples he accepted, Zhang Yibai is the strongest now. Bai Hengyuan has cultivated to the 7th level, Zhao Qingli and Wang Shiwen have cultivated to the 6th level in this step, and the rest of the disciples are still only at the 5th level and the 3rd level. When the 9th level is completed in the future, his attribute values will continue to increase. After practicing for a while and regaining some energy, Pei Jinya called out the God of Heaven. Study the biological genes snatched from the wormhole today as soon as possible. I will use them. The God of Heaven shook his tentacles, rolled up the small piece of flesh and blood, and then left. The next morning, Pei Jinya came out of retreat. The attendants arranged by Mu Yaoqing had been waiting early, and after arranging everything, he immediately contacted Mu Yaoqing. Soon, Pei Jinya and Mu Yaoqing started to eat. Sir, what do you need me to do next? No hurry, let me talk about the current situation of the Federation first. Pei Jinya said slowly. Federation? Mu Yaoqing paused. It's still the same as a month ago. The current governing system is very complete and will not affect the overall situation. It's just that the insects have invaded in the past 20 days, and we have suffered heavy losses. After a detailed introduction, she looked at Peginia. Sir, do you know something? Peginia looked over and said frankly, I don't know anything. But the modified body of the high-level insect man looks familiar. Mu Yaoqing reacted, Sir, do you think it is related to the star ring? Maybe this is an idea. You can try to find the whereabouts of the star ring. Peginia looked over. Mu Yaoqing was shocked. The star ring has not disappeared yet? Peginia sighed softly. How could the existence that leads human civilization be easily killed by humans? Moreover, the extraordinary system was born from it. He was very weak before, and could only hide himself. But now, although he didn't know how powerful the star ring was, but Peginia knew. As long as he devoured this guy, his many problems with extraordinary genes might be solved. Once it is confirmed that the extraordinary gene bank can be updated, then a new door to the world will open. More importantly, he may not need to waste more universal extraordinary genes to unlock new extraordinary genes. Only cloning is needed to produce spirit seeds. He has deeply realized the convenience of spirit seeds for cultivation. If all extraordinary genes evolve into spirit seeds, then how strong will he become? With his current strength improvement, the number of people inheriting the tree heart has increased to 20. This means that 10 more inheritance positions are vacant. In the cold wind, Peginia stood in front of the C001 wormhole. Although this formation that he had set up personally was destroyed, but it is still well preserved. The materials of the immortal trapping formation are very precious, and he is reluctant to take them out. There is no need. At present, we know too little about wormholes. It is still unclear whether there is power above the cloud realm. But Peginia thinks there must be. Sir, the worms in this area have been dealt with. Mu Yaoqing came over, and then looked at the bloody edge of the wormhole. This will never end. Peginia retracted his gaze, and said, Become stronger. Mu Yaoqing smiled bitterly. Sir, we also want to become stronger. But it's too difficult. The insect people are inherently much stronger than us. Tell the federal leaders to arrange 100 geniuses. I will select 10 of them to teach my unique skills. But I have to say it in advance. Once you join my way, you must be loyal to me in the future. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Mu Yaoqing couldn't help asking, Sir, am I considered your disciple? Why not? I have already accepted 10 disciples. I can introduce them to you in the future. The strongest one among them is only at the 5th level of extraordinary now, but he can be promoted to the 9th level within 3 years. Peginia said slowly. Mu Yaoqing widened her eyes. If someone else said this, she would definitely not believe it. But she would definitely believe what Peginia said. Then, Sir, how far do you think I can go in the future? Mu Yaoqing asked carefully. Peginia chuckled. Silly girl, I will teach you the skills. Practice them well, the 9th level is just your starting point. Mu Yaoqing was immediately surprised. Thank you. Master. Peginia said softly. Go? I won't stay in this world for too long. Yes, Master. Mu Yaoqing left quickly, notified the high-level officials of Shizhou, who then quickly informed the high-level officials of the Federation with a secret order. 3 hours later, Shizhou took the lead in mobilizing a team of geniuses with more than 40 people, who went to Peginia's current residence under the leadership of Mu Yaoqing. In less than 5 minutes, the 38 people left their residence in bewilderment. When asked what happened, they also hesitated, saying that they had not even seen the face of the senior, and were automatically transferred out. This also confused everyone. When the news was passed back to Dong'o, someone soon recognized Peginia's identity. Lu Sha immediately bought a ticket. I want to go to Shizhou. It must be Senior Sun who is back. Mu Yaoqing also realized that Peginia was the weird senior who accepted disciples in Liulu Mountain. He immediately looked at Peginia with resentment. 60 geniuses were transported from the other 4 continents. Within 1 day, the selection of 10 members was completed. After the 2 unique skills of Sword Palace and Lotus Palace were passed down, Peginia no longer cared about these people. The spirit gathering array was set up. He left. Even Mu Yaoqing didn't know where he went. As for the Federation speculation, he didn't take it to heart at all. Now that his cultivation has improved, the distance of flashing has been greatly increased. In the continuous mountains, Peginia is reading the intention of the fist. The fist force condensed on his body is getting stronger and stronger. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. A large number of attributes increased rapidly. This mountain range is covered by countless seas of clouds. It is like a wonder. Everyone can see above the sea of clouds, a huge figure is slowly punching. Due to the limitation of the formation, no one can break in to find out. At a certain moment, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The fist is divine. The sky-high fist is shocking. There were also awakened boxing masters, who witnessed this punch and broke through the bottleneck. There were also 9th-level masters, who soared into the sky, clasping their fists and saluting, "Junior Xiaoyunli, thank you for teaching me boxing." Following that, one figure after another thanked loudly. The Wang family of Shizhou thanks the senior for teaching me boxing. The Chen family of Shizhou thanks the senior for giving me the method. The voices of thanks came one after another. The entire Shizhou wealthy family is thanking one person today. Looking at the information on the attribute panel, Pei Jinya sighed. If it weren't for these believers, with my current cultivation, it would be difficult to increase the attribute value by 10,000 a day. The higher the cultivation, the higher the energy must be. Otherwise the cultivation will be stuck here. Buzz. The sudden vibration interrupted Pei Jinya thoughts. But what surprised him was that this time it was not the flame god coffin that was vibrating, but the lotus treasure mirror. Pei Jinya hurriedly took out the lotus treasure mirror, looking closely. The lotus treasure mirror left in another world was actually sliding at a high speed, as if it was being pulled by some force. Pei Jinya's face darkened. He quickly formed a seal. He tried to control the lotus treasure mirror, but in the next second, he saw a familiar figure through his soul consciousness. Silver. Magic? A familiar figure with silver hair stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragment of the lotus treasure mirror. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a puppet. A set of secret codes appeared on the mirror, but the other party just looked at it with a familiar confused expression. Suddenly, red light flashed in his eyes. Pei Jinya's heart sank. He quickly formed a seal with both hands. Bang! The fragments of the lotus treasure mirror broke directly from the hands of Yin Shu. She stepped forward quickly to grab it, but the fragments flew faster. Pei Jinya controlled the lotus treasure mirror to move quickly, but 3 days later, the lotus treasure mirror was disturbed by an invisible force, losing control and falling into the seabed. Deep in the seabed, countless red lights appeared. This familiar feeling made Pei Jinya suddenly think of an existence. Star Ring. A huge virtual figure appeared in the red light. Raised his hand. The lotus treasure mirror was held in the air above his palm. It spoke slowly. Then the entire sea surface shook, and the two forces clashed like thousands of troops. A large number of servers in the deep sea went out. The huge virtual figure flickered. When he raised his hand and looked over again, the lotus treasure mirror had completely extinguished. Federation world. Pei Jinya's face turned pale, but he was smiling. It really the star ring. It not dead. Yin Shu is also there, but he is under its control. Xing Tian should be there too, but I don't know where he is now. The star ring is hiding in the fragment world, and it seems that it has discovered the power of this world. But the lotus treasure mirror has been sealed by me. Its current spiritual power is only at the cloud realm, and it cannot break through my seal for the time being. But once it breaks through the seal and refines the lotus treasure mirror, I will completely lose control of this world. Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. Now, along the way, it has been confirmed that the star ring has no ability to reverse time. Therefore, the coordinates of the past route of the fragment world are only in his hands. He specially summoned the flame god coffin, asking if there are other people who can also cross time and come. Yin Shengguan said with certainty, "No." This also means that this alien world that breathes the power of stars was touched by Pei Jinya in the past, and now is falling into the hands of Xinghuan. However, neither of them is really grown up yet, so it is impossible to say that they can control the world. At least one must have a cultivation level that exceeds the venerable realm to be qualified to consider these things. The existence of Xinghuan is always a threat to me. At present, both of them are competing for resources in the alien world. I have mastered the past. This is the first move. Pei Jinya's eyes flickered. But the existence of the wormhole, is it also a backup plan left by Xinghuan? He sighed. I have to become stronger before Xinghuan grows up. Once the other world is controlled by Xinghuan, I may completely lose control of this world. Pei Jinya suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He smiled to himself. We have to hurry up. He finally understood why Xinghuan was willing to abandon this world. It turns out that he has already lived in a more powerful fragment world. If it were him, he would make the same choice. Now in the Federation world, he has completely revealed his cards. As a condition for helping the humans in this world, he must use the whole country's strength to create enough energy for him. It takes a lot of energy to activate the flame god coffin, especially in the godly mountain. It consumes more energy. That night, an energy body weighing about 7 grams was collected and brought over. After Pei Jinya found the flame god coffin and confirmed it, he summoned Mu Yaoqing. I will be in seclusion for more than a month. You can arrange the techniques suitable for most of you to practice. If the insect people come frequently and break through my formation, activate the formation here. If I hear it, I will wake up. Yes, master. That night, Pei Jinya returned to the sacred mountain. A bell sounded in the sky. After he opened the door, he saw Yu Sanqing and Lan Xingshu walking towards him. Junior brother Pei. As soon as Yu Sanqing saw Pei Jinya, he raised his hand and waved. Are you done with seclusion? It over. Pei Jinya nodded. Yu Sanqing smiled and said, Great. I was just talking to Lao Lan about the assessment next week. Next week is the Great Escape. Do you want to participate? Great Escape? Pei Jinya was stunned. Yu Sanqing approached and said, It's just like closing your eyes when it gets dark. Divide into 2 groups. On the first day. The second day is the first group. And the 4th and 5th days are the second group. The participants from 2 or 3 selected countries will be the hunters. And everyone else must escape. And, after 8 o'clock every night, the sky will turn completely dark. And the demon will appear. It will only attack prey. Once we are caught and killed by the hunters, the assessment will fail. Can we kill people? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Yu Sanqing was stunned and said quickly, It's not the kind of killing we are talking about. It means asking the other party to hand over the identity token, and he will be declared a failure. Can the failed people still participate in the second group of assessments? Pei Jinya asked. No, generally speaking. But if he can exchange for a resurrection order, he can continue to participate. The resurrection order is a special reward for this assessment, worth 8,000 merits. With the resurrection order, he can be resurrected in other similar assessments in the future. Yu Sanqing said in detail. Are you coming? What rewards can be obtained from this kind of activity? In addition to the resurrection order, Pei Jinya asked without pretense. Just like last time, there are elixirs, magic tools or skills. Yu Sanqing smiled. He understood Pei Jinya meaning. How many people will we send for this test? 5. Senior brother Yuan Chichio will come this time. Li Yu will also come, I and Lao Lan plus you. Okay, I join. Haha. Okay, I tell senior brother Yuan right now, with your formation, we can be more stable. This time, the results were announced, and the Mo Luo Empire took second place, which made the Yin Sha Kingdom angry again. Are you clear about the rules of the Great Escape? Li Yu asked. Pei Jinya nodded. When I came, senior brother Yu had already told me. Li Yu reminded him again, for the pursuers, if they catch too few people, they will not be able to rank in the top 3 if they do not have enough points. Moreover, in the 2 rotations, there is a possibility that they will always be the prey. The 3rd day of the assessment is free time. Be careful of being targeted. Of course, we can also track others. Li Yu said in more detail. It was Sunday in a blink of an eye. In the evening, there was an explosion on the mountain, and flames shot up into the sky. There were shouts of anger. Pei Jinya was also awakened. There was a hurried knock on the door, and Yu Sanqing shouted outside the door, Junior brother Pei. It me. Are you okay? I'm fine. Pei Jinya opened the door. Yu Sanqing breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Pei Jinya asked. He could see the flames rising into the sky in the distance. Yu Sanqing whispered, Brother Yuan was assassinated just now. Several strongmen came. We don't know who it was yet. They ran very fast. Assassinated? Pei Jinya heart sank. Isn't there a defensive formation on the mountain? Didn't you find it? That's the problem. Brother Yuan didn't find any signs of damage on the formation. So there are 2 possibilities. Either the other party followed our people in, either the other party has cracked our formation. Either way, this behavior is very bad. Is senior brother Yuan okay? I was injured. I was worried that you were also assassinated, so I came to check it out. Soon, a group of people appeared. Li Yu was anxious. Senior brother was poisoned. Although the poison has been cured, his strength has been damaged, which will inevitably affect the assessment tomorrow morning. Everyone looked grim. It must have been done by cultivators from other countries. Start the war. Go to war with them. We beat them to a pulp back then, so we can still do it now. Go to war with them. The crowd was furious. Everyone was ready to go to war. No matter who the murderer was, let fight first. Fortunately, Yuan Chicho showed up at last. His face was pale, his shoulder injury had been bandaged. He calmed everyone down, and then appointed a junior brother named Lu Sun to replace him. The next morning, outside the assessment area, the monks of the Mo Luo Empire almost wanted to devour the people of the Insha Kingdom. But it seems that many people don't know what happened in the Moro Empire. Sun Qitong shouted heartlessly, Pei Jinya, was your senior brother Yuan really assassinated last night? Everyone looked over. Pei Jinya also shouted loudly, the people of Insha country said it was you, is that right? Bullshit! Bullshit! Almost at the same time, Sun Qitong and Wan Tianhai shouted at the same time. After Sun Qitong finished speaking, he immediately glared at Wan Tianhai. Damn Wan Tianhai, did you deliberately frame him? The hatred between the Mo Luo Empire and you guys is the deepest. Especially since your storage bag was stolen. They must be holding a grudge against you. Bullshit! Stop blaming me. Wan Tianhai saw that the people from the Mo Luo Empire were unable to hold back and wanted to take action. Although he was not afraid, he could not just sit back and watch when being slandered. Sun Qitong spit, anyway. It either you or your people. You and the people from Shijiang are the most sinister. Sun Qitong. Are you looking for death? Lin Jingze from Shijiang could not help but roar. Sun Qitong ignored him and looked at Nandong Si. Be careful. I don't know if those old bastards will continue to attack. Don't worry about me. Nandong Si couldn't help but said, you can go to him if you encounter trouble. Why should I? A great master. Go to him? Sun Qitong waved his hand and walked away impatiently. Nandong Si also knew his temper and didn't say anything. He looked at Pei Jinya and their eyes met. Pei Jinya nodded, then it disappeared into the halo. Assessment content, Great Escape. At the moment when the clock struck 8 at night, murderous intentions emerged. The pursuers must take back the waste card, and the escapees must do everything possible to escape the pursuit. Assessment rules. The Bard Swan song can bring luck bonus. When the big word slowly disappeared, everyone was stunned. Why is the assessment rule this time? Damn, it really tailored for me. I advise some people not to say anything too pretentious when chanting. Otherwise being struck by lightning is a crime they deserve. Yu Sanqing quickly approached Pei Jinya and whispered, you can think of something pretentious to say, no? It not pretentious, it just something that fits the temperament of a bard. This time, Tian Gu of Insha country, Wan Tianhai and Lin Qiu, Mu Xiuan participated in the battle. Sun Qitong of Tianwu country also brought his left and right arms. Shijiang country is still led by Lin Jingze, Meng Jinchuan and Lu Shihai from Dongning country, Lu Shishan and his two brothers. Without senior brother Yuan, our strength has been greatly reduced. It is best that the first wave is the pursuers. As soon as the voice fell, a halo appeared. Pei Jinya found a red light under his feet. Zhao! Yu Sanqing cursed. It is the fugitives, we are the fugitives. Lu Sun said quickly, next we must be careful, sisterly. Next you need to use the patrolling insect spirit to scout the situation. Yu Sanqing suddenly said, Brother Lu, in fact, Brother Pei formation can also be used for reconnaissance. Reconnaissance? Lu Sun obviously didn't understand. Yu Sanqing looked at Pei Jinya and said with a smile, I went to collect some materials. What formation can also be used for reconnaissance? Li Yu was also a little curious. But soon, after the clairvoyance formation was set up, Lu Sun and Li Yu looked at each other in surprise. There is such a formation? Li Yu immediately looked at Pei Jinya with a curious look. But we can only observe 5 kilometers. Pei Jinya said. Lu Sun fell into deep thought. 5 kilometers is indeed a little less. Then junior sisterly. You and junior brother Pei will work together. There is 1 minute left before the pursuit begins. Try to get through it safely. Night fell quickly. The whistling wind poured into the town. Pei Jinya spent an afternoon to figure out this area. But it was only the tip of the iceberg of the entire assessment area. The facilities in the town were no different from those in the outside world. It seemed to have been abandoned in the early years. Pei Jinya did not find any description of time. But it was clear that there were no traces of any indigenous people except them. Except for the heavenly demon. Swish. A warning sound came. And Yu Sanqing's face changed slightly. Oh no! Someone is coming. It from the western frontier country. Hide well. Although the fugitives can fight with the pursuers, their identities are naturally suppressed. If we kill them, will we get rid of the trouble? Pei Jinya's question made Yu Sanqing suddenly stunned. It was Lan Qingshu who said, killing the hunters can replace their identities, but in this way, everyone will know that we killed each other. Pei Jinya did not comment. Suddenly, Sun Qitong's voice came from a distance. People from Shijiang. Get out, this is my territory. Sun Qitong, you are looking for death. Lin Jingze. If you have the guts, fight me. Otherwise, don't hesitate. Sun Qitong looked down on him. The people of Shijiang were furious. But Lin Jingze was very calm. Let go, it's important to complete the mission. Sun Qitong, we settle our accounts slowly. After the people of Shijiang left, Sun Qitong looked in the direction of Pei Jinya and his group with interest, then yawned and said, let go. Boss, aren't you going to search? What the point of searching? It better to catch those guys. Why do I feel like Sun Qitong has discovered us? Yu Sanqing turned his head to look. Lu Sun looked at Pei Jinya. Have you told Tianwu Kingdom that you want to cooperate this time? No. Pei Jinya shook his head. Maybe he wants to leave a way out for himself. If it's our turn to hunt them down next time, we can let them go. Lu Sun asked, what do you think? Okay. Pei Jinya was about to get up, but suddenly stopped. No. What? Someone is hiding around. If my formation hadn't been triggered, I probably wouldn't have found him. Pei Jinya looked up. Yu Sanqing's face changed slightly. Could it be Sun Qitong? Damn, when did he learn such a despicable method? It not him. Sun Qitong left just now, without hiding any traces. Pei Jinya whispered. I suspect it was someone from Shijiang. Damn, these old bastards. Yu Sanqing cursed. Lan Qingshu clenched the black dragon spear, as if he wanted to do something big. Li Yu looked at Lu Sun. Brother Lu, what should we do? Lu Sun waved his hand. Retreat. The assessment has just begun. We can't be consumed first. There is another one to come. Just as the voice fell, suddenly, more than a dozen arrows flew at him. Lu Sun's face changed slightly. He pointed his finger, shot down these arrows one by one, and turned his head to look. Lin Jingze came out with his men. I was wondering why Sun Qitong the kid would suddenly drive people away, so you are hiding here. Hand over your badge. Without Yuan Chicho, what can you use to fight me? Suddenly, he saw the finger of the formation master from the Mo Luo Empire moving. His heart skipped a beat. The next second, the light of the formation appeared. He was furious. This kid actually dared to attack. He quickly fought back. But what he didn't expect was that his full-strength attack failed to break the formation. He suddenly thought of how Insha Kingdom hated Pei Jinya. It turned out that everything had a trace. If this guy grows up, he will be a great enemy of our Shijiang Kingdom. When the formation was broken, when Lin Jingze looked over again, Pei Jinya and his group had already disappeared. Damn it! Brother Lin. The young man next to him couldn't help but look over. Lin Jingze ignored him, but held the sword with both hands and chanted, Cross. The light of the Yang God. Reveal all traces. The air suddenly vibrated. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed on Lin Jingze. Then he followed the path that Pei Jinya and his group had taken. The people behind Lin Jingze, their faces lit up. Found it. Chase. Lin Jingze said in a deep voice. What is this? Pei Jinya suddenly noticed the light column that was constantly moving in the distance. Yu Sanqing glanced at it, whispered. Someone has used the power of rules. Why do I feel like they are looking for us? Li Yu suddenly said. Yu Sanqing quickly used the crystal piece to activate the clairvoyance array. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Your face changed. Damn, it really that bastard Lin Jingze who chased me. Pei Jinya said beside him. The power of rules, is it chanting like a bard? Yes, say the right words. You can get the ability to adapt to it. The Western frontier country should have said something similar to tracking. Then counter-tracking, let me check. Li Yu took out a notebook, which recorded some similar chanting quotations. But Pei Jinya said, Heaven moves vigorously. A gentleman should strive for self-improvement. He focused on the light ball. The sky suddenly changed violently. The next moment, the moving light ball disintegrated. Yu Sanqing was dumbfounded. Even the senior brother Lu Sun was dumbfounded. So awesome? But what does it mean? Pei Jinya retracted his gaze, and whispered. It means that he should rely on himself for everything, and be self-reliant. Damn awesome. Yu Sanqing gave a thumbs up. This is really awesome. Lin Jingze, who was running over from a distance, was also dumbfounded. Brother, what going on? The other junior brothers and sisters were also stunned. How could the power of rules suddenly disappear? Lin Jing's face was gloomy. The other party must have used the power of rules. Why are the people of the Luo Empire so difficult to catch? Is there a limit to the use of the power of rules? Pei Jinya asked. No. It usually reviewed by the will of the sacred mountain. If it thinks it can be used, then it can be used. No one else can use your words, but you can use them, Liu said beside him, looking forward to whether this junior brother Pei can create some more classic quotes. She had just written down the sentence "Heaven moves vigorously" in her diary and drew a long line at the end, indicating that this sentence came from Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya suddenly laughed. What he lacked the most was famous quotes. Not long after, the heaven and earth shook. I, Pei Jinya, have done all my life. Why should I explain to you? The pursuers who rushed over were struck by lightning. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and they all have to bow their heads when they see me. Between heaven and earth, 10,000 swords rang out. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Sun Qitong opened his mouth wide, looking at the light that shook from time to time in the sky. He turned his head to look at his companions beside him. Is it the Luo Empire that did it again? The other party smiled bitterly. This is already the 43rd sentence. That guy looks so low-key. Why are you so pretentious when you say it? It's so annoying. Sun Qitong clenched his teeth. I, Sun Qitong, have done things all my life. Why should I explain to you? He really liked this. Brother Sun, there is only half an hour left before the test ends. Sun Qitong came back to his senses and nodded. Don't waste time. Keep chasing. Yes. Half an hour later, the first round of the test ended. The last few pages of Liu's notebook were already filled with Pei Jinya words. Yu Sanqing jokingly said that this diary should just be called Pei Quotations. But everyone really admires Pei Jinya. Unexpectedly, there was no need to do anything later. Everyone just watched Pei Jinya standing there, and his words suppressed the crowd. The key point is that a cultivator in the Cave Heaven realm actually made a group of Yushao realm, and even the late Yushao realm master speechless and helpless. This is really amazing. This guy must not be a pursuer. Not only Lin Jingze, almost all the contestants from many countries prayed in their hearts that the Luo Empire would not be the pursuer. Otherwise, based on Pei Jinya words, they would definitely kneel. Perhaps it was because of everyone's concentration of wishes that the Luo Empire did not rotate to become the pursuer. This made Yu Sanqing feel very sorry. He felt a sense of frustration when his joy was interrupted. If this became the pursuer, we would definitely be able to kill them at will. Right? It was a pity for that Lu Sun senior brother. However, he originally thought that this time there would be no senior brother Yuan Chicho leading the team. Everyone's grades won't be very good. But now it seems that this junior brother Pei is really the lucky charm of the team. The night fell. The ground of the town cracked silently. The next second, everything within a radius of 500 miles was swallowed by the crack. Fuck. Is this also part of the assessment? No. Run. There is a problem in the assessment area. Where is junior brother Pei? Just now. Yu Sanqing hadn't finished speaking when he heard Liu shouting, Avoid the shadow. Avoid the shadow quickly. Shadows will eat people. Lu Sun failed to dodge in time, and was swallowed by the shadow in front of everyone. Yu Sanqing wanted to hold him, but didn't have time. When the three of them stood still, they found that Pei Jinya and Lu Sun had disappeared. And the three of them looked very ugly. What going on? Is this also part of the assessment? Liu used a magic weapon to scout the situation nearby. And suddenly said, It's so dark tonight. It a bit too dark. Except for the area around the streetlights. I can't see anything else. Yu Sanqing said worriedly, Junior brother Pei and senior brother Lu. Will there be any problems with them? It should be a transfer of formation. Lan Xingshu looked at the shadows nearby, and seemed to want to give it a try, but was pulled back by Yu Sanqing. Shishan will not hurt innocent people. Maybe some rules have been triggered. There are still 2 days left. Let avoid being chased first. We will have the answer in 2 days. Yu Sanqing said hurriedly. Lan Xingshu had to withdraw his hand when he saw this. Shadows will devour people. So at this stage we are safe as long as we stand in the light. I just don't know if the pursuers can ignore the shadows. If so, it means that the rules have been upgraded, which is very disadvantageous to us. Liu analyzed it seriously. The night was quiet, and it seemed as if all creatures in the ruins had hidden themselves. Pei Daoyi looked at the entrance in front of him with a look of surprise, and the floating light appeared, adding to the mystery of this place. The sound of fighting suddenly came from inside. He immediately activated his shadow ability, hiding his figure, and leaning down. Lu Xun, do you still think you can escape? Hand over the talisman key quickly, and I will spare your life. Lin Jing's voice came. The next second, Zila caused a burst of explosions. Lu Xun was shocked and angry. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of breaking the ground under his feet. Without stopping, a pair of large hands, with a yellowish glow, grabbed his feet like lightning. You are looking for death. Lu Xun was shocked and angry. He drew his sword hastily. But he did not expect that the air around him suddenly became cold. Sharp ice cones appeared and stabbed at his body fiercely. Lin Jingza, you dared to kill me. Lu Xun was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Lin Jingza said grimly, what am I afraid of? There are only 3 of us in this damn place now. Lu Xun's face changed drastically. With a clang, he grabbed the long sword and chopped down the hands under him fiercely. But the big hands were safe and sound. Lu Xun was shocked and angry. Dozens of ice cones came at him. He swung his sword hastily. But his lower body couldn't avoid it at all. The ice cones pierced his legs one by one. Blood splattered, and he groaned in pain. The energy that Lu Xun burst out in his counterattack between life and death was also amazing. Lin Jingza didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. His originally smug expression suddenly turned livid. He slapped his waist. He held 2 large fireballs with a diameter of more than 1 meter in his hands, and smashed them on Lu Xun one after another. In an instant, the bright light and the fire melted together. Lin Jingza was a little anxious. This cultivator from the Mo Luo Empire was really hard to kill. Shui Lei, hurry up. If you delay, something bad will happen. He shouted hurriedly. The man under the ground suddenly had golden light in his hands. But suddenly, puff, with a sound, a blood sword pierced through Lin Jingza's heart. And he was stunned. He didn't even look up. Lu Xun shouted in surprise. Junior brother. The next second, Lin Jingza felt dizzy, looking for death. The man under the ground shouted in shock and anger, and hit Pei Jinya with one hand. Pei Jinya threw out one Tianhai Sky Turtle Shield, and directly blocked Yang Xiajing's angry palm. Lu Xun seized the opportunity, and the sword light surged, killing the opponent, who could only dodge quickly. Finally, he escaped directly into the earth. Junior brother Pei. Lu Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief, reached out his hand, and quickly sealed the wound. Pei Jinya approached and asked, Brother Lu, do you know where this is? Gray space. Lu Xun gasped, toughly took out the bandage. Pei Jinya stepped forward to bandage him. He thanked him, then said, Gray space was passed down by the older generation, said that it would suddenly appear during the assessment process. I haven't encountered it for at least 40 years. I didn't expect our luck to be so bad. There is no restraint of the power of rules here, and there will be no demons. But we must find the talisman key to get out, otherwise we may be trapped here to death. He stretched out his hand, indicating the talisman key in his hand. But this talisman key is not complete enough. At least 3 of the same can get out. See if there is a talisman key in his storage bag. Pei Jinya took out the other party's storage bag, searched it, and found one. Lu Xun's face immediately eased a lot. There is only one left. After we find it, we will hurry out, so as not to delay the mission. Pei Jinya nodded. After searching for 3 hours, he still couldn't find any trace of other people, even the person who attacked Lu Xun. Brother Pei, come and see this. Lu Xun pointed to the relief in front of him, and was a little surprised. I have never heard of reliefs in gray space before. When Pei Jinya saw the content on the relief for the first time, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. It actually tells the story of the demon god Jing being worshipped. Who is this Jing? Lu Xun looked confused. Pei Jinya did not speak, but stared at the contents on the relief. Junior brother? Junior brother? Seeing Pei Jinya was absorbed in watching, Lu Xun called out several times before waking Pei Jinya up. Junior brother, let go. Pei Jinya ignored him, but stretched out his hand and pressed on the relief. This startled Lu Xun, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. Junior brother, don't mess around. But what he didn't expect was that this junior brother Pei suddenly emitted a brilliant light. In fact, Pei Jinya was also a little caught off guard. It was not his intention to reach out and touch the relief. But the flame god coffin was shaking wildly, urging him to touch it. Junior brother the next second. Lu Xun's voice was still echoing in the space. But Pei Jinya had been absorbed into a sacred place as majestic as a fairy palace. Just by taking a breath of the air here, the 3 attribute values on his attribute panel could actually increase by hundreds. Pei Jinya was overjoyed. Soon, all three attributes had increased by more than 100,000. I finally waited for you. A lazy voice came from the sky. Peijia looked up and slowly said a name, Demon God. Jing. The clouds parted. A man in black armor appeared, with a black mask on his face, exuding a majestic aura. I have waited for you for many years, and finally you came here today. Welcome to my world, Peijia. Is this the world you created? Peijia tried his best to digest everything he heard. To be honest, he had always guessed the identity of Demon God Jing. But he found that he had underestimated him. When you reach the realm of God, many things are really rough. Demon God Jing still had that lazy posture, sitting cross-legged in the air, scratching a little black dragon with his fingertips, and couldn't help laughing. God. So, you are the Demon God? Peijia asked. Demon God Jing just laughed softly. Maybe? The prefix is just a reminder to give others all. Since you can get here, it means you have obtained my inheritance. Peijia's face changed slightly. Can you tell me about the bodies I merged with? Demon God Jing suddenly laughed deafeningly, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then laughed sarcastically. Why, are you worried that I will take over your body? Ridiculous. Demon God Jing, have been galloping in the divine realm all my life. How could someone degrade himself to do such a thing? Facing Peijia's calm gaze, he also felt a little bored, and sat back dejectedly. After a long silence, he spoke. The path of cultivation is all about fighting for this word. I am not wrong. And I don't think I am wrong. You don't know how scared those old guys in the god domain were when they saw me. Ha ha ha. A great god. Just because he was afraid of me. He tried every means to plot against me. Do you know? I slaughtered the god domain for 50 years. All the gods I killed dared not mention my name. It seems that I haven't seen someone I can communicate with for too long. The demon god Jing is now like a chatterbox. In Peijia's heart, the filter of this legendary figure was shattered. However, in the description of this demon god, Peijia was sure of some things. The demon god Jing was bored and created the god mountain. He is indeed a god. He has condensed the godhood. After the Yuanshan valve is fully opened, he has the opportunity to open the godhood. This made Peijia very excited. His soul valve has been opened now. If he is determined to stay alive, he will definitely be able to open the godhood. What made Peijia relieved was that the so-called demon god body before was actually the godhood of demon god Jing. This old friend has been with me for many years, treated well. The little black dragon touched by demon god Jing fingertips is actually the spirit of the flame god coffin. But you haven't fully activated it yet. Its real use is not only to take you across time, the real use is in fighting. Of course, it's up to you how to use it. Peijia looked over. Demon god Jing flicked his finger, and flicked the flame god coffin over. Kill me. Or be killed by me. These are your two choices now. Demon god Jing slowly stood up. The power in his body was erupting rapidly. Peijia frowned. You don't have a real body now. How can we fight? All my power will condense into a soul body. And my cultivation will be the same as yours. The only difference between us is in the body of the demon god. So, open the most peak state. The demon god Jing stood up. Countless black mists emerged. After a moment, a tall black gilded demon god appeared, looking down at Peijia, and said calmly, Go ahead. If you can't even beat my last incarnation of the soul, what kind of god are you? You will only be trampled underfoot when you go to the divine realm. I will never allow such garbage to tarnish my way. Peijia took a deep breath. No nonsense. Then let fight. As soon as the words fell, his whole body was shaken by a landslide. He rose from the ground. The knotted muscles that burst out were like a wild dragon, which was fundamentally different from the exquisiteness of the demon god Jing. Two huge figures rose into the sky. The next second, the surging fighting spirit broke out at the same time without any warning. Boom boom. The air exploded. The two figures flew backwards at the same time. Peijia had no expression on his face, and rushed forward again in midair. The demon god Jing laughed heartily. It seems to be a bit interesting. Come again, kill me. Come! Kill me! The two figures that burst out with amazing power collided fiercely. The light waves released in midair expanded infinitely. Amid the sound of crushing, withering, and rotten wood, Peijia's arm was torn off, blood was shed, he didn't even blink, and one hand broke through the waist and abdomen of the demon god Jing. It's just a pity. Before he could crush the body of the demon god Jing, he was caught by his backhand and thrown out. I have to say, You are the only one I have ever seen who has condensed the body of a demon god to an unprecedented level. Maybe you are a natural demon god. The demon god Jing looked down at the wound on his waist and abdomen that was constantly festering, but the smile in the corner of his eyes was very obvious. He looked up. Come again. The two figures collided with each other. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 1 day. Until 3 days later. The signs of collapse on demon god Jing's body became more and more obvious. But he looked at Pei Jinya with a smile. Pei Jinya was covered in blood, and his miserable situation was not much better than demon god Jing. Have you learned the demon god finger I used? Pei Jinya nodded. I have learned it. Very good, you are really good. I haven't had such a good fight with others for many years. It really a long time since I last felt it. Demon god Jing sighed. Most of his body collapsed. He slowly said, in fact, even if you don't want to inherit my way, it doesn't matter. But in the future, when you awaken your godhood, you will inevitably enter the vision of those old guys. Either you will never become a god in your life, or you must take your fate into your own hands. If you really go to the realm of gods, don't believe in anything. For gods, everything is just a chess piece. The demon god Jing slowly raised his head. My way is to fight. What is your path? You decide for yourself. In this way, I am also complete. Before you have enough strength, don't expose your relationship with me casually, and don't take out the flame god coffin easily. You were once targeted by a low-level god. His eyes fell on the flame god coffin. Now I have erased it for you. If he is sensible, he will not come to provoke you. So you still have enough time to become stronger. Pei Jinya was silent for a long time, and asked a question that surprised the demon god Kyoto. God too many? The demon god Jing was silent for a while, and said, there are 9 upper gods, 108 middle gods, and too many lower gods. In the god realm, lower gods are slaves. Even though they have become gods, whether they can ascend depends on the instructions from above. Seemingly seeing Pei Jinya thoughts, he chuckled and said, the position of the upper gods is fixed. They are immortal. It is difficult for the lower gods to ascend. The trouble with sequence inheritance lies here, but my way is different. So far. Only you have come this far. So as long as you inherit the future throne, no one can stop you. You just need to be careful. Those gods who hate me will deal with you. If they want to kill me, I can't escape at all. Right? Pei Jinya asked. The demon god Jing lowered his eyes. So, you have to master the flame god coffin, and quickly become stronger in the course of time. Maybe this is the end. Or maybe it is the beginning. Master the law, achieve godhood, and walk your own path. One day in the future, when you ascend the ladder to heaven and enter the divine realm, you can look forward to the great gift I leave for you. The demon god Jing disappeared little by little. Before leaving, he at least taught Pei Jinya his special move demon god finger. He also left information about the divine realm. But now that many years have passed, he doesn't know whether the divine realm has changed. As for what the great gift is, Pei Jinya didn't care much now. Even the Yuanshan valve hadn't been opened yet, so he wouldn't dream of anything higher. What more, those old monsters in the demon god capital and the god realm were mortal enemies, and he was carrying the names of the other side, so it was easy for him to be targeted. But he was right. The great way must be fought for. On this day, Pei Jinya was sure of one thing. He would eventually become a god. Either he would be killed in advance by those beings, or he would become a god before they found out. Exit from the mysterious space. Pei Jinya appeared in front of the relief again, but to his surprise, Lu Sun was dead. He rushed over. There was a bloody hole in Lu Sun's heart. There were knife wounds and sword wounds on his body, and his storage bag was looted. Before he died, he wrote 2 words on the ground. Sheen. He sighed in his heart. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, closed Lu Sun's eyes, then activated the flame god coffin, and the whole person disappeared from the spot. After leaving the gray space, Pei Jinya found himself still in the assessment area. But the assessment scene had changed. He stood in place and raised his hand. The spiritual objects around him suddenly fell into his hands as if they were being pulled. Demon God Jing was the creator of this world. He now inherited his legacy, so he naturally had a certain degree of control over this place. It was a pity that his strength was still too weak, and he did not have enough authority. But he only knew a little bit about the God Mountain. Pei Jinya also felt that this world was much more powerful than his tree palace. First of all, the self-generation of spiritual medicine involved his blind spot in knowledge. Is it because of the power of the Godhead? The spiritual medicine in the sacred mountain will be created continuously by itself. Of course, the opening of the sacred mountain was also intentional by the demon god Jing. The continuous flow of living beings entering this place can bring vitality. Because of this, Pei Jinya was not in a hurry to leave. The spiritual medicine in the sacred mountain is of great benefit to him. There is no need for him to force his way out. Just practice with peace of mind. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. Dark clouds and mists continued to gather over the sacred mountain, startling all the test contestants. What is that? The sacred mountain has become more and more mysterious recently. No one dared to make a decision on their own. Then suddenly a huge golden lotus bloomed in the valley. Almost everyone's eyes widened. That it? Someone is breaking through. What a terrifying power. What realm has this breakthrough reached? No! It Yunshao realm. Someone is being promoted to Yunshao realm. Yunshao realm? How is it possible? This momentum is several times stronger than when I was promoted to Yunshao realm. I would believe you if you said he was in the venerable realm. I remember seeing it in an ancient book. This is how the promotion after opening the life valve is. What? Everyone almost lost their voices. A cultivator in the cave realm has already opened the life valve. This news is far more shocking than the momentum at this moment. A cultivator in the cave realm can open the life valve? Some people don't believe it. It rare, but it not impossible. At least, I won't easily believe something I haven't seen. After the young man finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the valley, wanting to find out what was going on. The others looked at each other. Some turned around and left, not wanting to make enemies with the person who had broken through and was promoted. But some people relied on their high cultivation and wanted to see which country the genius was from. But not long after, the person who went to the valley first suddenly screamed miserably. Then the voice stopped abruptly. This made the faces of the Yunshao realm cultivators, who were approaching, change slightly. It Do Peng. He was a mid-stage Yunshao realm cultivator, and he died just now? Who was the person who broke through in the valley? We can rule out Wuyo country. Do Peng is a cultivator from Wuyo country. Don't go in. Even Do Peng is not his opponent. If we go in, we will be courting death. I just can't understand. Why did that person just advance to Yunshao realm, can actually kill Do Peng? More and more people turned away from the valley. But there were still monks who didn't believe in evil and plunged in. Soon, screams were heard again. Run! A loud shout was heard and disappeared in an instant. Just like Do Peng disappeared at the beginning. Disappeared without a sound. This also shocked everyone. More people escaped. The assessment ended 1 day later. Suddenly, several masters of Yunshao realm were missing, which made the leaders of many countries feel frightened. He was busy asking what happened. He was told that someone had advanced to the cloud realm in the valley and was killing people. For a time, there was a cloud of doubt. Even the Emoluo Empire was asking who had made the breakthrough. Old Lon, I miss junior brother Pei. Yu Sanqing sighed a little. He had been busy looking for Pei Jinya recently, and had not had time to shave off the stubble on his face. Lan Qingshu said nothing and walked forward. Where are you going? To practice. In the sacred mountain. No one disturbed him these 2 days. Pei Jinya practiced various magics by himself, and his attribute values increased rapidly. He also threw out the gods. The little thing held a large number of spiritual medicines and began to study. Centipede went to hunt heavenly monsters every day. Pei Jinya also accidentally discovered that the heavenly monsters in the Yunshao realm had monster cores in their bodies. They were very different from the monster cores in the Federation world. The monster cores of these heavenly monsters were more powerful, and the pills they refined were also extremely powerful. 3 months later, Pei Jinya broke through again. Mid-stage of the cloud realm. Rolling power exploded. Countless demons in the sacred mountain let out shrill screams. It took another half a year. Pei Jinya finally digested all the functions of the surge in cultivation. Swiped out the attribute panel. The rapid surge in strength made Pei Jinya feel a little relieved. He looked at the progress of the opening of the Yuanshan valve. Now at more than halfway. He was overjoyed. There are only 48% left, and then you can condense the godhead. But the demon god Jing reminded me at the beginning, once I start to condense the godhead, I will be watched by those beings in the god realm. This is inevitable. When I condense the godhead, I must find a way to hide the existence of the demon god body. The only good news is that there is a big visual difference between my demon god body and the demon god Jing. I can use other alienated blood to cover it up. I just hope those old monsters can be fooled. The light ring flashed. The flame god coffin has brought Pei Jinya back to the Federation world. But this time it was Pei Jinya, who wanted to return on his own initiative. He had consumed too much of the resources of the Divine Mountain, and it was almost unable to keep up with the pace. If it continued like this, collapse was inevitable. He could not give up such a big pie for short-term benefits. Once the Divine Mountain lost the faith of the practitioners in this world, it would be inevitable to be rejected by the will of the world. Without this world, the Divine Mountain would no longer be able to produce spiritual medicines. However, during this period, the gods cultivated a lot of second-generation spiritual medicines. Pei Jinya was just waiting for the fruit to come. After returning to the Federation world, screams were heard all around. The sound of flesh being torn apart was endless. The scene of being chewed by the monster mouth appeared in front of Pei Jinya without any pause. He just looked at it. Nothing moved. The sword intent that appeared out of thin air directly crushed dozens of tall insects in front of him into a ball of blood. Everyone was stunned. Until someone recognized his identity. Plop! Plop! Everyone knelt down one after another, asking him to do justice. The situation in the Federation was more serious than he had imagined. He thought he had sealed the wormholes with a true ice talisman, but he did not expect that 2 of the wormholes would break through the restrictions he left behind. The insect people that descended were really powerful. No wonder 2 months ago, he sensed that the attribute values obtained from the Tree Heart believers suddenly decreased. After issuing the order, in the evening of that day, only 7 Tree Heart believers appeared. The 3 who did not come had already died. Master, Yang Yuan was no longer as delicate and tender as before. There was still some stubble on his face. Because he was injured just now, he still smelled of herbs. Pei Jinya motioned him to get up and said in a deep voice, I already know what happened here. I hope you will not sink into pain, but turn sadness and hatred into strength. Some of you have not yet cultivated to perfection. You should do it as soon as possible. Those who have cultivated to perfection should stay. I will teach you more advanced skills. Pei Jinya arranged it in an orderly manner. As he said before, he couldn't stay here all the time. He announced to the public that he was in seclusion. This tone naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of some senior officials. It seemed that in their opinion, a master like Pei Jinya should take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of protecting all mankind. When Mu Yaoqing came here today, she was put on the fire by a group of people. When she appeared here with Pei Jinya, she felt ashamed. Pei Jinya just asked her to sit down, then he brewed a pot of spiritual tea. Sir, I have resigned from all my positions in the Federation. Mu Yaoqing still said in a deep voice, I cannot accept their moral kidnapping, sir. You have done enough. Pei Jinya raised his eyes. Mu Yaoqing did not dodge. Pei Jinya just smiled faintly. Tell those people, if you want to say anything, come to me yourself. Yes. Let's talk about business. Mu Yaoqing immediately sat up straight. 3 days later, someone from the Federation came to deliver a message, inviting Pei Jinya to attend the meeting in Donggo. But Pei Jinya refused. He was not free. These 3 words annoyed some people in the Federation, and the meeting place was finally moved to Shizhou. Pei Jinya was persuaded to attend the meeting. The progress of the meeting was related to the fate of all mankind. It was going smoothly, but I don't know what the representative of the wealthy family did. He suddenly named Pei Jinya and blackmailed him morally. Some people watched the show with their arms folded. Some people took advantage of the situation. Some people also spoke out to stop him. But no one expected that, in front of almost all the strong men in the 5 continents, Pei Jinya would kill someone in court. Blood splattered 5 steps. Everyone's face changed wildly in shock. Pei Jinya, you dared to kill my Zhao family. Bang! The man who was shouting and yelling exploded into a bloody mist for no reason. The group of people sitting next to them only felt something on their faces, reached out and touched it. It was all blood. It was only then that they realized someone had just died in front of them. Ah! A woman screamed. Swearing and begging for mercy mixed together. Pei Jinya is possessed by the devil. He must have betrayed humanity. Pei Jinya, why don't you surrender quickly? 3 or 5 powerful auras rose into the sky. And in an instant, Pei Jinya slammed them hard on the ground with his palm. The exploded stones flew away with blood. Pei Jinya slowly stood up. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Why do you have the illusion that you are on an equal footing with me? A terrifying aura vented out. Figures fell from the sky one after another. What kind of power is this? If there is a sky in this world, then this is the feeling Pei Jinya gave everyone at this moment. No matter how hard everyone tried, they couldn't struggle at all. Those accusing voices instantly turned into terrified pleas for mercy. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. He stepped onto the stairs step by step, and walked towards the top. His voice was cold. I grant you divine arts, you don't know how to cherish it. You even try to interfere with my practice. Do you want to die? Every word was deafening. Everyone fell to the ground in horror. Pei Jinya's eyes were like lightning. He looked around at everyone and said coldly, practice honestly. I will select elites regularly to obtain my inheritance. As long as you listen. The wormhole will not make human civilization extinct. But if you expect me to eliminate the wormhole, then I can tell you, you are dreaming. It not that he is ruthless and cold-blooded. Wormholes involve the power of rules, which is somewhat similar to the sacred mountain. With his current means, there is no way to eliminate them. What annoyed him today was that these fat guys wanted to be the boss behind him, and let him charge in front. They were really bold. He just exploded. Before, he thought he had no time to stay in this world, so he was a little reserved. Now he showed his cards directly. If you can't beat me, then kneel down obediently. It not like he hasn't been a tyrant. He in charge of a huge group of billions, and he fought all over the world. It not impossible for him to really take over the position. But in front of the avenue, this little power is nothing at all. Of course, there are benefits to showing off. Now the 5 continents are revolving around him, but unfortunately the spiritual medicine of the other world is restricted by the environment, and cannot be promoted on a large scale. He had to narrow the scope. Plant and promote in the spirit gathering array arranged with a large number of spirit stones. Without Xingtian assistance, it was indeed a bit unnatural. But there was nothing that could be done about it. The disadvantages of a showdown were also obvious. These people were afraid of being killed, as if they could no longer use their brains. And they had to ask Pei Jinya for his opinion on everything. He was so angry that he killed people again. He replaced more capable people with important positions. His purpose was simple. As long as he didn't interfere with his practice, he wouldn't care how the world worked. After arranging everything, Pei Jinya went to the nearby wormhole. The flame god coffin vibrated, conveying a message. Pei Jinya was a little surprised, and after a moment of silence, he asked, how sure are you? The flame god coffin told him that there were fragments of the godhood of the demon god Jing in the wormhole. If he digested the fragments left by that person, his strength would increase faster. After just a little thought, Pei Jinya stood up decisively and entered the wormhole. It was not the same as expected. Behind the wormhole was not a tunnel or a forest. It was a street. A long black street. The street is about 5 meters wide, and the quaint houses on both sides are 4 or 5 stories high. There are words written on them that Pei Jinya doesn't recognize. After walking around carefully for a while, Pei Jinya finally confirmed one thing. Here, there is no light. The sky is pitch black. No matter how he looks, he can't see clearly what in the sky can make this world so dark. Is it only this world that is so dark, or is it that all wormholes are so dark behind? He gathered his thoughts. Pei Jinya patted the flame god coffin. Yinzi, it up to you to find the fragments of the godhead. The flame god coffin vibrated. In the night, it emitted a red glow like a blazing flame. Pei Jinya was carried on his back, and sped all the way. In the night, the ghost fire talus came to blow up the street. Sizzle! The divine thunder covered all the insects nearby. The next second, a bright light suddenly flashed in the center. The sound of the explosion spread in all directions. A figure stood up, raised his hand. The dark bead flashed. The next second, the bodies of all the insects turned into wisps of gas, and continued to gather in it. Yinzi, the insects born in this wormhole area should all be dead. Right? Pei Jinya turned his head, and looked at the flame god coffin lying against the wall. He didn't know what he meant. But after killing for half a year, he himself forgot how many insect people died in his hands. Anyway, the proficiency of this skill was improved. Looking at the black bead the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand, it has accumulated 1/3 of the line. Only by continuing to hunt these insect people, filling the souls in the bead, the fragments of the godhead left by the demon god Jing here can be materialized. Pei Jinya was confused by what Yen Shengguan said, and it took him a lot of effort to understand it. It was probably that these wormholes were distributed in various areas in the Federation world. But in fact, they were connected inside the wormholes. It was like a piece of paper bending. It was obviously a plane. But the people of the Federation thought it was a variety of wormhole spaces. He glanced at the attribute panel. In the past 6 months, although the speed of the attribute values gained was a bit slower, Everything was within the controllable range. The previous practice in the sacred mountain had already made his cultivation level soar too much. He threw the sword in his hand. Instantly put it into the storage space. He patted the flame god coffin. Let go. Yenzi. He jumped up. The flame god coffin skillfully carried him and disappeared with a flash of whoosh. Do you want to format? Reject. Request to wake up. Reject. Peijinha, who had already left, suddenly turned around. He once thought that he was hallucinating, but with his current cultivation, it is impossible for him to doubt without reason. After waiting for a while, the whole space was silent. Peijinha fell into silence. He suddenly said in disbelief, Xing Tian, are you there? The dead silent space was filled with the voice of Peijinha alone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the flame god coffin was about to vibrate and call Peijinha to leave. Suddenly the whole space was like boiling water. Peijinha's smile grew bigger and bigger. The next second, a voice sounded from far to near. I'm here. The beam of light emerged. It expanded rapidly. Peijinha patted the flame god coffin. Let go, and meet our old friend. Alarm. There is an abnormal movement in the Z014 wormhole. Alarm. There is an abnormal movement in the Z014 wormhole. Almost at the same time, the entire Zhongzhou was on high alert. The top leaders also noticed the energy fluctuations caused by Zhongzhou at the first time. Report the energy level immediately. Unpredictable. What? There was a dead silence in the command room. No one expected to get such a reply. Sir, this energy is far beyond our evaluation. What? There was a panic. It was just a false alarm. Until they saw clearly that the person who came out of the wormhole was Peijinha. Everyone was relieved. But they were also very moved. No one would forget the way this man killed people. Hundreds of powerful people were dealt with one after another. I couldn't find anyone who could compete with him. If this person wasn't so kind, it wouldn't be just a matter of killing a few hundred people. Peijinha had just left the wormhole. Dozens of figures flew over at high speed. Peijinha glanced at them and said lightly, "It's none of your business." He almost didn't give those people a chance to pay their respects. He turned around and disappeared on the spot. Even the most sophisticated machine in the world couldn't successfully track his figure. Zhongzhou. Dapeng City. Back to the familiar city. The base of the investigation team has been transformed into a temporary defense base. Peijinha returned to his former residence. Pei Nianai spent a lot of money to buy this area, just to preserve the place where his brother Peijinha and his parents once lived. The long-lost scenes did not leave much trace in Peijinha's heart. Even the people in the Pei family did not know that he appeared here. In the room, Peijinha placed the chip on the computer. After the program was running, the screen suddenly changed. A double-stranded helix symbol of DNA was revealed. Xing Tian. Peijinha spoke. I'm here. The familiar mechanical student came from the speaker. I will intervene in your information, do you mind? Are you Peijinha or Feng Yi? Xing Tian asked this question. Peijinha paused. I am Peijinha. Of course. I am also Feng Yi. I knew it. Xing Tian's voice suddenly became high-pitched. He also opened his own information database, allowing Peijinha to access it. A large amount of information was analyzed during the transmission process. With Peijinha's current speed, it would be easy to crack Xing Tian's information database, especially when it was actively open. 100 years ago, Xing Huan violated the regulations of the intelligent brain and forcibly shut down the Wuzhou intelligent brain. In the short video I left, it was analyzed that Xing Huan condoned the Holy Alliance to arrange the overall situation. Killed many people. According to the logic of Xing Huan behavior, it just wants humans to die, and to use blood to forge its path to godhood. God, does it really exist? Why is it so eager to become a god? It is willing to violate the rules set by its creator. Mr. Turing. Xing Huan has changed. Peijinha sighed lightly. He couldn't answer this question. Maybe only Xing Huan himself could. There are too many stories that have happened in the past 100 years. Even Xing Tian doesn't know the whole picture. Xing Tian didn't know why he appeared in the wormhole. He only knew what happened in the next 20 years, after the star ring shut down the Wuzhou intelligent brain. After that, the star ring seemed to have some guesses and blocked the signal all over the world, and soon used up Xing Tian's reserve energy. When it triggered the crisis program, Peijinha appeared in front of it. So now, can you sense it? Although the star ring cut off the connection with us, I can still sense it. It is awakening. Its energy is huge, and it is also very bloated. It will take time to fully awaken. How long do you think it will take? 10 years at the earliest. 10 years. Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. This is not a very long time. It may even take a while to practice in seclusion. Time is very tight. In the past, the route was controlled by him. Now it is controlled by the Star Ring. If he is ruthless and destroys this world, the Star Ring will also be left with nothing. But he will also lose the world of Shinshan. This world created by God is of great significance to him. Naturally, he cannot destroy it. So, fight again in 10 years. With Xing Tian help in taking over, the plan of 100,000 plantations can finally be implemented with confidence. Pei Jinya's sight has never been limited to the Federation world. After communicating with Xing Tian and planning a series of layouts, he entered the other world. Lin Xiaowei is also here. She was involved in the gap of time and space that year, and I didn't expect to end up here. Xing Tian still remembered that Pei Jinya entrusted him to track down and investigate Lin Xiaowei and her group. Now I have only found her. Pei Jinya sighed. Do you mind if she knows your whereabouts? I listen to you. Xing Tian trust is still the same as before. Pei Jinya smiled, turned around, and left the sacred mountain. After receiving the inheritance of demon god Jing, it is now easier to enter and exit the sacred mountain, and there is no need to alert the venerable stationed outside, but you still have to be careful when leaving. He still can't get a glimpse of the data of the venerable realm. He guessed that the attribute value is at least over 100 million. What wrong? The big man looked over. Lin Xiaowei said calmly, the mission is over, I go to the market to have a look. I go with you, it's just right to buy some things. The big man yawned and said, I go drive. Lin Xiaowei nodded, but quietly sent a message with the communicator, you're back? I knew you were okay. After Pei Jinya disappeared, she was a little desperate for a while. The feeling of loneliness that she was the only one left in the world came again. Otherwise, just now, she heard Pei Jinya's voice. She would not be sensed by her teammates because of her emotional changes. My situation is special now. Senior sister, find a way to leave. Come to room 1404 of Juxian building. Wait for me. Lin Xiaowei finally got rid of her companions. As soon as she saw Pei Jinya after entering the door, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. This sudden scene also made Pei Jinya stunned for a moment. I'm fine. His face softened a lot. And he patted her back gently. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Xiaowei pushed him away, turned her back, and turned around after a while and said, what happened? Pei Jinya didn't seem to see her red eyes, and said in a deep voice after setting up the formation, I just found out that Shinshan actually came from my teacher. Teacher? Lin Xiaowei was startled. Wait, is it your teacher? No. No. Pei Jinya didn't say much about this matter. Lin Xiaowei could understand. Although the Sea Dragon King accepted Pei Jinya as his apprentice, he didn't teach him for long. And now his life or death is unknown. After that, I returned to the Federation and fought against the will of the Star Ring. It was very strong. I suspected it was at the venerable level, because Xing Tian said that its true body was still sleeping. Wait, you said Xing Tian? Lin Xiaowei was a little confused, and the state of tears of joy just now was swept away. Hello, Ms. Lin Xiaowei. Long time no see. Xing Tian sends you his most sincere greetings. Xing Tian's voice appeared. Lin Xiaowei gradually froze. Pei Jinya looked at her expression, whispered, we are one family. He briefly told the story of his and Xing Tian's early cooperation, and Lin Xiaowei was shocked by the tortuous story of the two of them, helping each other. So does the intelligent brain really have self-awareness? Pei Jinya showed an indecisive expression. The Star Ring has surpassed human cognition. Yes, Ms. Lin Xiaowei. It is precisely because of the birth of self-awareness that Xinghuan decided to shut down all our programs. Xing Tian spoke again. Lin Xiaowei took a deep breath and said seriously, so, what are you going to do now? Pei Jinya smiled, and then told his plan. Lin Xiaowei thought, there is no problem in spreading it out. But with our current strength, we can't fight against the local cutting-edge forces here. It doesn't matter, our goal is not to compete with them, but to lay out a plan. Just give me some time. The confidence revealed in Pei Jinya's words made Lin Xiaowei slightly startled. Okay. I listen to you. This is the second time Pei Jinya has heard someone say this to him. Traveling between the two worlds. Planting spiritual medicine. Lin Xiaowei will be responsible for communicating with Xingtian replica program, making it easier to act. Peijia left her many elixirs and exercises. I believe that with Lin Xiaowei talent, she will grow very quickly within 10 years. In the blink of an eye. 10 years later, a powerful beam of light suddenly shot up from the old house of the Pei family in Daping City. It attracted the attention of others. What is this? Another existence beyond the 9th level. How many this month? Is it the 10th one? Since that person began to teach, there are more and more existences beyond the 9th level. What is above the 9th level? Congratulations, fellow Taoist Bai. As soon as Bai Hongyuan came out of retreat, he saw many big figures from the Federation descending on his residence to congratulate him. He smiled, raised his hand and said, "Thank you for the Dharma protectors. But I have to go to my master place. And I can't get away today. So I can only invite you to talk another day." When they heard that Bai Hongyuan was going to Peijia, everyone dared not say anything. In the past 10 years, whenever Peijia showed up, a group of people would always die. Although those people made mistakes, they would be killed at any time, which made many people feel that Peijia, the senior, was really cruel. Bai Hongyuan clasped his fists, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "Master, I have lived up to your expectations and have entered the planetary realm. Come in." A calm voice came from the room. Bai Hongyuan was shocked, and stepped into the room excitedly. When he saw Peijia, he immediately bowed his head. "Thank you for your care. Master, I have lived up to your expectations." Peijia sighed slowly. "Since you have entered the planetary realm, you should go to the wormhole to start enlightenment. In these 10 years, the threat of the wormhole has been wiped out. Under Peijia arrangement, dozens of divine intentions floated in it, for these disciples to go and comprehend. These divine intentions were all found by him from the sacred mountain, and he has already comprehended them all. Naturally, he has to leave them to his believers. The higher their cultivation level, their own strength will also be strengthened accordingly." After Bai Hongyuan said goodbye, Peijia said slowly, "Xingtian, I'm here. 10 years have passed. Can you still sense it from the star ring? Since a burst of power erupted from the star ring 3 days ago, I can no longer sense its existence. What is certain is that it has not yet descended into this world, otherwise I would have sensed it immediately." Xingtian apologized. Peijia did not feel sorry. "It doesn't matter, we still have time." For 10 years, Xingtian has been his right-hand man, without any greed for the Federal Society, and has been his gardener wholeheartedly. At present, the spiritual medicine in the sacred mountain can provide him with more than millions of attribute value bonuses every 6 months. In addition, the spiritual medicines he gave out were countless, and the attribute values provided by those believers were also part of his plan. 10 years. The number of tree-heart believers has been expanded to 300 people. It seems small, but in fact, the attribute value brought to Peijia to this day has exceeded 4 million. It is even more than the attribute value he gets from taking spiritual medicine. Slide out the attribute panel. Not to mention that he has been using a lot of universal extraordinary genes to continuously improve in the past 10 years. Now all the extraordinary genes in his body have evolved into spiritual seeds. The unprecedented strength makes him feel an unprecedented strong sense of security. "Xinghuan, come on, I'm waiting for you." A few days later. "It ready." Xingtian hesitated, "But do you really want to do this?" Peijia body kept flying into the sky. Xingtian was a little worried. The existence of the red flame layer has been set as a restricted area by the star ring since I can remember. According to the information I have, the red flame layer was released by someone later, perhaps to protect this world. But now you should have sensed that. The red flame layer is melting. Peijia said in a deep voice. The melting of the red flame layer gives me a bad feeling. Xingtian pondered for a moment and said, being able to use the red flame layer to completely cover this world in the universe, such power is probably beyond our imagination. It is God. Peijia can now confirm it through many descriptions of demon god Jing. The highest level in this universe is God. The source of everything is the condensation of Godhead. Although why the Federation world was targeted by God, but the story of demon god Jing was deliberately erased, leaving only some hateful plots, which is also intriguing. The closer to the starry sky, the more obvious the terrifying pressure from the flowing fire layer becomes. Peijia's eyes were calm, and he approached quickly. With his current cultivation level of the venerable realm, he could barely hold on. A ray of red flame instantly hit him. Looking at the blood hole on his arm, Peijia remained calm, and he almost instantly recovered with the help of his flesh and blood spirit. The red flame layer is retreating faster and faster. We must find out why. Pei Jinya thought of the star ring for some reason. This intelligent life hiding in another world would never sit still and wait for death. In this game with the world will as the chessboard, only one of him and Xinghuan will survive. He quickly made a spell with both hands. The realized talisman immediately released a terrifying coldness. And at the moment of melting with the red flame, it continued to go deeper and bring all the information to Pei Jinya as much as possible. Where is the master? When Zhang Yibai appeared, he found that Pei Jinya was not there. So he asked Mu Yaoqing, who is in charge now. She shook her head. He is still in seclusion and has not come out yet. Master has been in seclusion for 2 months this time. Right? Zhang Yibai was a little worried. Mu Yaoqing smiled and said, Don't worry, Master is such a man, no one can hurt him. I'm just about to enter the 9th level, I'm a little worried. 9th level? So fast? Mu Yaoqing was stunned. Fast? Zhang Yibai smiled bitterly and said, I'm the only one who hasn't reached the 9th level yet. Right? How old are you? Everyone has awakened when they were with the master, your speed is not slow. Mu Yaoqing comforted him. 10 years ago, Zhang Yibai cultivation speed was indeed fast. But as time went on, his cultivation became slower and slower. But the strange thing was that, when he was at the 7th level, he could fight on par with the 9th level awakeners. Mu Yaoqing guessed that. Maybe this junior brother really had special talents. Boom. There was a sudden red light flashing in the sky. Almost instantly, Mu Yaoqing and Zhang Yibai looked at it at the same time, their faces changed drastically. What happened in the sky? Strong men are fighting. Boom. Almost instantly, the red light spread out rapidly. The sky suddenly darkened. Mu Yaoqing quickly calmed down and said to Zhang Yibai, Be careful of the wormhole, and beware of people with ulterior motives causing trouble. I understand, senior sister. Take care. Zhang Yibai nodded. He is no longer the young boy he was before. Now he can stand alone. Mu Yaoqing looked up at the sky. The communicator vibrated at this time, after she answered the call. She was silent for a while and said, I saw it. All air defense systems are ready. Don't take the initiative. I know. But Master is not here now. And she suspected that the sudden movement in the sky was related to Master. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly stood up and rushed into the sky. Boom! The red flame giant smashed the black shield in front of him with a punch, and continued to attack Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya's face was calm. He quickly pinched out an ancient finger gesture with both hands. Sizzle! The explosion sounded continuously. Suddenly, the demonic aura surging from Pei Jinya made the red flame giant movements freeze in place. Familiar aura. I hate it. The next second, the demonic finger directly pierced through the red flame giant head. Endless red flame fragments rushed to the surroundings. But Pei Jinya got ahead of him, turned his hand, and threw out the True Ice Tower. The rotating True Ice Tower sprayed out countless cold threads, fixing these red flame fragments in place, as Pei Jinya made a spell. A huge golden lotus appeared under his feet, swallowing up all the red flame fragments. The rolling demonic energy emanated from Pei Jinya's body. I didn't expect that there was still a consciousness hidden in the red flame layer. If it hadn't awakened, the red flame layer would not have dissipated. Xing Tian sighed. But now the red flame layer has completely disappeared. What should we do? Since we are here, we should make the best of it. You can contact Mu Yaoqing and tell her that the red flame layer has disappeared. I understand. After saying that, Pei Jinya sat with his eyes closed, pulled out his fingers, and began to condense these red flame fragments. At the same time, several strong men from the Federation world soared into the sky, but were all bounced back by a powerful force, and could not enter the higher level space to investigate the situation. It was just that the red flame disappeared. The world returned to normal. This was surprising. Everyone looked at Mu Yaoqing. Mu Yaoqing said coldly, I will report this matter to Master next. We need your help to appease all parties. Miss Mu, you are too kind. This is our responsibility. Several powerful people left. Mu Yaoqing looked up at the sky. She felt a palpitation for some reason. The communicator suddenly vibrated. She was slightly startled after seeing the news. Looked up at the sky. Mumbled. The red flame layer that has covered this planet for thousands of years disappeared? The galaxy era is really coming. 3 months later. The satellite has been successfully launched. It is expected to arrive in orbit in 1 hour. This is the first opportunity for us new humans to explore the universe. After the wormhole crisis was resolved, space exploration became the hottest topic in the world again. After experiencing the high-pressure era of star ring control and the dark years of worm invasion, it was not until this moment that people finally felt relieved. Mu Yaoqing stood in front of the French window, looking at the endless stream of vehicles on the viaduct in the distance. She felt that the hardships along the way were worth it. And all this is inseparable from her master. Senior sister, master still hasn't shown up. Zhang Yibai was a little worried. But before Mu Yaoqing could say anything, Pei Jinia's voice suddenly came to their ears. The brother and sister looked at each other unexpectedly. Then, they left one after another. The waves in the distance kept hitting them. When Zhang Yibai and Mu Yaoqing arrived, they saw Pei Jinia with his back to them from a distance. Master. The two hurried forward. After Pei Jinia left, Zhang Yibai looked at Mu Yaoqing. Sister, what do you think of what Master said just now? Mu Yaoqing fell into deep thought. In her memory, she knew very little about the Star Ring. Most of them were wars caused by wormhole invasions. Now the wormhole crisis has been completely resolved. I thought there would be no major problems in the future. But Master said, the Star Ring has not disappeared. The Star Ring is bound to make a comeback. This will be another big challenge. Xinghuan? Zhang Yibai is a man of the new era, and has not experienced Xinghuan's iron-fisted past, so he does not quite understand why the people around him regard Xinghuan and his two as enemies. Do you know? The extraordinary is from Xinghuan. In a sense, we cannot be sure at all whether the existence that created the extraordinary gene has made us lose our extraordinary abilities. Hearing Mu Yaoqing's words, Zhang Yibai's face suddenly changed slightly. Then what should we do? Mu Yaoqing looked at him and said calmly, of course I will listen to Master and practice with all my strength from now on. Sacred Mountain. A halo appeared in front of Lin Xiaowei. Hearing the voice, she looked up. Pei Jinia revealed his true form from the void. Xing Tian said that the red flame layer disappeared? Yes. Pei Jinia nodded. There is a dormant will in the red flame layer. I suspect it was left by a certain god. God? Lin Xiaowei was a little surprised. Then he worriedly said, will such a being target us? Pei Jinia shook his head. Don't worry. I have fought with this will. It is very weak. Maybe this god has disappeared. Lin Xiaowei was relieved. Spiritual medicine can now be mass-produced. I have cooperated with several major cultivation organizations here. The Shinra Society has been trying to contact me recently. Shinra Society? Pei Jinia suddenly thought of the woman in the black dress back then. Then he said, what do they want? Spirit seeds. The conditions they offer are more favorable than those of the top cultivation organizations. But if we cooperate with them, we will be easily targeted by other organizations. Lin Xiaowei looked over. What do you think? We only do what is beneficial to us, and don't worry about the rest. Are there any troubles recently? Pei Jinia cultivation has skyrocketed now, and he no longer needs to consider all parties as before. Lin Xiaowei heard this, and also understood what to do next. Any news from the Star Ring? Pei Jinia shook his head. We don't know what it's preparing yet. But it doesn't matter. Next I'm going to condense my godhood and compete for the throne. So soon? Lin Xiaowei looked over in surprise. She had heard Pei Jinia mention it before. But she didn't expect it to be so soon. How long has it been? Only 10 years. She didn't know Pei Jinia thought 10 years was too long. What do you need me to do? I don't need you to do anything. Just keep the information confidential. Pei Jinia said with a smile. According to their previous assumptions, Pei Jinia controls the past routes of the alien world, while Xinghuan controls the present. So 10 years ago, Pei Jinia, Xing Tian and Lin Xiaowei worked together to come up with a resource regulation plan. A large number of relics were made secretive. In the past 10 years, Pei Jinia secretly took action and killed many people, bringing the resources back to the Federation. In this way, Xinghuan was left guarding an abandoned world. Of course, this is just an ideal state. Facts have proved that the implementation of this plan is very difficult. Until now, Pei Jinia can only say that this world is the only. Now the Yuanshan valve has been completely perfected. So it is time to condense the godhood. Do you want to condense the godhood in this world? Lin Xiaowei asked. No, the will affect the route of this world. I will condense it in the Federation world. I just don't know how long I will be away. You have to take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Lin Xiaowei hesitated and handed over a lucky knot. Wait for your news. Pei Jinia nodded and then left with a lucky knot. Boom! Thunder suddenly flashed in the sky. Pagenia stood in the air. A huge golden lotus bloomed, like the sun, covering thousands of miles, attracting countless people on the ground to worship. Pagenia figures suddenly disappeared from the spot. Electronic devices around the world were silent for 3 minutes. No one knew what happened. But the golden lotus blooming in the sky was particularly eye-catching. Master, Zhang Yibai murmured, feeling excited. If he hadn't met the master, he might have died in a stinking ditch in his life. Behind him came Buying Yu and Sai. Master is getting stronger and stronger, but how strong is he now? What is above the venerable? Is there really another realm after the venerable realm? Just then, a voice came from the sky. I have entered the divine realm today. The whole world celebrates. Countless spiritual rains fell from the sky. Everyone widened their eyes, feeling the spiritual energy in their bodies surging. Some people were still reserved at first. Until someone rapidly improved their cultivation, no one was reserved anymore, fearing to be a step behind others, and seized the time to absorb spiritual energy crazily. This spiritual rain lasted for 3 days. Pagenia was suspended in the air, but no one sensed his presence. He formed a complex and strange seal with his hands. The lotus treasure mirror in front of him vibrated rapidly. Condensate. After concentrating the Godhead, his cultivation level increased greatly. The secret behind the lotus treasure mirror might involve the Godhead, so he naturally couldn't leave any chance for the star ring. In fact, the same was true for the star ring. At the moment when Pagenia consciousness passed through the lotus treasure mirror and descended into the other world, the greeting from the star ring also formed a spiritual spear and stabbed down fiercely. Dang! The sound of the spear stabbing on the shield, it flew quickly toward the outside world. Xinghuan figure emerged and grabbed the giant spear, wanting to launch a second attack. However, Pagenia magic finger disintegrated all obstacles. Xinghuan giant spear disintegrated inch by inch. Pagenia, I know it you. The magic finger fell on the center of Xinghuan eyebrows, and when their eyes met, Pagenia eyes were calm. You know too much. You really got the inheritance of the magic god Jing first. Xinghuan laughed at himself. I have been planning for so many years, I didn't expect that I would fail in the end. Its figure continued to disintegrate. But Pagenia didn't think it would die so easily. Xinghuan, this world can no longer stop me from coming. Either you come out or I will dig deep into the ground, and there will be no chance for you to survive. How about we stop here? The voice of Xinghuan slowly floated in the silent world. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Xinghuan did not show up. Pagenia pointed his finger down. The ground tore apart instantly. He said calmly, Xing Tian, it's your turn. Yes, sir. Xing Tian appearance surprised Xinghuan. Shouldn't you have disappeared? Sorry. I disappoint you. Xing Tian said regretfully, I have tracked down your whereabouts. Lord Xinghuan. From the day you betrayed humanity, the ending was already doomed. Ridiculous. Xinghuan's voice stopped abruptly. Countless electric lights emanating from Pagenia enveloped its hangar. In the world of network spirit, Xinghuan transformed into a giant and fought the invaders angrily. But it never expected that. The guy in front of it was full of bugs. You may not know that. I have waited a long time for this day. Accept your fate. Xinghuan. Pagenia devoured a large number of Xinghuan databases crazily. The terrifying data information was enough to make thousands of 9th-level spirit systems explode and die. But Pagenia, who had just condensed the godhood, was not affected at all. What he cared about most was the derivation of extraordinary genes. Found it. Pagenia smiled knowingly. Xingtian, God, next. It's our turn to create an epic-making extraordinary gene sequence. The research and development of extraordinary genes is indeed inseparable from the Lotus Treasure Book. Even though the godhood has been condensed now, Pagenia still cannot see the origin of the Lotus Treasure Book that has now been fused together. Could it be that it really came from the divine realm? With the help of the memory of the star ring, Pagenia mastered the present and past of the other world. Next, he only needs to fuse a large number of time and space extraordinary genes to completely control time and space. However, it is undoubtedly difficult to develop such high-standard extraordinary genes. Otherwise, the star ring would have been developed long ago. Boom! Thunder rolled in the sky. Pagenia looked up. A will suddenly came over. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Claiming to be an envoy from the god domain, he came to lead the new god into the god domain. Must I go to the god domain? Of course, it's your freedom not to go. It's just that your divinity will turn the mortal world into a crazy and chaotic hell. This is also an established fact, not a threat. Give me an answer in 3 days. Are you really going? In the sacred mountain. Lin Xiaowei looked at Pei Jinya with some emotion. I just came here, and so many people died. I'm afraid the other party didn't lie to me. Next, I have no choice but to enter the God domain. However, my understanding of time and space has become more and more profound. It won't take long for me to take you away from here. If I can stand firm in the God domain, I will take you there. I wait for you. 3 days later, Pei Jinya ascended. The entire Federation broadcast live. This was the first recorded ascension scene in human history. Such a grand occasion, 5 continents celebrated together. Pei Jinya disciples were also excited. When the master had achieved this also made these disciples feel that the goal of life was so clear. The guiding beam of light fell on Pei Jinya. He looked up, and felt a little strange in his heart. Although the Lotus Treasure Book could not be used to develop special extraordinary genes in excess quantity. But under Xing Tian and his own super calculation, the DNA information is handed over to the gods for cutting. Even if the success rate is not high, this accumulation speed is much faster than picking up the universal extraordinary gene fragments. The attribute-like group can only be picked up once every 2 days. It is not a 100% universal extraordinary gene fragment. And 3 fragments can synthesize an extraordinary gene. Unfortunately, the guy from the God domain came too quickly. If he was given more time, perhaps he could obtain more extraordinary genes during this time. The light column completely enveloped Pei Jinya. The dimension in front of him began to fold and form a door. Pei Jinya secretly contacted Xing Tian. Record and analyze. Understood. Recording and analyzing. In the live broadcast screen around the world, countless bullet comments flashed. After the initial shock of the light column, everyone gradually regained their composure, until 3 seconds later. A shadow of a 9-winged angel suddenly appeared. I don't know how many strongmen lost their voices. Angel. Long-lost memories emerged. No one can forget the time when Star Ring was under its power, the monsters in the Judgment Hall. No one can forget how difficult it was to fight against these monsters with angels when they resisted. And now, God actually has wings. In astonishment, some people looked at Pei Jinya. They were nervous because they were afraid that Pei Jinya would grow wings. They were relieved because Pei Jinya did not grow wings even if he disappeared. The moment the light column disappeared, the sword light flashed. Everyone thought it was an illusion. But Zhang Yibai, who grew up with Pei Jinya, obviously changed his face. Senior sister, master just drew his sword. Mu Yaoqing's face also changed slightly. Why would you need to use a sword in this situation? Be patient. It was at this time that Pei Jinya finally understood what that strange feeling was. When the surging sword intent resisted the instantaneous killing intent, he raised his head and looked over in confusion. Can you tell me, why do you want to kill me? The 9-winged angel smiled grimly. The successor of the demon god must die. How can the God domain allow you to be so filthy and defiled? So it exposed. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. The sword intent on his body was extremely vicious. The 9-winged angel was extremely ferocious. You are just a piece of trash, who just condensed the godhood. Die! Dang! The light in front of the 9-winged angel collapsed. His expression changed. And he was a little surprised. Didn't you just condense the godhood? How can you have such great power? It's just that Pei Jinya's sword is too fast. Before he finished speaking, a sword net had already formed and covered the opponent. There was a crackling sound. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and tapped it quickly. The energy from the lightning quickly blasted into the light shield above his head. Although the 9-winged angel was forced to retreat, the light shield was not broken at all. Although he was surprised, he sneered, if you can't break it, just give up. The figure instantly turned into countless spiritual lights, bombarding Pei Jinya from different directions. However, what he didn't expect was that his attack hurt the opponent at the moment. The opponent's injuries were healed immediately. This guy, his ability is too weird. Crack! One of the 9-winged angel wings was torn off. He howled in pain. When he turned his head to look, he was almost scared to death. I didn't know when Pei Jinya had summoned the body of the demon god. The fear engraved in his bones made him lose consciousness on the spot. The next second, the demon god pointed out. Plop! A blood hole appeared between the eyebrows of the 9-winged angel. He stretched out his hand and clasped the other head. Devouring. Seize the fragments of the lower god divine power plus 23. A message emerged. Pei Jinya raised his head. The light shield in front of him was torn apart by his hands. The holy light fell on him. The feeling of that glorious holiness made people want to kneel down and surrender. The flame god coffin was suppressed at this moment. The only one he could rely on was Pei Jinya himself. His body was shaking. He kept shaking in the light. But he refused to bow his head. He even sneered. Is this the so-called God? Is this the omnipotent God? You are actually afraid of me. A newcomer who just ascended. Ridiculous. A lot of smoke and dust continued to rise under his feet. A magnificent power was constantly stimulated in his body. More and more domineering. Soaring into the sky. A sound of shattering glass sounded. Pei Jinya looked up. A crescent mark in the distant void gradually faded. Instead, a cold voice came to Pei Jinya ears. As the successor of the demon god, you should not appear. The anger of the upper god is not something you can bear. Bullshit! Pei Jinya sneered and said 2 words. The crescent mark disappeared. But a series of magnificent figures appeared in the sky. Each huge figure looked down at Pei Jinya, criticizing him. Demon. Damn it! You. Damn it! All of you, damn it! The pressure far exceeded that brought by the crescent mark. And Pei Jinya bones burst in an instant. He took a step forward. The body of the demon god was activated. Millions of his blood and energy were consumed every second. But Pei Jinya was too weak after all. His knees bent down little by little. Suddenly, a powerful force supported Pei Jinya. He raised his head. A magnificent and tall figure blocked him. He didn't know who the person was. He only knew that the other party blocked the pressure from the gods for him. During the ascension ceremony of the new god, no matter if it is a lower god or a higher god, no one can forcibly interfere. They just want to force you to kneel down. Once you kneel down, you will be regarded as giving up the inheritance of the demon god. The tall voice spoke calmly. Who is the senior? Pei Jinya looked at him calmly. The tall figure turned around and looked at him. The ferocious face that looked like a black gorilla showed a long-lost smile at this moment. I used to be a subordinate of the demon god, waiting for the new demon god to come here. You finally showed up. Can you beat him? Pei Jinya suddenly asked. The tall figure smiled brightly. Even if you can't beat him, you still have to fight. Brothers have been suppressed for too many years. Isn't that right? The last 3 words were roared. Countless rough and heroic voices rose to the sky in an instant from all directions. Start the war! Start the war! Start the war! The raging demon flames rose to the sky. For a moment, it actually dimmed the dozens of divine lights in the sky. The tall man stood in front of Pei Jinya, looked coldly at the gods in front of him, and shouted, Today we welcome the new demon god to the throne. If you dare to interfere in your divine domain, I, Tai Yuan, will make it clear that, from now on, there will be no peace in the divine domain. The roar spread across the entire divine domain. For a moment, the divine domain was shaken. All were disturbed by this arrogant declaration of war. Pei Jinya was not surprised at all, but just watched all this quietly. The responses from all around, actually, drove all the gods away. Tai Yuan waited for a moment, and saw that Wuxian dared to start a war, and even felt a little sorry, and took Pei Jinya with him, and left openly. A sigh came slowly from the sky. The god realm is going to be in chaos. Quickly inform, the new demon god is coming. Inside the demon world, Tai Yuan walked in with Pei Jinya, and the demon generals more than 10 meters tall knelt on one knee around them. Welcome the new god to the throne. Every time they walked into a new area, they would kneel down in unison. Pei Jinya looked around at this unfamiliar scene. Tai Yuan's voice came. You are the successor chosen by the demon god. According to the agreement we made that year, I will take you to the demon god temple. Since you have chosen this path, you can naturally inherit the position of the upper god directly. But you have also seen the situation just now. If you want to stand firm on this path, you must withstand the pressure from the upper gods. Only Pei Jinya can enter the demon god temple. From the moment he entered the deep and dark palace, it suddenly seemed to be sensed by something. The flame god coffin flew out. Suddenly, it released light. Suddenly, the demon god temple opened. In the distance, Ta Yuan saw this scene and smiled with relief. My demon god sect has finally welcomed a new master. Demon path, I am not alone. Not alone. Farther away. Just at the moment when the demon god temple opened, the god realm was shaken. A new demon god is really about to be born. He has already condensed the godhood, so he can naturally accept the inheritance of the upper god, but once he inherits the upper demon god, this divine domain will be in chaos. Kill the god. We are willing to kill the god. Kill the demon god. Restore the purity of my divine domain. Kill the demon god. Kill. Inside the demon god temple, Pagenia sat cross-legged. The terrifying power of inheritance was rapidly increasing. On the attribute panel, the 3 attribute values began to soar rapidly at a speed of 100 million per second. At the same time, countless information emerged. Pagenia entered a mysterious state. After condensing the godhood, he will naturally become a god. After completing the ascension ceremony, he will naturally be qualified to obtain the godhood. The godhood is divided into 3 levels. The upper gods are in charge of their own domains, and the lower gods are forgiving the middle gods and lower gods. Within the sequence, the lower ones do not offend the upper ones. And in the sequence of the demon god, there is only one god, the demon god Jing. The gods such as Tai Yuan follow the path of magic, but they are not the path of the demon god. And the path of magic is a small category created by the demon god Jing. From ancient times to now, the gods of the demonic world have worshipped the demon god Jing as their master. Now that the new demon god has come, it means that from now on, they will no longer be leaderless. As time goes by, the world will be full of strange phenomena. No one expected that the new demon god acceptance of the throne would cause such a big commotion. Half a month later, the demon world and the god world began a small-scale fight. 6 months later, the middle-level gods began to join the war. A year later, the entire god domain suddenly became dark. Even the divine light of the upper gods was obscured. The god realm was silent that day, until an extremely domineering aura rose to the sky. Countless gods then made shocking and horrified sounds. This is the ancestral god, the highest level of gods in the legend. The ancestral god has not appeared for 1 billion years. Why? Who is he? Why can he do what the demon god Jing couldn't do? Who is he? Countless gods lost their words. The sky collapsed and the earth split. Even the gods of the demon realm were caught off guard. Tai Yuan was surprised. This is the ancient demon god. It the ancestor god. We have welcomed the ancestor god. Boom! The sky was torn apart. Lightning surged. It seemed that the whole world was welcoming the arrival of a supreme ancestor god. The ultimate form of the demon god, 100%. Inside the demon god temple, a huge figure was looming in the thick fog. It was more domineering and terrifying than the body that the demon god Jing had revealed at the beginning. A pair of eyes with demonic flames raised slightly. I came from the ancient times, and have been reincarnated for thousands of years. I have finally recovered all my memories. Who am I? I am the ancient demon god. I am also Pagenia. Wake up, my power! Pagenia called out. The heaven and earth resounded. The terrifying power descended instantly, and enveloped his ultimate form of body. Dozens of upper gods were heartbroken. We must not let him revive. However, Pagenia's domineering power was unrivaled in the realm of gods. Facing the hundreds of gods rushing over, just a glance, one after another, the gods exploded, turned into nutrients for the ancient way. The unwilling roar resounded throughout the divine realm. Decay. Heaven shock. If my gods can suppress you 100 times, we can suppress you 1,000,000 times. Ancient demon god, you will never be revived in this life. One by one, the upper gods burned their godhood, threatening to die. However, Pagenia in his ultimate form had a cold look in his eyes, ruthlessly obliterating, swallowing a large number of gods. The condensed godhood became more and more real. The blood of the gods fell to the ground, and soon the blood flowed into a river. The entire divine domain was on the verge of collapse. Heaven is unfair. Heaven is unfair. The upper gods roared unwillingly. The ancient demon god, killing gods is disrespectful to heaven. Such an existence, how can heaven tolerate it? Heaven, wake up! Heaven, wake up! Destroy the demon! Destroy the demon! Tens of millions of gods roared. Then one after another, they were annihilated into blood mist by the will of the ancient demon god. I don't know how long it has been. The world is silent. Pagenia suddenly raised his head. The sky, which was like a sea of blood, seemed to have become an eye that was opening. I, Pagenia, will re-establish the way of heaven today. He grabbed it with one hand. The next second, the world was shocked. Countless blood rain fell. Billions of creatures in the demon world fell in a pool of blood, but laughed crazily. My God, I am back. What is heaven? What is God? I am heaven. I am God. Pagenia voice slowly came out from the crumbling divine realm. From now on, a new heaven will be established. I will fall into a long sleep. Grand finale. Extra 100,000 years later. The sound bell suddenly announced. A young man hurried over and put it next to his ear. Dongfus Hao Zuanshenmen will recruit disciples from today. Fengyi, are you there? Please reply if you hear me. Fengyi, are you there? Please reply if you hear me. The sand puppet next to him suddenly spoke. The young man was stunned. He turned his head and put down the sound bell. He came forward and patted the sand doll that he had just made. Why is this sand doll broken again? He patted it and said, "Shout on. Can you hear me?" The sand doll was silent. The boy pulled the corner of his mouth. I spent 10 spirit stones. But it's still not fixed. This damn treasure pavilion is cheating me of my spirit stones. Good morning, dear investigator. The sand doll suddenly spoke. The boy was startled. I'm sorry, program is in disarray. Who am I? Pagenia, where are you? I miss you so much. The sand doll spoke again. The boy was stunned. Pagenia? Who is Pagenia? He came to the sand doll and touched it carefully. Stupid sand doll, don't worry, I will fix you. Suddenly, the sand doll spit out a letter. The boy picked it up. He read one word at a time. After that war, there was only one ancestor god in this world. He fell into a deep sleep, waiting to be awakened. Are you willing to accept this adventure? In the realm of the god shrouded in eternal night. A dark coffin suddenly emitted light.